I believe we have critical mass. We will go ahead and call the meeting to order. If I can get, let's see who's, you know what? Let me get Denise. I don't think you've led us in the pledge, have you, since I've been?
I would have picked on Terry. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, let me call the
We're ready?
roll.
Okay.
Councilmember McKeown,
Here.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Here.
Councilmember O'Day, and Mayor Vasquez.
Present. And as I look at our closed session, I'm going to turn to our city attorney. Do you think we'll be done by 6:30, or should we let people know a little later? Oh, okay. So we
Let me
we
go
will
ahead and-
attempt
let
to
me go
come
ahead
back.
and call them.
And then let you go ahead and call the item.
Okay, we have 6 closed session items, and they're all existing litigation. 1A is City of Santa Monica versus Justice Aviation, LA Superior Court Case 16R00754. 1B is Justice Aviation versus City of Santa Monica, Part 16 complaint, FAA docket number 16-16-07. 1C is Justice Aviation versus City of Santa Monica et al. U.S. District Court case number 216-CV-2043. 1D is Expo Metro Line Construction Authority versus City of Santa Monica, LA Superior Court case number BC 563050. And last, we have item 1E, which is Pico Neighborhood Association, Maria Loya, and Advocates for Malibu Public Schools versus the City of Santa Monica, LA Superior Court case number BC 616804, and you have no request to speak.
With that, we will go ahead and adjourn into closed session, and we should be back at 6:30.
T-S-K-A-Y-A. Thank you. Okay. And then I'll press play. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Welcome back. We're coming back from closed session, and I'm going to turn to our city attorney to report out on our closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. In the closed session this evening, the council discussed each of the items listed on the closed session agenda, but there is nothing to report.
Moving forward, we will go ahead and I'll get the city clerk. Well, you know what? I'd like to consolidate we have 3 proclamations here, and rather than to have the city manager's report in the middle of it, if there's no objections from the council, I'd like to just consolidate the 3 proclamations, and then we'll move into the city manager's report. Everybody good with that? Without objection? Any other changes to the agenda or recommendation? Oh, we do have Councilman Sue Hemmerich.
Thank you. So I have to admit that I've had a rough couple weeks, and I wasn't able to adequately prepare comments and questions in advance of the meeting as I usually do on the zoning ordinance. So I wonder if we could pull the zoning ordinance and put it on a later agenda so I can maybe work out some of these things in advance.
So moved.
It's been moved and second. Seeing nobody else in the queue. There is.
Just to
Councilman.
clarify, you're talking about item 7C, which is amending the zoning ordinance, not adopting a new
Yes.
zoning ordinance.
Well,
just so people know.
Yes. Okay. Yes, that would be really
Been there
bad.
once, don't want to go there again.
Yeah.
So anybody that's listening to this, you don't have to race over here if that's your item.
We're coming
And if
on.
you're here, you're welcome to stay. There's other exciting items on the agenda as well. So with that, well, I guess we need a roll call vote on that, I'm assuming, right?
No, you can just.
No, there's no money.
No.
Roll call is money.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes.
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
Okay. So
With
now-
that, let me go ahead. We'll start with our 3 proclamations. If I can gather up, we have, we're doing the first one is for Public Works Week. And then we have the Older Americans. And then the last one will be National Bike Safety Month. I'll meet you up here at the podium here and we'll get started.
Are we bringing them all up together? Is that what he's doing? It should be interesting.
What we'll do is we'll stack them up. Let me start first with we've never had so many in one time here, so we'll start with National Public Works Week. And the first one says, whereas the Institute has a public education campaign by the American Public Works Association in 1960, National Public Works Week calls attention to the importance of public works in community life. And whereas National Public Works Week is a celebration of tens of thousands of men and women who provide and maintain the infrastructure and services collectively known as public works. And whereas the Public Works Project and services are critical to the growth and quality of life in Santa Monica and are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, now, therefore, I, Tony Vasquez, the mayor of the city of Santa Monica, on behalf of my colleagues here, do proclaim May 21st, National Public Works Week in Santa Monica.
Sure. We have Rick Valte in our Civil Engineering Division, Gene Bellman in our Architecture Services Division, Gil Borboa and Gary Welling in our water resources, and Charlie Salazar, all in our water resources division. Ryan Kramer in our street and fleet division. I think I got everybody. All right, so we're here representing a very large department. Our mission is basically to build and maintain city infrastructure so that we create a good quality of life for the entire community. All right, come on over.
Get them all over here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the queue, we have the older Americans, if they could step up. We have the proclamation. It says, whereas the month of May 2016 has been proclaimed nationwide as Older Americans Month, and whereas since 1965, the Older Americans Act has supported services that help older adults remain healthy and independent, and whereas the City of Santa Monica supports in-home and community-based programs which promote wellness, social inclusion, and independent living, now, therefore, Tony Vasquez, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of my colleagues, do proclaim Older Americans Month of May here for our City of Santa Monica.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, the last one we have here is our, and I guess if we can get the whole bicycle crew up here. It says, whereas the bicycle is a viable, environmentally sound, and transportation excellent form for the Santa Monica city. It says, whereas Santa Monica is the home of a strong growing bicycle culture, increasingly robust bike infrastructure, especially now with the Breeze, and I know I'm looking at some of the t-shirts here. I think we're up to like 500 now throughout the city, roughly. And then, well, there's so many here. The education of bicyclists, and I know many of you have done this work with the Safe Routes to Schools. I've seen you participate in many of the services they've had with many of our schools, not only the elementary, but the middle school as well. Now, therefore, Tony Vasquez, the Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of my colleagues, declared National Bike Month this May in Santa Monica. And I know, Cynthia Rose, I'll let you come up and introduce the whole crew.
Thank you, Mayor Vasquez. It's a very exciting. Bike Month has been for 60 years across the country, proclaimed in this month, and it's very exciting to have the City of Santa Monica officially proclaim Bike Month and Bike Safety Month in May, and the third week of May, Bike Local Week, and Bike to Work Day is Thursday. So if you'll notice at City Hall downstairs on the counter, there is a Bike to Work Month calendar and circular that you can find all kinds of fun things to do around the city that can be active and healthy and enlivening our community. And with me here is, well, and in the audience, there are many of our cyclists that did not stand up, but Michael, Jeremy, Natasha, and Chris, and Julian, and Brian over there. And we have Jennifer and Michelle, who are big parts of our bike program in the city. And I'll leave it at that. Come on, let's take a picture. Yep, proclamation.
Oops, knock down civility.
Can't do that.
Got it?
Just
We're
push
good.
it back.
Out the window.
There you go. Oh,
And then look at
Yeah,
Michelle.
want you to look over
Yay! Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks.
And I know we have several bicyclists on the council. I always see Councilor McEwen, our Councilman Terry O'Day, and I know our Mayor Pro Tem, Ted Winter, is always cycling around town.
While the mayor is coming back up, I'll make a brief announcement that yesterday, as the longest serving bicyclist on the council, I spent some time down on the beach bike path with city employees talking about future improvements to increase bike and pedestrian safety on that bike path. So it's only going to get better.
Thank you for those. And we'll go ahead and move with our consent calendar if I can get, whoops. Oh,
We
wait a
have-
minute.
we have the
I
city
just
manager's
redid the city
report.
manager. I'm sorry.
And
I was ready to cut you out.
before we do that, Mayor, if I could request that your unanimous decision to postpone the zoning code ordinances be continued to May 24th. That will allow us not to have to renotice the hearing, and we could not renotice it in time for May 24th. So if we want to get it back in 2 weeks, that's the way to do that.
I would consider that a friendly amendment to my motion.
So it's been moved.
Well, I'll move that we return to that item because we'd moved on, so we have to make a motion to return to that item on the agenda. So let's do that, which was before the commendations.
Yes.
And if we're all in favor of returning to that, we can vote to change our decision.
Second.
So moved. And it's
Aye.
been second. All
I'll take
ayes.
the voice vote aye. Okay.
Now we'll go ahead and move with Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
Well, I'll amend my motion to say that we table the zoning ordinance item until May 24th.
It's been moved. Second. Oh, I guess we need a roll call vote for that or no?
It's
Oh,
technically
no, just-
it's continue the public hearing.
Oh, continuing.
Okay, we're gonna. Okay, and the motion is that we continue the public hearing on the zoning ordinance item. Update to the zoning.
To May 24th.
To May 24th.
Yes.
See no objections, well, it'll be moved
Voice vote.
and we'll have a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That's unanimous. We'll go ahead now.
Now we have-
Oh, no, actually, now we have the city manager's
City
report.
manager report, and it's buy local and green business update.
So let me introduce Jennifer Taylor and Shannon Perry to talk about a very important part of how we make Santa Monica a more prosperous and sustainable community.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for having us. I'm Shannon Perry, and this is Jennifer Taylor. And we're going to talk with you about a few programs that we utilize here in Santa Monica to support our local business community. Santa Monica has a robust and diverse local economy, from retail and hospitality to technology. Our 93,000 residents and 7.3 million visitors support more than 9,000 businesses and 88,000 employees in realizing the goals of a sustainable Santa Monica. I'm going to share with you 3 key programs that we offer that support our local businesses in going deeper into sustainability and green practices. The first is our business screening program. Our business screening program started in 2001. It's a free 12-month green business consultation. Of the 262 businesses who have completed this program, on average, each business incorporates 50 new green measures by participating in the program. They typically see about a 31% reduction in water use, a 52% increase in their waste diversion, and 46% reduction in their toxic chemical usage on site. The second program we offer to support local businesses in going green is our Green Business Certification Program. Started in 2005, this is a third-party verification of green business practices. Really what this does is recognize businesses for investing in sustainable practices while also providing a level of verification and certification for residents and visitors who want to invest their dollars with businesses that are walking the talk and gives them a resource to avoid greenwashing. This is a robust collaboration with organizations throughout the community, and almost 150 businesses have gone through this rigorous certification process. The third program that I want to tell you about is our Sustainable Quality Awards. I know that many of you have attended our annual awards luncheon and are familiar with the program, but I thought it was important to put it in the context of these 3 programs. So the Sustainable Quality Awards were started in 1995. They're recognized as the oldest and most rigorous awards programs in Southern California. They go beyond green to recognize businesses who are truly investing in triple bottom line sustainability, and they're often recognized as the Oscars of Santa Monica's green business community. And more than 187 businesses have been recognized for their combined excellence for sustainable community. As you can see from these three programs, collaboration is key to our success in building and supporting our sustainable local economy. One of the key programs that we've invested in locally and where our collaborations are the strongest is our Buy Local Santa Monica program. And I'd like to hand the podium over to Jennifer Taylor to tell you a little bit more about that program.
Great, thanks Shannon. So the Buy Local Santa Monica program is the new kid on the block, relatively speaking. We established that in 2009. It's a partnership between the city and the local business community. It was during the height of the recession, and there was an increase in vacancies in some of our commercial districts, and this was a way that we felt that we could really help to support our local businesses. And since then, it's really evolved from an awareness campaign into an action campaign. So not only raising awareness about the importance of our local businesses, but also encouraging local buying that strengthens our community. Shannon said partnerships are the key. So the Buy Local founding members includes our 4 business improvement districts, the Chamber, Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, obviously our city partners here, Shannon and I, and actually Debbie Lee were the 3 founding members when she was at Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. So we're really excited actually to be speaking to you here today after 7 years, and it's still growing strong. And then, our bike community here, we have a great Bike Local, Buy Local partnership, a subcommittee. So we work closely with Spoke, and we also have a Buy Local for our schools partnership with the Education Foundation. So why does Buy Local matter? Buying local is incredibly important for our schools. It's the #1 fundraiser for our local schools. Every purchase made at a Santa Monica business raises $7.5 million for our schools. That's annually, and it keeps going up. So it's hugely important in terms of helping to support our schools and community. Local businesses are also very important for our community in terms of the revenue that they generate for the city. So our businesses last year contributed $45 million to the city's general fund just through the sales tax revenue. So that does not include transit occupancy tax, business license fees. So all of those combined businesses are more close to about $120 million a year that they help to support the city to help pay for essential services, including police, fire, parks, and libraries. And our campaign is great in the sense it keeps growing. I think we have the largest Buy Local campaign in the country with over 850 businesses, and it's growing every week. And of those, 50% are owned by Santa Monica residents, and they're also an important contributor for local jobs. Our Buy Local businesses employ 3,600 residents. And what's also great is, back to the first slide about Santa Monica's diverse local economy, our Buy Local businesses include everything from retailers to tech businesses, from our healthcare to our hospitality. So it's very diverse. We have 3 big campaigns we do each year, which many of you were a part of. Last week, we had the Most Loved Santa Monica Business Awards contest here at City Hall, where we're delighted by Mayor Vasquez, Mayor Pro Tem Winter, Councilmember McEwen, and also our city manager, who all were presenting awards at it. And this is very significant. It's in its 3rd year. We've had over 3,400 people vote just this year, and we have more information on our website, but this is a real feel-good event where our Most Loved Independent Business commented that he's been here for 16 years, and now he really feels that he's part of the community. So that's great, and it's a really nice event that we have here at City Hall. And then this is our last slide of just some other initiatives. So in addition to our Most Loved campaign, we have our Wellbeing Festival, which we do with Julie Russ' team and the Chamber of Commerce, and that's in the fall, the Wellbeing Buy Local Festival. And then obviously holidays are very big for our businesses, so we have 'Tis the Season to Buy Local, and that kicks off with Small Business Saturday, a national campaign at the end of November. And then we work with all of our business improvement districts to help promote their umbrella events. And Buy Local is a great platform for the city to help to co-produce events and help our bids to do community festivals and Then we also want to invite you next Tuesday. We have the student poster contest, which ties back to the partnerships between the city and Sustainable Works. Each year, children from the local schools do a poster contest on a sustainable Santa Monica theme. This year, the poster contest is Buy Local. It supports our schools and community. Over 500 kids submitted posters this year. Some of you who were at our Most Loved award ceremony last week got a sneak preview, and that'll be at the Annenberg Beach House, and then it'll be at the main library and the children's library section. And a bunch of our merchants are really looking forward to exhibiting the posters throughout the year in the shop windows, so that's quite fun. And then, of course, I'd be remiss if I left out the Expo Light Rail opening. So we're also really excited about Expo coming here, and Buy Local's working very closely with all of our businesses to help get them involved in the Expo opening weekend with promotions and activities. Some of our restaurants and pubs are doing a pub crawl by Expo, which they're doing as part of the Coast Festival event on June the 5th. So there's a lot of exciting things coming up. With that, I think that concludes our presentation, but that's just a snapshot of some of the programs the city does and that Shandon and I are excited to be a part of and supporting our local businesses and a sustainable local economy. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn to my city manager. I believe he had a special. Are we doing actually a swearing in? We are, right?
We are. Mayor, the position of fire chief in the city of Santa Monica has been held for the last year by Dennis Downs, who was previously the fire chief in Pasadena and in the city of Ventura. Dennis did an absolutely extraordinary job, and although he has left on vacation and so isn't here tonight to give his best wishes to you and to his successor, it should not go without note that we owe him a debt of great gratitude. I talked in this process of selecting a new chief with literally all of the sworn and unsworn staff of the fire department, and to a person they expressed gratitude and admiration for the job that the Chief Downs did while leading our fire department during the last year. We undertook a national search for a new fire chief, welcoming candidates both from inside the department as well as from cities around the country, and we had a remarkably impressive group of 65 candidates, including from chiefs of other cities, including some very large cities across the country, much larger than ours. And out of that pool of 65, we interviewed 6 finalists with 3 different panels, and narrowed that down to 3 finalists. And then we did extensive background on the final 2 candidates. Really hard choice in the end, because we had such great candidates, but the person who by far was the best out of 65 candidates for this department at this time is Bill Walker. Bill is the former fire chief of the city of Fountain Valley in Orange County, the city of Alhambra here in LA County. He currently serves as the president of the LA Fire Chiefs Association, which gives you an indication of his reputation and respect in the field. 3 things really stood out to me about Bill. The first is character. This is a department fanatically committed to customer service. I've been out on calls with them. They go not the extra mile, but the extra marathon. They are committed to doing the job well, doing it right, and not leaving until it's finished. And they really look to their leader to embody those kind of well-rooted values of service, public service, and of commitment to ethics and integrity. And throughout his career, Bill Walker has walked that walk, including not just in the professional side, but as an active community member in each of the cities where he has served. The second is problem solving. One of the great successes of the Santa Monica Fire Department is we have very few structure fires. Our outstanding building code enforcement, our outstanding inspections of potential fire hazard areas, our outstanding public education efforts have all led to the fact that we actually go on very few fires. We go on a lot of other emergencies, and we're prepared for a lot of emergencies that don't happen every day. And so being a problem solver is critical, because you never know what the problem that you're going to find when that 911 call comes. And the final really distinguishing character of Bill Walker is he is a tech-savvy fire chief. All of our department heads are expected to lead. This is a city on the cutting edge of innovation. But the fire service, I think, has cried out for the best technology, because they're dealing with medical emergencies, with natural and man-made disasters, as well as with fires. And to be able to analyze data and to move into a prevention mode means embracing the latest in technology. And Bill has been a leader in the field in doing just that. So for all those reasons, I'm proud to introduce to this community the brand new fire chief for a great department, Bill Walker.
Well, thank you so much for those kind words. A lot to live up to. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I haven't had a chance to meet you all. I certainly look forward to that. It was a really excellent process to go through, and I had a lot of opportunity to talk with the city manager one-on-one, and I want to thank him personally for the trust he's put in me, and I know how important this job is to him. All the services in Santa Monica and emergency services are very challenging here. We had quite a long meeting today talking about the expo line coming in and all the contingencies. And one thing has really struck me from the day number 6 here is everyone I've met is exceptional, and a lot of quality, smart people. But more than anything, their commitment to the city and how much they want to provide exceptional service. It's unique. I've been in a couple other cities, and everyone talks about it. And when I was really researching the city takes action, it does things. And that's what really excited me about it, and I think put a lot of energy behind my desire to be here. I'd also like to echo the sentiments about Chief Downs. Chief Downs was a mentor of mine and someone that I really respect and think highly of, and encouraged me quite a bit as he met with me and talked about this city and how what a great place he felt it was. Also, I've had a chance to now meet the firefighters and the administrative staff, and same thing, exceptional. And when they talk about customer service, they're serious. When I had a chance to meet with the leadership of the firefighters group, the first thing they talked about, that we need to have exceptional service. And when customer service is at that high of a concern for them, I'm in a great place, because as city manager said, I really believe in it's a service business, and serving the community and doing an exceptional job is important, and it's fun. It's fun to go out there and do what we do. Fire service is a great place, and I've been really fortunate to have this opportunity to be in Santa Monica and be as a fire chief. I understand what it means, and it means a tremendous amount to me, and I appreciate it, and the support I've already received from the firefighters has just been outstanding. So I really look forward to some great success and some problem solving. There's plenty of things coming at us here. It's a 100-mile-an-hour place, and as Chief Clemo told me when I walked in the door the first day, and he wasn't kidding, it's been outstanding. But with a great group, that stuff just becomes fun, and we're going to get after it and do a great job and take on these challenges and come up with the best solutions collaboratively, and I really look forward to it. So I also want to take a second and thank my family that's here. Anything that I've done is certainly on that foundation. My wife Kathy's here. my son Troy and my daughter Avery, and they love the fire service. My kids grew up in fire stations, and they love being a part of it. So I look forward to the open houses and the things that hopefully I'll see you around at, and talking to Captain Altman. I know they do a big Christmas get together with the toys with the kids. We've always enjoyed that stuff. So being part of that fire family, I really look forward to. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the trust you put in me, and look forward to representing the city well.
Thank you. And Chief, you mentioned your family. We should get them to stand up.
Okay.
They're
Kathy, raise your
raise your hand. You're standing. Okay.
Beautiful lady in the back there.
Yeah.
My son Troy, raise your hand, and my daughter Avery's she'd like to pin my badge. She's it's her turn.
All righty.
I, Bill Walker, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of
the
the Santa Monica Fire Chief according to the best of my ability.
the Santa Monica Fire Chief according to the best of my abilities. Thank you so much.
And if your daughter will come on over.
Oh, thank you. All right, young lady.
Be careful with that pin. We're trying to keep workers' comp down.
That's good.
Mayor, during
Chief.
this lengthy transition, Assistant Chief Tom Clemo and Assistant Chief Jeff Furrows provided exemplary leadership. And as you can see, although the listeners at home cannot, a great number of our on-duty as well as daytime fire staff, both sworn and unsworn, are in the room. And I wonder if you could join me in paying tribute to their leadership and their service every day.
And Chief, you know, you might want to bring your family up here and have a photo with them. You know, I noticed they were kind of on the side.
Okay.
You know,
Come on, let's get a good photo.
this would be great. Bring them up to the front here.
Okay.
Bring them all the way to the back, and we'll stand up. Huh? Wish you nothing but the best, Chief. And I'm looking at their whole crew behind you. You have a real good support network with all your firefighters, both men and women I see back there.
And now we can ask the fire marshal to make sure to tell people that they
Oh,
have to
yes.
find
They
the
can't be
safe-
standing, though. I think we're done. Then with that, we'll go ahead and call the consent calendar.
Well, before we go to the consent calendar, I want to ask if any council members have any reports on travel.
Oh, yes.
I do not.
Okay.
Councilmember Connors,
Right,
the first one.
yes. Yes, I traveled to Washington, D.C. as part of the group called ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, and participated in a climate matchmaker workshop. Council member, then Mayor McCune in Paris had presented our transformative action project with our Big Blue Bus. It's evolved a little bit since then, the approach. So the purpose of this was for us to, again, work with that transformative action program and to try to connect with folks who are funders and using techniques such as green bonds. And then we also then participated in the Climate Action 2016. Which was held in Washington, D.C. And one side thing, too, folks from the Carbon Disclosure Project were there, and they noted that our staff did a really great job of getting our emissions tracking data in a timely fashion. So we're one of the cities doing that. And one of the things that came out, and I know Mayor Vasquez was in Paris also at the climate talks, was that while this was great strides have been made in that nations have signed in April, come up with what are their individual contributions that's going to make to be reducing greenhouse gas emissions, that an analysis of that will only get us, the world, down to 3 degrees, and we need to be down to 2 degrees. So part of what was the Climate Action Summit was working with cities, NGOs, non-governmental agencies, businesses coming together to say, what is it that we can do, and that cities are the place where the implementation and a real work will be done. So it was a very good interactive workshop. The Mayor of Paris joined us in the United States, as well as the Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, and again, there were hundreds of folks from a number of different stakeholder sections of the world working together on recognizing that cities are the place where climate change we can make a difference.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else in the queue, I think we're all good then. We'll go ahead and move on to the consent calendar.
Okay, the consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have no request to speak.
I move the consent calendar.
Ooh.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Seeing nobody on the queue, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, and that's 7-0. Unanimous.
It just froze over.
It just did.
Next, you have item 7A, which is a second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Charter Code Chapter 4.62 requiring minimum wage for employees, Chapter 4.63 requiring a living wage for hotel workers, and Chapter 4.65 requiring a living wage for certain city contractors.
Move adoption.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Seeing nobody on the queue, we can go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, another 7-0 here.
Next, we have item 7B, which is introduction and first reading of an ordinance reaffirming the decision to amend the official districting map for 1419 19th Street, and you have 3 requests to speak.
Do we have a staff report on this?
Yeah, I'm going to do a very
there we go. Okay.
a very brief staff report. The City Council has already approved the districting map change authorized that would be authorized by this proposed ordinance. More specifically, on February 23rd, the City Council amended the official districting map for 1419 19th Street by resolution, changing its zoning from low-density residential to general commercial. The city's zoning ordinance authorizes this process. However, certain case law provides that a zoning map change can only be undertaken by ordinance. This case law relies on a statutory provision which does not apply to the city, since the city is a charter city, and the manner of adopting ordinances and resolutions are considered a municipal affair. However, in an abundance of caution, and to eliminate any possible claim of procedural irregularity, this ordinance is presented to the Council to reaffirm the City Council's February 23rd decision to adopt the resolution. That concludes the staff report.
We have a Councilor McEwen on the queue. Is a question?
I have a question. I'm hoping that staff can clarify what we're doing here as far as actually changing anything, because we've received emails from the public that say things like, we object to the change of this parcel from low-density residential to commercial. We oppose the upzoning of residential parcel to commercial. So I went back, scratching my head to figure out why I voted the way I did last time, and I looked at the staff report from February 23rd, where it says that zoning maps dating back to 1960 show the subject parcel zoned commercially. So, as I understood it, we're not changing the zoning of the parcel. We are amending something that happened when a mistaken map was adopted. Is that the case? This has always been a commercial parcel?
That's my understanding, yes. And we're correcting the kind of an inadvertent change.
Thank you.
Seeing nobody else on the queue, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We have 3 members of the public to speak. We'll start with Paula Larmore, Tricia Crane, and Ellen Brannon. And you get 10 minutes. How do you want to handle that, Paul?
I'll probably take 2. It's okay.
So we'll put up 2? Okay.
I'll follow this short staff report. Paul Larmore, Harding Larmore, Kutcher and Kozel, on behalf of the owner of 1419 19th Street, which is at the southeast corner of Santa Monica Boulevard and 19th Street. The owner is Murad Mamarzadeh, and he's a Santa Monica resident and business owner. We ask the council to reaffirm your prior unanimous vote to correct the mapping on this to be consistent with the loose, which is general commercial. We agree with staff that your prior decision to adopt this via resolution is effective. However, we appreciate staff's resolution to reaffirm this change by ordinance out of abundance of caution. The zoning map needs to be fixed to bring the loose and the zoning into consistency. As staff mentioned earlier, the zoning has historically been commercial. It was actually previously zoned C4, so general commercial is a significant down zoning compared with the prior C4 zoning. The general commercial designation is a maximum of 2 stories for commercial and 3 stories for residential. Both the property to the north and across the street to the west are in commercial use and commercially zoned. Further, with respect to uses, the zoning ordinance requires a conditional use permit for most commercial uses in the general commercial zone. Thus, the city will have discretion in the future. This is one of the properties that was inadvertently changed from commercial to residential as part of the 2010 loose process. Last year, the council corrected the loose map for this property. At the same time, the council changed approximately 100 other lots the other way, from commercial back to residential, to reflect their historic zoning. The merits of fixing the zoning map inconsistency remain clear. Therefore, we ask you to reaffirm your decision via ordinance tonight. Thank you.
I think you have a question from Councilor Sue Hemmerich.
So, good evening.
Good evening.
We received a letter saying that previously there was a single-family home utility building and a garage on this property, and in 1984 a license was issued permitting family daycare, and then in 2003 the 3 structures on the site were demolished.
So, sorry, maybe when you post, I'll let you pose your question.
Is that right?
So there was a structure on the property. The rent control board determined it was exempt and it was not in rental use because at the time it was in commercial use. So that's the records that I have are the commercial use of the daycare preschool. And then, yes, it was demolished because the Planning Commission had recommended approval of a hotel annex on this.
Oh, thank you.
Seeing nobody else in the queue, I think you're free to go.
Thank you.
Tricia Cranes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Tricia Crane. I'm on the advisory board of Residocracy. I'm a proponent of the Love Initiative, and I'm chair of Northeast Neighbors. And tonight I'm reading a letter written by our board of Northeast Neighbors. Northeast Neighbors opposes the proposal in Agenda Item 7B to introduce an ordinance reaffirming the decision to amend the official districting map for 1419 19th Street. We object to the change of this parcel from low-density residential to commercial, as it stands to benefit one individual to the detriment of the neighborhood. First and foremost, in our view, the conversion of this low-density parcel to general commercial use represents an intrusion into an existing residential neighborhood in violation of the loose vision of neighborhood conservation. The block of 19th Street on which this parcel exists is hemmed in on the north by Santa Monica Boulevard and on the south by Broadway, both intensively commercial streets with pressures that already impact this small residential neighborhood. If the City Council were to approve this ordinance, in our view, this change would constitute spot zoning, that is, a change that was not initiated to advance a legitimate public purpose. According to city records that I have found, there was once a single-family home, utility building, and garage on this property. In 1984, a license was issued permitting family daycare, as you've heard from Council Member Himmelreich. In 2003, the 3 structures were demolished, and the parcel is currently a vacant lot. It was sold to a new owner in April of 2015 for $1.5 million. 1 month later, at the May 12th meeting of the Santa Monica City Council, Councilmember Gleam Davis requested that this one parcel at 1419 19th Street be changed on the loose map from low-density housing to general commercial. Her motion was seconded by Councilmember Terry O'Day, and the council unanimously approved the zoning change.
Is Ellen Brannon here? I see her. I don't know if she's downstairs. But if she's not, that closes the public hearing then. Oh, you know what? Actually, you didn't want to come back up, did you, Paul? I know you had some time reserved. Okay. Oh, here she comes. Oh, here she is. Come on up, Ellen. We'll reopen the public hearing.
Ellen Brennan, 1659 Oceanfront Walk. I echo everything Tricia Crane just said very well. And this is the kind of thing that appears on your agenda and gets voted on that makes it absolutely clear that in November the Residocracy Initiative will pass, because we're sick of invasions into our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. The item is now before the council.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Councilmember Pam O'Connor.
Well, I'll make a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Saying no. Oh, wait. Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I just want to say there have been 2 narratives expressed here. One is that it's a commercial lot and always had been, and the other is that a residence had been built on it and converted to business. But of course, you can always build a residence on a commercial lot, so that to me is not determinative. What I'm going to go with tonight is what was told to us and not contested by anybody with any evidence, that this lot has been zoned commercial back as far as 1960. So I don't feel we're converting a residential lot to a commercial lot here. We're just affirming the way it had been, and a mistake was made, and we're correcting it. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yeah, Alan add that just as we had to go back and correct the mistakes that were made in the original map regarding the A-lots and convert lots of those back from commercial to their historic residential zoning, tonight we're just doing the same thing with this particular parcel that had been historically zoned commercial and converting it back. So we're just fixing some errors that have been made, just as later tonight we would have addressed some errors on the zoning update, except we've tabled that for those who are just waiting for that. And should know that we've moved that off the agenda the 24th. But anytime you do a document as large as a zoning ordinance or a zoning map or a loose map or anything like that, you know, human nature being what it is, there's bound to be errors, and we're just simply fixing an error. There's no grand conspiracy afoot.
Seeing nobody else in the queue, we'll go ahead and call the roll.
Yes, made by O'Connor, seconded by O'Day.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's a 7-0 of those present. go ahead and call 7C.
7C has been continued.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
Item 7D is introduction and first reading of an ordinance adopting Development Agreement 13-008 and General Plan Text Amendment 15ENT-0232 to allow a new 7-story, 84 feet, 301,803 square feet mixed-use development project consisting of 35,428 square feet of ground floor commercial area, 24,217 square feet of subterranean commercial area, 249 residential units, and 524 parking spaces within a 4-level subterranean parking garage. Additionally, a zoning map amendment, 15ENT-0307, is proposed to change the zoning district from M1, industrial conversion, to MUB, mixed-use boulevard, for the rear portion of the property located at 1626 Lincoln Boulevard for the development of a 100% affordable housing development in connection with the 500 Broadway project off-site affordable housing. And at this point, you have 49 requests to speak.
And you know, as you're bringing up those chits and we're listening to the staff report, you did bring up 3 folks that wanted to speak on 7C. And if they're still here, we actually tabled that until the 24th meeting. And I see it was 3 members. It was Denise, Ellen, and Tricia Cranes, in case you didn't hear that earlier. We'll go ahead with the staff report.
Good evening, Council. Steve Mizukami from City Planning. The next item is a development agreement for a new mixed-use housing project located at 500 Broadway. The Council will be considering the following requests, including certification of an EIR, general plan and zoning map amendments, and the proposed development agreement. The Planning Commission will be considering the development review permit for the affordable housing component of this project located at 1626 Lincoln Boulevard on May 11th, which is tomorrow evening. The property is located in the C3C Downtown Commercial District in the downtown core, and is located in the Transit Adjacent District in the draft Downtown Community Plan. The site is located on the southeast corner of 5th and Broadway with a total lot size of 67,500 square feet, and is currently developed with a 1-story commercial building occupied by Fred Siegel. The building would be 7 stories, 84 feet in height, with an FAR of 4.0, with 249 residential units, with the unit composition of 49 studio, 125 one-bedroom, 52 bedroom, and 25 3-bedroom units, with the percentages and average unit sizes listed below. The ground floor commercial space would include approximately 35,500 square feet and over 62,000 total commercial square feet of commercial, including the basement and the outdoor dining areas. The basement level would include an exercise facility, retail, or a support area for a market. A 4-level subterranean garage would provide 524 parking spaces. Based on a parking demand study that analyzed the peak parking demands for all proposed uses, the proposed number of parking spaces would be sufficient in accommodating the project's peak parking demands. And a total of 544 total bike parking spaces would be provided. The project consists of 4 separate building forms above the podium level with landscape courts in between. The building forms are connected by pedestrian bridges, and the facades include sunshade louvers, plaster, and concrete. Open space for residents is provided through private balconies, podium-level courtyards, and multiple roof decks. The ground floor has been designed to accommodate a general market, which is a priority use established in the DA. Other uses may include restaurant and retail establishments. The open space concept is based on having adequate pedestrian circulation as well as gathering areas for dining. Accordingly, the project provides a 12-foot clear unobstructed path around the perimeter of the site with ground floor setbacks that exceed the draft DCP standards as shown in this diagram. The corner plaza includes a large gathering area for patrons, and a more intimate area, seating area, is provided around adjacent to the cross-court driveway, as well as additional seating areas that are also provided throughout the building's frontage. Garage access is provided along a driveway that cuts through the property, providing access from both Fifth Street and the alley. And the ground floor open space is 20% of the lot size, which is consistent with the initial draft DSP standards. The Planning Commission recommended the Council approve the development agreement with the following recommendations, which include to provide 20 additional bike parking spaces, to analyze the commercial parking demand by the second year to determine whether additional unreserved commercial parking spaces could be provided, to provide a 25% transit subsidy for new residents, electing not to obtain the resident transportation allowance as prescribed in the TDM plan, to provide the ARB with flexibility in their review of the project, allowing floor area reductions no greater than 2% on the ground floor and 5% on upper floors, and that City Council further support the use of Smurf water for this type of mixed-use project. And the applicant has agreed to this full list of recommendations with the exception of the ARB floor area reduction. The project includes an off-site affordable housing component that includes the dedication of land to the Community Corporation of Santa Monica, who would then construct an affordable housing project located at 1626 Lincoln Boulevard. The land value at $16.3 million more than exceeds the land value requirement per AHPP, and therefore the exceeded amount of $8.8 million would be considered part of the community benefit. Moving on to community benefits, negotiations were guided by DCP goals of achieving affordable family housing, greater open space and mobility, sustainability, and water self-sufficiency. The following benefits have been negotiated for the project. The off-site affordable housing project would include 64 units, which is 26% of the total units provided at 500 Broadway. The project is intended to provide family housing as reflected in the unit mix. The affordability levels range from 30% to 60% income households, with one manager's unit at 80%. The bedroom factor would be greater than the bedroom factor at 500 Broadway. The developer would provide all project residents with a 100% transportation allowance and as well as free Wi-Fi service. And to ensure the off-site project is completed, the DA requires the developer to obtain certificate of occupancy for this project prior to receiving C of O for 500 Broadway. Moving on to physical improvements, including expanded sidewalks with dedicated public open space during specified hours. A TDM plan that includes a variety of measures, including a 100% transportation allowance, as well as PM peak trip hour caps, which include penalties for non-compliance. Sustainability elements would include the following. The project would be designed to achieve a LEED Platinum status. Roof-mounted solar would power the common areas. The building would be designed to use 15% less energy than required by the California Energy Code. Non-potable water would be used for landscape irrigation, and the project would commit to a 30% water reduction below the Cal Green baseline for interior water usage. Furthermore, the developer would dual plumb the building, and contingent upon the city obtaining health department and state approvals, would use Smurf water for the project's residential and common area toilet flushing. To further city goals of expanding the use of Smurf into the downtown, the project would provide a fee to extend the Smurf line to Santa Monica Boulevard. The building design would include a bioswale that would treat and infiltrate stormwater runoff from the street, and EV charging stations would be provided. Enhanced impact fees and contributions in the following areas. Enhanced TIF, Parks and Recs, and affordable linkage fees, an early childhood and resident services fee, which is directly related to the off-site affordable housing project, and contributions towards establishing a TMA, Big Blue Bus improvements, historic preservation programs, and water infrastructure programs for a total of $6.4 million in contributions. The monetized value of the community benefits package, including the affordable housing, would be between $33 and $47 million. To encourage shared parking and to maximize parking opportunities, the project would provide 145 unreserved parking spaces available for public use. On-site community meeting spaces provided, as well as a local hiring provision that is included. And finally, as a significant project feature, the project would provide on-site public art with the approval process consistent with the Cultural Arts Ordinance. Based on the economic study provided by the Nadelson Dale Group, the value enhancement above a Tier 1 project would be $13.5 million, and the project would result in revenue of approximately $227,000 per year to the city's general fund. The project includes general plan amendments to the 1984 loose maximum floor area ratio of 3.5 to 4.0, and to allow no limitation on the number of stories of any structure containing at least one story of residential use. These amendments would be consistent with the loose in that the increase in FAR would further reinforce the downtown as the greatest concentration of activity, and the no story limitation does provide housing incentive as well as design flexibility. Also, the offsite affordable housing project includes a zoning map amendment that would change the rear portion of the lot from M1 to MUB, and this would allow the project to be developed under the same development standards. The map amendment would be consistent with the 1984 loose, and therefore staff is supportive of the proposed amendment. As we know, the draft DCP was issued in February 2014 and followed up by a second draft issued in February of this year. As recommended during float-up review, the draft standards were used to help shape the project. The project is consistent with urban design strategies of added density and housing in proximity to the light rail station. The project improves mobility and expanded sidewalks and added transportation choices, which are further encouraged by the TDM program. And the project promotes downtown community by providing a mix of units and affordable family housing. An environmental impact report was prepared for the project and identified significant and unavoidable impacts to traffic and sewer utilities. The EIR studied 5 project alternatives in which the project as proposed is consistent with Alternative 4. Approval of Alternative 4 would require council adoption of a statement of overriding considerations. This is due to the traffic and sewer impacts, which would determine that the project benefits outweigh the potential impacts. After further discussions with the applicant, there is now only one pending item for council discussion, which is the allowable floor area reduction by the ARB. To provide the ARB with flexibility when reviewing the project, staff and the commission recommended a floor area reduction no greater than 2% on the ground floor and 5% on upper floors. And the applicant proposes a maximum of 3%, but limited to the upper residential floors only. Staff has provided the council with a supplemental staff report which highlights changes to the purple pipe and the Smurf water usage sections in the DA. For the items related to Smurf water usage, the staff report highlighted 3 pending items. However, staff and the applicant have come to an agreement in these areas with revised language to one of the provisions. Staff does find it acceptable to include the provision that includes the Smurf water to be provided to the project at equal or lower cost than potable water, and finds acceptable that the city complete a 6-month pilot program using Smurf water in multifamily residential toilets. Staff recommends revised language to the final provision that instead of requiring other multifamily projects to install purple pipe, that the city partners with another multifamily project to install that purple pipe. Now, this arrangement would allow the city to provide funding for such project and thereby eliminating staff's concerns with the previous version of being unable to require a project to install purple pipe, which would be outside of a development agreement. Staff also proposes revised negotiated terms to the Purple Pipe section, which is 2.8.5A5. Staff would like to extend the plan check review times to review the Purple Pipe system, and this would be from 5 weeks to 8 weeks for the first round of plan check submittal, and from 3 weeks to 4 weeks for resubmittal. And this would provide staff with reasonable timeframes for us to review the system. Furthermore, added language includes that that review comments shall be provided by the LA County Health Department by the end of the second round of plan check review, and if not, the applicant may then choose to provide the supplemental fee of $300,000 as already described in the DA instead of installing Purple Pipe. Now again, these are negotiated terms where the applicant and staff are currently in agreement. Also, as a cleanup item to the DA, section 2.2, which includes the project components, and this should be corrected to read as 125 one-bedroom and 50 two-bedroom units for the project. And also, staff has also made some clerical revisions to the Statement of Overriding Considerations resolution, and a revised resolution has been provided to the council. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council certify the EIR, approve the general plan and map amendments, and approve the development agreement based on the findings provided in the staff report. That concludes staff report, and I'm available for any questions.
Seeing no, wait, we do have one. Councilor McEwen.
We actually have three, and I apologize, but I want to ask these questions before we hear from the public, because I want to give staff some time to think and maybe confer with the applicant, and then we'll get into the discussion afterwards. In the section on community benefits, there came up an issue that I raised a question about when this came to us on Float Up, but it never really got resolved. And now there are going to be, I think, even more parking stalls built for possible commercial use. I think you said 145 unreserved parking spaces for public use. And that's being counted as a community benefit. My question is, obviously those are not going to be available to the public as free parking. There'll be a charge for those. Who gets the revenue from those parking spaces?
That would be for the developer.
So as a community benefit, are we not increasing the mass of the building to allow the construction of 145 parking spaces that are a money-making, commercial, revenue-generating operation?
Well,
and if so, how is that a community benefit?
Right. Well, the parking spaces would be down below in the subterranean garage in terms of it, so it wouldn't increase the overall floor area for the property. The community benefit, I think, is the developer providing up to 145 parking spaces that could be unreserved for public parking. And I think that's the benefit of having some additional public parking where the site is located.
There are certainly community benefits that could be supported with a revenue stream. Has there ever been a building like this where we made an agreement to, say, split the revenue on the publicly available parking to create a revenue stream that could be a public benefit? I'm the first person ever to have thought of that. I find that hard to believe.
I think we've considered that where it's been on city-owned property, where we've participated or negotiated that kind of thing, but not, to my knowledge, on a private property development agreement.
Okay. Let me move on then. One of the concerns I have, and I don't have a lot of concerns about this project. To my mind, building housing next to a transit stop is a pretty good idea for a lot of reasons. But we've had problems in our community with housing units being converted to essentially commercial use. And when I looked on Google Maps at the site, right across 5th Court is a string of buildings, and Google Maps shows the businesses located. And one of the businesses that showed up in what should have been a residential block was Vacation Rentals Santa Monica. And if I clicked on that, it took me to a website called vacation-rentals-santamonica.com, which quite blatantly offers for short-term rental use what we thought were going to be apartments in those NMS buildings on the other side of 5th Court. So since we're doing a development agreement, we have negotiating powers we wouldn't normally have on a project. is it possible to put language into the development agreement that somehow keeps these from becoming vacation rental or short-term units? For instance, could we say that they must either be outright sold, or if they're rented as apartments, have a minimum 1-year lease or even 6-month lease to avoid people using these as vacation rentals? Has that ever been considered or done before? I'm breaking new ground here.
Yeah,
You're stumping them.
Certainly, we have existing definitions of short-term rental or corporate housing, and certainly it's the council's pleasure to add those conditions on restricting the way that these residential units can be used, and that's certainly something that could be added to the development agreement.
Well, I think what we've learned is we've done a pretty good job now on rentals under 30 days. But when people rent for 31 days or more, our short-term rental law requires certain amenities to be attached. And so if they don't have maid service and some of those other amenities, then they can turn this into turnover housing for corporate use. And that doesn't build a neighborhood downtown, which is one of the reasons I like this project, is it helps to build a permanent neighborhood downtown. So I think there's a public interest in our making sure that these units are truly homes and not just short-term stay places. And since the enforcement of that under our existing law is rather difficult, I'm proposing that we put something into the DA that prohibits short-term leases, that we say the minimum lease for these units shall be a year.
I mean, I think to be fair to the applicant, that's not.
Oh, that's how I'm asking it now,
Yeah.
so you have a chance to
Absolutely,
talk to the applicant.
It's not an item that came up in our discussions, but certainly I think if the applicant can respond to that and be amenable.
Okay, so you understand the question I'm
Absolutely,
asking there
yeah.
with that. Okay, and the third thing has to do with the market on the ground floor, which again is one of the most attractive parts of this project to me. But the way that it is worded, at least in the staff report, let me bring that back up here if I can, on page 9, the developer is required to provide a general market on the ground floor unless unable to secure a tenant after demonstrated good faith attempts for 180 days, and then may propose alternate commercial uses. Now, there's a loophole there big enough to drive a food truck through. And I'm concerned that after we approve this in good faith, expecting that we're creating a market downtown, the applicant will say, well, gee, nobody was interested, and come back after 180 days and claim good faith. I'm wondering, right now, it doesn't come back to the council. Could we set this up so that if indeed the applicant can't find a market tenant after 180 days, they have to come back to the council and get the council's assessment of whether they're in good faith. And then we could extend it for another 180 days to let them find a market. I mean, I'm really pretty dedicated to the idea of getting a market into that space. And I want to make sure that we have the tools to be able to assure that. Would that be something we could do?
Yeah, I think that's certainly something the council could do. Our intent was to make sure that if for whatever reason a market wasn't possible, we didn't want a vacant tenant space. But having it come back to council for that review is certainly within your discretion.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Before we move on any further, I was brought to my attention, well, I don't know if we legally need to have any disclosures on this project. A couple of the members of the council had asked, so I'm going to allow anybody who wishes to share any disclosures to do it now. And I see Mayor Pro Tem Winter in the queue.
Yeah, I have some ex parte disclosures. Several weeks ago, I met at the applicant's architect's office with obviously their architect team and the applicant team and representatives of Community Corp of Santa Monica and one of the applicant's lawyers. They just gave me an overview of the project, very similar to the staff report we just saw, and discussed the two issues that were outstanding at that time in the DA negotiations, which were, as noted in the staff report, were the discretion of the ARB to reduce the mass of the building by certain thresholds, and the purple pipe issue, which appears to have been resolved successfully. I then had a follow-up phone call from two of the applicant's lawyers to discuss those two issues last Friday. And other than that, just the correspondence, it's a matter of the public record.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
So I met with then Mayor McEwen and whose name one day I'll be able to say correctly, and Sarah Letts in July of 2015 concerning the affordable housing component of this project. I also met sometime after that, a couple of weeks later, with the applicant's attorneys at Hank Koenig's office. And then more recently on April, I think it was April 25th of this year, 2016, I met with Sarah Letts and the applicant and the applicant's attorneys, again at Mr. Koenig's office. I've also had a lot of email correspondence with Sarah Letts that may or may not be part of the public record, and I can submit that to the public record to the clerk. So it can be part of the public record about the affordable housing component of this development agreement.
Councilmember Davis.
Thanks. My disclosures are very similar to Councilmember Winters. I met with the applicant as well as the applicant's architects, Koenig Eisenberg at Hank Koenig's office. Also present were attorneys for the applicants as well as representatives of CCSM. We discussed within the two outstanding issues, which were the ARB flexibility and also the purple pipe issue. Of course, the purple pipe issue is no longer an issue. Subsequent to that, I had 2 phone calls with attorneys representing the project. One, to emphasize the importance of the purple pipe issue, again, prior to it being resolved, and the second one, to inform me of the negative effects that the ARB flexibility up to 5% on the housing area might have.
Councilmember O'Day.
2 weeks ago, I did the same meetings that Councilmember Davis and Winter mentioned at the architect's offices with the attorneys and with CCSM, and yesterday followed up on the 2 outstanding items mentioned on purple pipe and ARB approval on a phone call.
Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I don't remember the meeting that Councilmember Himmelrich mentioned with Sarah Letts. That was July of last year, so there have been a few meetings under the bridge since then. I have no reason to believe that's not true, so I will state that. Other than that, the applicant, the architects, and the attorneys have been very polite in understanding my preference not to meet ahead of a public hearing and to wait and hear the information on the project that the public hears.
Councilmember O'Connor. O'Day, you're off. You're off the queue, right? Okay, Councilmember O'Connor.
Oh, right. They had called me, the applicant's representative, asking for a meeting, but my work schedule was too busy. I did have a brief telephone conversation where they raised the 2 issues that have been already mentioned, the purple pipe and the ARB. And it was probably a 5-minute phone call at the most.
I too had actually meetings with both the applicant, the architect, and the attorney folks. I think the first one might have been about 2 months ago, and then more recently it was just last week. And then I had actually a follow-up meeting that wasn't mentioned here with some of the staff from Communicorp, and it was more to look at unit sizes that currently exist, because one of my issues was the size of these units, and I was able to walk through a couple of our Communicorp projects in the Pico neighborhood, and that's about it. With that, is there any more questions of the staff before we open up? Oh, there is. Councilmember Hemmerich.
So I wanted to follow up on Councilmember McEwen's questions about who's living in these units. I have too experienced what he's experienced, which is that there appears to be a lot of corporate housing in the city overall. I know that this is hard to enforce, that we not have the corporate housing, but I wonder if we could insert in the development agreement a provision that the lessees should be natural persons, which would get rid of the corporate housing. Just an idea.
I think that's more of a question for our city attorney than our planning department.
I think so too, but on the other hand, I think that when we're talking about residential housing for people, that to require that there be a person living in the apartment is not unreasonable. in our situation.
Our city attorney's ready to weigh in.
It seems like you might have mentioned two different things. One of the things you said was about who owned the unit, and another was about who lived there. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, it's a lease, though. It's not, when you talk about owning, I mean, I'm not sure that this would work with condos, but I think it might work with rentals, and that's why I raised it.
All right. So was your question, can you require that actually, obviously natural persons are going to live there, corporations aren't. So your question is, can we require that the lessee be a natural person? Right?
Yes, and Councilmember Davis just said, what about trusts? I mean, I think that...
Which is exactly what I was going to say.
Yes.
But maybe an approach would be to ask the developer what they think about that request of yours.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to call the developer now or wait until later? Yes, it is. You know, on the cards you gave me, you didn't put the developer up front. You just had the. Is Kurt? That doesn't. I don't. Well, go ahead. Why don't you introduce this is the developing team, right?
I was going to ask for 6.5 minutes.
Okay.
And I would appreciate if we could do our presentation and have some time to think. Wait to respond until after the public testimony. Thank you.
That works.
Great. That was why I asked early to give them a
Yes.
chance to think.
Appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kevin Becker, and I'm here on behalf of 500 Broadway Ownership. I'd like to thank city staff for their hard work on this project. As well, I'd like to thank the community members and local stakeholders who have spent a lot of time with us over the last 3+ years. Their input to this project has been really valuable, and we appreciate it. We're short on time, so I'm going to let Hank Koning and Paul Larmor take it over, and thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Councillors. 4 years ago, we started with these goals that you see up here, and it's all in response to the statistics that you see here, the incredible jobs, housing imbalance. That really hasn't changed all that much, a little bit. And 500 seeks to improve this situation and contribute to a truly more sustainable Santa Monica. Now, staff's done a great job giving you all the facts and figures, and you've got the little package with the plans and everything, so I'm not going to bore you with a lot more numbers, but rather invite you to walk with me so we can experience the future 5th Street. Starting at Broadway and 5th, the Corner Plaza, a place to shortcut, sit down, hang out, bring your chessboard, bring a snack, grab a coffee, sit in the sun or shade. Moving further south along 5th Street, we turn around to check out the attractive dog and note the large added open space and residential lobby. The ground floor open space is now 20% of the side area, excluding the widened sidewalks, which have a 12-foot clear pedestrian pathway on 5th Street. So let's just sit down at one of the tables and look at how this increased open space was achieved. So this is what we had. We had 13% open space and this little pointer doesn't work, does it? One large continuous commercial space that could be subdivided. And how do we get this to 20%? Well, we took out a substantial chunk of that ground floor commercial space. So we cut the commercial area into two. We relocated the residential lobbies off the streets. And so we got more street-facing retail storefront in that area. So let's move down on our little walk down here. This is our market court. You'll notice the landscape extending up above to the podium, up to the sky. This is the entry to the market with folks sitting outside having a snack. It's also the location where you come up from the commercial parking with elevators and staircase. So this is a very people-intense area. It's great we've got that wide sidewalk. Further south, we have another one of these courtyards, and again, it could be, it is aligned with that open space between the blocks above the podium. Could be an entrance to a second entrance to a market. It could be a separate tenant, or it could be an entrance to the basement health club. And further south, at the very end of the site, we have what we're calling cross court connecting 5th Street to 5th Court. A very vital connection to reduce vehicular conflicts with the Expo line, since it's a one-way alley. This area has all the parking entry and exits, loading areas, trash rooms, bike parking, and a residential back door allowing convenient route to and from Expo. Now, we've all focused on the interesting thing happening at the ground floor, but we didn't really talk about above the podium, so let's just zoom out, and we can see the generous courts between these 84-foot high building blocks above the podium. Now, each block is further subdivided into two with material and height variations in here. Now, they are of the same aesthetic marching down, but they are all different, they're unique, and it's really a study in the aesthetic principle of unity and variety, and this continues around on the alley side. You can actually see through these gaps in that the building behind is actually one of those vacation rentals, I guess, on 5th Court. And that allows access to breezes, light and views. And on the roof, you'll see a variety of PV panels on trellises. We have a whole bunch of different residential backyard experiences. Our intent is to make these homes and not apartments, places that people will want to stay for a long period of time because it's so beautiful and it's such a convenient location. Brings us back to Broadway. I hope you enjoyed the little tour. We appreciate the many improvements to the projects that have been made in response to all the tremendous input we've received over the past 3 years, and I'll hand it over to Paula.
In addition to design excellence, this project has an exceptional community benefits package. The first and largest priority was affordable housing. This project will provide the means for a 100% affordable unit housing project at 1626 Lincoln that will be owned and managed by nonprofit housing provider, as well as have over 50% 2 and 3 bedrooms and varying levels of affordability. The upfront cost or contribution from the developer is outstanding. This project will also have a cutting-edge sustainability package. I just want to highlight the Smurf. The applicant and staff have worked very diligently, and we really appreciate city staff, the building official, and the county Department of Health working collaboratively on this uncharted territory with an agreement to install purple pipe in the building subject to certain time frames and making sure the correct regulations are in place, and then using the purple pipe for Smurf water after additional conditions are satisfied. This project includes an aggressive mobility package with a PM peak hour trip cap with monetary penalties. This is the first you've seen in a housing project. This slide highlights all of the community benefits, which it took Steve earlier a long time to go through, so I won't spend any more time on it, but as you can see, there's very substantial contributions being made to the city. Here's the sum, and this number differs slightly from what staff presented earlier because this includes the full value of the land for the affordable housing project. The Planning Commission made several recommendations to the project, and the applicant has accepted all the changes. Thank you. We'll move forward to public testimony.
It's a good timing. Councilor McEwen.
I have a question for Mr. Koenig, because he said something that might help clarify a question I had anyway. You said that you look forward to making these homes, not apartments, to be a permanent community. Actually, the staff report of the DA is not exactly clear on that. Is it the intent for these to be condominium units or rental units?
No, these are rental units.
They will be rental.
They are
Okay,
rental
so
units.
what I was asking before about leasing terms that kept us from having short-term rentals would be under the control of the developer. There wouldn't be some other owner who owned the units.
Correct.
The developer will
That
continue
is
to own
correct.
the units.
Correct. We're seeing a lot of people moving out of homes and renting places.
Right. Thank you.
I think there's another question for maybe you or Councilor Emmerich.
And I'm just going to ask you the same question, and I know this is a novel approach, but I am concerned that there are less and less people living in these downtown apartments. I wonder what we can do in the development agreement to prevent these units from being used by corporations as basically hotels for their employees or their clients, that sort of thing, and what we can do to make sure people are living there.
So we're brainstorming still, but one thing we thought about is including what's included in your zoning ordinance currently, which is the prohibition on corporate rental housing, an explicit provision in the development agreement, because then it's in your DA compliance. It'll become annual review, as well as, I don't know if there's a separate definition for vacation rentals. We're fine with both of those being included as explicit in the development agreement.
I really appreciate that. And I wonder if there's something we can do in the lease itself to make sure that it's not being used as that.
We could definitely commit to including both of those definitions so that it's very clear, because there is an intent part of your corporate rental housing about that they don't have a permanent place of address. We could include those provisions in the lease and make it very clear it would be a violation of our development agreement to a lease.
Great. Thank you very much.
Seeing no other buddy in the queue, I guess we can go ahead and open the public hearing. I think we have about 45 here, so I'm going to rattle off some names, and if we could just get people to line up, hopefully move this a little bit quicker. Kurt, it looks like Beadley. Natalia, looks like Summerskaya.
48, but I'm alone.
And then Craig Levitt. Brian, it looks like Daryl. And Scott Schoenfeld. Are they here? And then let me rattle, and then just Adam, looks like Faye Beck. We'll go ahead and start with those.
Good evening. I represent the sellers of 1626 Lincoln Boulevard. My name is Kirk Beatley, as you said. Thank you. My family's been doing business on Lincoln Boulevard since 1959. We also hold 2107 Lincoln Boulevard and 2700 Lincoln Boulevard. This is a great project for both the downtown area and Lincoln Boulevard, but I'd like to emphasize especially Lincoln Boulevard. Lincoln needs new construction to stimulate its own revitalization. Added residents will mean more foot traffic, which is exactly what the Lincoln project is all about. That's a little bit of a different project than the downtown project, but we're involved in the Lincoln project, which is trying to stimulate more foot traffic and convince our fellow owners south of Lincoln Boulevard to improve their facades and make it more of a walking friendly street. It is Lincoln, it's busy, but I think it can be greatly improved. I think that this project will spill over to that project. So it will create a wonderful sense of community. If the area of 1626 is going to be used for more housing, I think that those people will use Lincoln South for the bars, for the restaurants, for more of a local, kind of a local community feel. It's starting now, but it needs a little bit more, and I think this project is really going to help it. We're really happy to be a part of both of these projects, the downtown project and the Lincoln project. So this is neat. This is interesting. We're very emotionally involved in our properties. So the fact that 1626 is going to something like this, we're very proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Natalia?
Hello, and I have a, okay. Oh, that's, sorry, 1 sec, I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
That's a familiar face.
Oh, it's not this one. Sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. All right, thank you so much. Sorry about that. So, good evening. My name is Natalia Zernitskaya, and I'm a resident of the Pico neighborhood. I've actually spoken positively about this project through virtually the entire process, and I think it's a great project, made even greater by the affordable housing that it's going to make possible. And this housing that, thanks to the 500 Broadway team, is being designed by the project architect. And that's community building, that's generosity, and really that's class. But, you guys have heard me speak on this so many times, so I wanted to give a chance to speak to one of my good friends, Corey Walker, who's really passionate about this, but unfortunately was not able to come tonight. So I can do this. Nope. Why is this?
There he is.
Yeah. I don't know why you can't hear him. Come on, buddy. Is there a volume thing? Oh, there it is.
Hi, I'm Corey Walker. I live here in the city of Santa Monica, and I just got a job at a local nonprofit. This parking lot is the future site of
Ooh, what happened?
500 Broadway.
There we go. Come on.
I hope to someday raise
Why is this being funky? Come on, buddy.
my family in downtown. 500 Broadway is the ideal place to do that.
Sorry about the glitchy video.
This project will provide 249 new homes. It's only steps away from the light rail. This represents the marriage of transit and
Getting close.
Sorry.
housing. Something laid out in the loose. This is a very important project. We have a huge housing crisis. The future is clear.
Thank you for attempting to watch that.
No, it
but
was
I
a-
think you got the gist of it.
We did. It was a shame. It was a great video. But,
I know. He looks
some
adorable.
glitches.
Thank you. There we go. I'm going to let you take care of that.
Mary, you might request if anybody else has an audiovisual presentation that they come up front and see the city clerk well in advance so we're prepared.
I thought we loaded them all up, but yeah. Oh, sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes it
we
is
have no
done more.
control over, yeah, the quality of some of these tapes. But I hear
Next
you.
time, try a Macintosh.
Oh, there's a plug. Okay. Yeah, Greg? No. Is there a Greg left? There he is. Come on up, Greg.
Hi, some of you may know me. My name's Greg Levitt. Some of you don't. I've been living in this city my whole life. Actually, my family's been here over 100 years, 4 generations. And this isn't the first time I've spoken before the council, but it's very likely to be the last time I do, because I'm going to be moving away. And one of the primary reasons I'm moving away is due to a lack of housing. Specifically affordable housing, but that's linked to how much housing there is in general. Most of my friends have already moved away. Most of my family has already moved away. It's only myself and my mother, who many of you know as well. And so, since this might be my last time here, I'd like you to consider that I'm speaking to advocate not just for this project, but for the building of more housing in the city, so that some of my younger friends, like Natalia, who was just speaking a moment ago, doesn't have to move away in 10 years in order to raise a family and buy a house, or just, have a place to live without having to just take whatever's available. And there just isn't that much that's available right now. So I'm just hoping that you guys will strongly consider this project and further projects coming forward. Obviously, there's great restraints put on them. They have to be green, and they have to serve the community, and they have to be this and that. There's 100 different things you have to do to build here. So obviously you guys are focused well on that, and you're trying to make sure that these things really serve the community. So I'm not concerned that you guys are going to watch out for that aspect. I'm just concerned that there's not going to be enough housing because, well, there just isn't right now. There isn't even close to enough housing. I live on 23rd and Ocean Park right now, and I watch, 20,000 cars a day drive by my window coming into work because there isn't enough housing for the people that work here, and then 20,000 going the opposite direction when thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian. Oh, come on up, Brian.
Good evening. My name is Brian Scher, and I'm a Santa Monica resident. I live at 2910 Nielsen Way, and I'm here tonight in support of this project. I think the city staff and the applicant's team should be commended for putting together such a thoughtful project. I think the public benefits package is commendable and impressive. And housing is obviously a very important issue facing our city. And this project has all the elements and the buzzwords and the thoughtfulness that go into a first-class project. And the staff and the applicant have already, I think, adequately addressed what those are. But for me, as a resident, I think the most important and compelling aspect of this project is the affordable housing. Because of this project, there'll be 64 units dedicated to the fabric of our community, teachers, firefighters, policemen, small business owners that otherwise would have to live outside of Santa Monica. And I think that they are essential stakeholders in our community. And this project not only will be beautiful, but will enable folks that otherwise couldn't live here to remain. So I urge you to support the project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another Brian. Is there a Brian Darrow? Okay, there's Scott. I see Scott up here. Why don't you come on up, Scott?
Good evening, council members. My name is Scott Schoenfeld. I'm a resident of Ocean Park, and as you know, the owner of 2 office buildings in downtown Santa Monica, the Comma building at 1640 Fifth Street and the food court building on the Promenade. I work every day at the Comma building, and I've been watching the rapid change occurring at this intersection over the last couple of years. 4th and 5th Streets have served as the automotive gateway to downtown for the last 50 years. But thanks to our city's leadership, we've watched the Sears Auto Center become the Expo Terminus station and the Midas Auto Repair Shop and 1980s office building on their way to becoming mid-price hotels with active ground floor retail. We've also seen the construction of the Colorado Esplanade and the new step up on Colorado affordable housing. It's been really exciting to experience this change firsthand, and I look forward to participating in the completion of the DCP, the Gateway Master Plan, and the 4th and Colorado planning processes. But there's a key element of the proposed transit-adjacent district in the draft DCP that we've talked about a lot in recent years but haven't seen enough of yet, which is housing. We've all seen the reports and data on California's housing crisis, especially in urban coastal communities like Santa Monica. We desperately need more housing for all income levels, and 500 Broadway and 1626 Lincoln are examples of the type of projects that we need in the downtown. This is an opportunity to replace a single-story luxury retail store with a large surface parking lot and an auto repair shop with housing, ground floor neighborhood serving retail, and high-quality sustainable design within a short walk to the Expo station. I especially support the significant bike parking, unbundled parking, and aggressive TDM measures, as I believe projects like this will really give people the opportunity to live in Santa Monica without owning a car. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, are you Adam in the back? Is there an Adam Fayback? No, I haven't called you yet. I see you're in the stack, but I will call you soon. Adam? Is that Fayback? All right, I'll put it in the back. Let me call up a few more names. There's Sarah. I see Sarah Letts here. Jason Isla, Steve Pomerantz, and Kristen Siegel. If they would line up. Sarah Letts, come on up.
Good evening, council members. I'm Sarah Letts with the Community Corporation of Santa Monica. So I want to express our support for the development of 500 Broadway for all the reasons you've heard tonight, including the building housing close to transit, the opportunity to enliven the downtown area, and the tangible and enduring community benefit of creating 64 new units of affordable housing. One point I want to make is about listening. The first time I met with the development team was in the fall of 2013. And over the past 2.5 years, I've watched the design of the 500 Broadway site evolve into the beautiful building you saw tonight. And I think a hallmark of this process has been the team's willingness to listen to the broad range of opinions from stakeholders throughout the city. And as a stakeholder who's focused on affordable housing, the 500 Broadway team has also done a lot of listening about the specifics of developing affordable housing and the importance of fulfilling the city's goal to make Santa Monica a more inclusive and socially just city. It took us a long time to identify 1626 Lincoln as an ideal site for affordable housing, and we're excited to turn the challenge of a storm drain into positive features for the future residents, including over 11,000 square feet of open space and apartments that will have plenty of light and access to light and air. So ultimately, the 500 Broadway team is willing to purchase and donate the land to Community Corp and provide gap financing so the city does not have to use its scarce resources. Their financial commitment is extraordinary, and we have a unique opportunity to build 100% deed-restricted housing in the post-redevelopment era. In closing, I want to thank the Council for their genuine support for affordable housing and for considering the map amendment for 1626 Lincoln. As you know, we plan to apply for 9% credits by the end of June, and all the discretionary approvals must be in place before we can submit the application to the state. I also want to thank the city staff who've done a great job of vetting issues in a timely fashion, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, sir. I think we have a couple of questions from you, though. Councilor McEwen first.
I appreciate that you ended with a thank you, and that the council rules force me to play Jeopardy. Whatever I say now, I have to ask as a question. So, may I thank you as you leave town for your years of service to Community Corporation of Santa Monica?
Yes, but I owe you. I mean, it really is an exceptional place, so thank you all. Yeah.
Councilmember Davis has a question. I think a question.
Well, I certainly join in that question. But I do have a specific question because some of the concerns or emails that we've gotten have had concerns about what's been uncharitably called the poor door phenomenon, which is where we're building the affordable housing separate and apart from the primary project. And I think maybe some of those people don't understand some of the benefits that go into a community core project that is 100% community core. So mindful of the fact that we have lots of speakers, though, could you very briefly sort of highlight some of the programs you run and are able to run because you are a 100% affordable housing project?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have programs for pre-K, for young adults, for adult education, health and well-being, and civic engagement. So we are always trying to sort of dovetail with city initiatives. So when closing the achievement gap or the wellness initiative. And we do a lot of fundraising to implement these programs. We never charge our tenants. We go to great lengths to survey the tenants to find out what they want and what they need. And we also go to great lengths to build community. So we feel like, you referenced the poor door, but I feel like we actually create really rich communities and, families that know each other for life and children that grow up together. And it's really a beautiful community. If you visit any of our properties, we'd be happy to take people on tours if they wanted to see it firsthand.
Thank you so much.
Before you leave, I think we have the Mayor Pro Tem also in the queue.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. I'm going to challenge your memory. Do you recall how many extra bedrooms you get by having this affordable housing contribution off-site as opposed to on-site?
So I know that we have 116 bedrooms, and on this in tiny print, it tells me how many bedrooms are, but I can't read it. I didn't bring my glasses. Paula, you probably remember.
Paula maybe can.
It's less than 116 would be on-site.
Versus 72 that would be on-site.
If the affordable housing is done on-site, we get 72 bedrooms doing off-site.
Yeah.
We get 116, so we can house more people and particularly get more 2 and 3 bedroom units to house families.
That's right. So my eyes failed me, but
that's okay.
Paula came through.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And that offsite is like within like a few blocks, no?
Oh yeah, we're within a quarter of a mile. Yeah.
Yeah, less.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I want to second what she said. I don't think I could say it better. This is actually my first testimony as a resident of Santa Monica, and I'm proud that I'm here to support this project because I think if this project became a blueprint for future projects, we probably have a lot less acrimony around development in Santa Monica, considering the effort that was put in by the developer to make sure to meet community needs. The fact is this is an amazing project, and if we care about housing, this is something we can't walk away from. I rode the Expo line today. I got a special preview, and I have to say that that area there is going to change dramatically. And I hope that the change looks like 500 Broadway. And I hope it doesn't look like what happened at Bergamot across the street from the 26th Street station. I have a video as well. I don't know if we can play it. It's a short one. Hopefully I'll beat the buzzer. There's something up here. Sorry. Well, we may not have a chance to say it, but if we do. Okay. I see. The more technology develops, the more problems we have, right?
Here it goes. Or maybe not.
There it is. If we can, let's try it. Let's see if we can beat the buzzer. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Tim Harder. I live and work in Santa Monica, and I support the 500 Broadway project. We need housing in Santa Monica. It's as simple as that. This project will bring 249 multifamily units of housing, 64 affordable housing units through the Community Corporation Santa Monica on Lincoln Boulevard. And it will also have multiple community benefits, LEED Platinum certified, the first housing project in LA County to have recycled water throughout its toilets. These are the things that Santa Monica leads the way on, and I fully support it. I encourage you all to do the same and vote in support of the 500 Broadway project. We need housing in Santa Monica. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you.
Thank you. Steve Pomerantz coming up.
Hi, my name is Steve Pomerantz. I live in Santa Monica, and I'm a business owner in Santa Monica. Out of respect for everyone's time, I'm going to keep this brief, call a little audible. So I'm proud to be a Santa Monican, and I'm proud of it because we are environmentally forward and inclusive, and for those reasons, I support this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Christian, as you're coming up, let me call up a few more names before we get started. I see John Gibbon back there, if you can come on up. And is this Mark Verge? Oh, I'm sorry. And then Courtney Karen and Denise Barton. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Siegel, and I am a resident of Santa Monica and have a deep-rooted history here. My family owned and operated Fred Siegel Santa Monica for over 25 years, and I had the opportunity of working at the property for many, many years. I love living and working in Santa Monica, and I'm very excited about the proposed 500 Broadway project. It's transit-oriented, will have a strong retail presence, will provide much-needed affordable housing through the project at 1626 Lincoln Boulevard, and very important to me, it is environmentally friendly and environmentally forward. I truly believe this environmentally responsible development will be phenomenal for the Santa Monica community, and I highly recommend you approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Gibbon.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm John Gibbon. I'd like to first say that I am very fortunate to have lived in Santa Monica since 1981, and very fortunate in every possible way when I look at this great metropolis that we're on the edge of. Change has come to the town many times, and it's made it different. It's come differently, and I think we're much better as a town today than we were when I started. I don't feel any of the angst that might otherwise be here, and I live and have seen this town change. And from my house, I'll be able to walk 15 minutes to the Expo line. I'll be able to take the bus. I'll be able to ride my bike. This will be how I will be able to take part in this larger metropolis for many, many years in the future. And so I kind of asked the question on a broad basis is, why wouldn't we want to welcome more people to be able to take part of all of the infrastructure, all of the amenities, all of the opportunity that has been created here in Santa Monica for people? And as has been said, the people who will move into 500 Broadway and the Lincoln Project will have that advantage many times over. This project, when you consider it, you're considering something that has been a hard effort on the part of a dedicated developer, a design team, city staff. How many meetings for 4+ years following all the loose work? Everything has been undertaken on good faith, that if you do it right, you can get it done. So I encourage you to look at this, and if I just may congratulate the incredibly articulate speakers who represent the future of this city, who embrace this kind of thinking wholeheartedly.
Vargo?
Varro.
Oh, Varro.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry about that.
I'll be 5 seconds.
What?
So,
welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome. Out of respect for everybody's time, my name is Mark Varro. I've been a homeowner and a resident of Santa Monica for more than 10 years. And I could go on and on about echoing the support of my other supporters here for the project. However, in the interest of everybody's time, I just want to be brief and say I support the project wholeheartedly for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney, come on up.
Good evening, council members. My name is Courtney Carone Peters, and I serve on the board of Rail LA. My husband and my little baby here and I are residents of Santa Monica recently, having been able to purchase a home on 17th in Montana, just near a metro stop. I am an attorney with a large entertainment firm, and last year our company owned and leased and had booking rights for more than 100 performance venues, some of which are located in the Los Angeles area and accessible by metro light rail lines. Within a few decades, proximity to light rail or other public and active transportation could determine the viability of certain businesses, as well as the most precious element in our built environment, which of course is housing. Transit-oriented development, especially housing and mixed-use projects, is key to the future vitality of Santa Monica and all of the cities in Los Angeles County. The realization of projects like the one before you tonight, 500 Broadway, and by extension the 1626 Lincoln Affordable Project, will give the city of Santa Monica bragging rights for succeeding in taking a progressive approach to development and housing. As an advocate of rail, both high-speed and light rail, I applaud the applicant for its vision and its huge investment of resources into this TOD project. And I commend city staff for their diligence and evident hard work. And I ask that tonight that you vote yes so that we can begin this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise says you come up. Let me call up a few more names here. I have Todd Hedeman, Laura Gillette, Evan Rothstein, and Chris Gutierrez, if you can line up. Go ahead.
Good evening. In looking at the environmental impact report, there does seem to be two areas you are unable to mitigate, which are traffic and the sewer system. Let's see, traffic. Don't you already have an existing problem with traffic, which only seems to be getting significantly worse, especially downtown, despite all of your campaign promises to get traffic under control? As well as traffic queuing on the 10 freeway for Santa Monica exits in the morning, to or past the 405 freeway. How will this affect that, or does it even matter to you? Then there's the sewer system, which doesn't have the capacity for all of this new development, nor does the city have the funding to do the project until possibly after these buildings are done. So would that mean these buildings couldn't be occupied until after the sewer upgrade is complete, which will become an emergency? But of course, the city is willing to overlook all of these negative effects on the quality of life within the city for 70 affordable housing units, showing again how the city council is willing to sacrifice residents' quality of life for city funding and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd? No. Laura Gillette? Or Gillette, I'm sorry.
I've been a very happy resident of Santa Monica for the last 15 years. This is the first time I have appeared before you, and I'm honored.
Welcome.
I am very much in favor of this project. I participate in a number of sustainability and environment-related organizations here in Santa Monica, Climate Action Santa Monica. I'm a member of the city's Water Advisory Committee and regularly attend Task Force on the Environment meetings. I was also employed for several years at the UCLA Institute of the Environment and Sustainability. I won't duplicate things about the specifics of the project as related to environment and sustainability, but the one thing I do want to add to it is that when I was at the Institute, which is an interdisciplinary concern, a lot of the discussions had to do with all of the components that make for a livable society, economy-wise, sustainability-wise, and otherwise. And there were many amazing speakers who came to speak about that with very good examples. And I find that this one more than meets most of the criteria that were being held out as exemplary. So I think it's a very, very good investment for the city to make in a private sector venture. Adding it to what Santa Monica City is already doing, I think only complements the city's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. You might be Evan then, right? Come on up.
Good evening, Council. I am a business investor owner here in Santa Monica. I would hope that you guys fully approve the project. We need housing here. We have employees that come in. It would be very beneficial to have this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris, as you're coming on up, let me just call out a few more names. I have Jason and looks like Kenneman or Kermit. Man, okay. Frank Gruber, Brad Hall, and Steve White. Go ahead, Chris.
Good evening. I am indeed Chris Gutierrez, and for 30 years, I have lived in an original rent control apartment. So my affordable housing has been greatly helpful to me, not only as an individual, but as a former teacher who could then help kids in all sorts of other ways. But I also want to speak about my positive feelings towards this project in the generosity of that sister project for affordable housing, as also an advocate of sustainability. You all know that I helped co-found Climate Action Santa Monica. Many of you will remember that I was a lead organizer for our Sustainability Bill of Rights in the community, which both established the rights of nature as well as the residents and community rights superseding corporate rights. People don't believe with increased populations we can do a doggone good job on sustainability. Coming from a large family, I know we can. And though I may be angering some of my sustainability friends, I'm in full support of this project, particularly because of the water conservation. Several years ago, we did not believe in the city that we could get to 123 gallons per capita use of water. This one might take it down to 25. And that is a remarkable teaching opportunity. Besides that, encouraging the community to be accessible on the open space, I think, is very important. But likewise, as a community gardener, the rooftop gardens that would be available for residents to encourage them to grow their own local food is an admirable opportunity to have this project in place. Most important, I love buildings that teach, and I want this building to teach people how to live together in a sustainable way. Finally, when Santa Monica College encouraged the kids to get on the bus, people did not believe that they would do it. 3,000 less car trips are now there because they do with the support. Please support the project. Thank you very much.
Jason, you want
Hi, my name is Jason Kerwin, and I'm a Santa Monica resident and homeowner at 26 in Arizona. I'm here to express my full support for the project at 500 Broadway. I can't possibly articulate all the positive and exciting aspects that have been shown to you over the last few public meetings, but I firmly believe that the project represents a smart, intelligent development that not only provides a fantastic civic amenity at the bottom, while at the same time providing super nice apartments above. With the arrival of the Expo later this month, these residents will be connected to Los Angeles as a whole via public transportation, meaning you can finally combine beachside and downtown living seamlessly, a completely unique condition for a major metropolitan area. And finally, for all those East Coasters who finally figured out that the snowy, cold winters aren't really not that worth it, they can finally embrace a new form of city living, which means surfing in the morning, working downtown, and then coming home to the amazing array of restaurants that are easily within walking distance of 5th and Broadway. I think we all need to remember that Santa Monica needs to evolve to maintain the amazing energy and vitality that makes it such a desirable place to live. 500 Broadway represents an exemplary building that is not only architecturally sophisticated, but continues to strengthen and enliven our downtown district. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Frank Gruber first. Or did I call your name first? What was your... Okay, go ahead. Come on, Frank.
I mean, if you want to do it in order.
No, you're next.
Good evening, Frank Gruber, Ocean Park. I'll make this quick. The essential truth of this project has always been that the developer and the architects have listened to the dialogue going on in Santa Monica. They listened to those members of the public who said they were tired of 5-story boxes. They listened to the debates about height and solved the 5-story box problem without building above 84 feet. They responded to the needs of the residential community downtown by providing for a new grocery store. They listened to you and the Planning Commission by increasing the open space. Their project is suited perfectly to the location, and I say that as someone who knows the location well because my dad lives in an apartment across the alley and I walk by there 4 or 5 times a week. I urge you to approve the project and the affordable housing on Lincoln. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Hall, come on.
My name is Brad Hall. I'm a resident of Santa Monica since 2001. I'm very happy to see this project being done. We've got a wonderful community, and it's an extraordinary opportunity for the city to show its foresight in doing a project that is really cutting edge in many, many ways. And I just wanted to voice my support for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve White, as you come up, let me call a few more names. I have Cynthia Rose. I have, it looks like Brian Beretta. And Julian, it looks like Weller. And how about a Gwen Pugh? Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Steve White, and my wife and I are homeowners in the north of Montana area, and I'd just like to register my support for the project. Thanks.
Thank you. Cynthia, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I am speaking in favor of this project. I would like to congratulate the development team and staff for an exemplary job on getting this to this point. I would like to say that we have, in disclosure, we met with the project team early in the project and gave them a lot of feedback for active transportation, biking, bike parking, where it was located. And when we came back to meet with them, maybe a year or two later and recently, we found that they had not only taken our input and integrated it into the project, but they had improved upon it. And it was, you've heard it said many times tonight how they have listened to the community, they have listened to the stakeholders, they have developed a beautiful project. The affordable housing is close and pretty much has the same amenities with access to rail that the original project does. The open space and the active ground floor retail is very important for our downtown activation, and it also helps preserve our neighborhoods by building where we have public transportation and where we need better density. We can preserve the integrity and the character of our older neighborhoods. So we fully support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, come on up.
Evening. I'd just like to say I'm super excited by this project. I also had the opportunity to meet with them a few times, of course, the past few years. And the designers showed to be very receptive to community input, and I feel that collaboration really resulted in a fantastic project, especially in terms of mobility and sustainability. And I'm super excited by the affordability components, which they gave complete parity by having the same designer same architect design it, going for LEED certification, and super accessible to our forthcoming Expo line. So in short, super excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian, come on.
Good evening. I'm Julian Wheeler. I'm new in Santa Monica, and I really want to support this project. I think sustainability is very important, and also just for the aesthetic of it that I really enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Gwen, as you come up, let me just call up a few more names here. I have George Reese, Carl Hansen, Charles Andrews, who's donating, I guess, time to Ron Goldman. Is Ron here? Oh, there he is. Okay. And then Zoe Montaner. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Gwen Pugh. I've lived here since 1975. My office is here also, and I was on the Planning Commission as we went through putting the Luce together. It's the right project in the right place. It's in a transit-rich location, and we desperately need the housing. This provides just short of 250 market and affordable rate housing, and we are short of housing. Luce envisions density around transport, especially in the Expo line, also so as not to affect the neighborhoods. This is exactly what was envisioned. Smart, denser, and especially contributing housing. It contributes towards a complete community where we can live, work, and play all in the same place without driving. Great urbanism, active ground plane, opens up the community. It's got great city benefits, great architecture, articulated, active, open, well-crafted. Why wouldn't you approve it?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is George Ruiz. I was born and raised in Los Angeles. I've lived in downtown Santa Monica for the last 6 years. I'm a talent manager and producer with my business here. I'm here in excited support of 500 Broadway. I think it's a wonderful addition to our evolving city. More housing is something we desperately need. An absolutely beautiful design and community benefits. This should be an easy decision for this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carl, come on up.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Carl Hansen, Director of Government Affairs for the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. The chamber is thrilled to support the 500 Broadway project. This will bring beautiful design, desperately needed housing, both market rate and affordable, to really an ideal location in our downtown. I mean, it feels like it's straight out of a planning textbook. You're taking an underutilized space that's largely like a kind of dull surface parking lot and replacing it with needed housing in a job center right next to transit. We encourage you to move this forward this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron, I see your Charles is here, so go ahead. You can sit and come on up,
Ron. Council members, I know this is a done deal, but for Santa Monica, it's a bad deal that you're entering into. Regarding density and height, this project is 2/3 the square foot size of Santa Monica Place, and on only 15% the site area of Santa Monica Place. And let me say that again, 2/3 the area of Santa Monica Place on a site less than 1/6 the area. With workers and visitors adding to our already dense residential population, we are now the densest town on the California coast. You're ruining our beachfront city with this excessive density and height. And this project can even be more sustainable with 60% the density and height than it proposes to be. And with 4 massive repetitive building blocks hanging over the open space, there is not a great deal of ground floor area space without buildings hovering over it. With the second floor courtyards as narrow as 15 feet, the majority of units will be in shade virtually all day. And on the street, the 4 buildings, each with the same roof height, will always be seen on an angle and appear to be a single mass 350 feet long and 84 feet high. And adding 524 parking spaces to an area already in distress will certainly bring traffic in the immediate area to a standstill. And with our so-called housing shortage, a recent study by the state of California lists Santa Monica having an 8% vacancy, with 79 of the 87 cities in the county having lower vacancy rates. With an 8% vacancy, we don't have a housing issue. We are way ahead of the loose and scag housing requirements. What is then the justification for this overdevelopment? We don't have a housing shortage, we have an economic imbalance and an overdevelopment crisis. But there are better ways of providing housing for lower income than destroying our beachfront community. With the aspect of social engineering, I want to focus your attention on the draft EIR, outlining necessary mitigation for the affordable housing component due to its location within a potentially polluted area near the freeway. But when this was challenged by the California Building Industry Association in a Bay Area court in late 2015, the court ruled that it was the project's impact on the environment and not the environment's impact on the project that counted. In other words, this affordable housing project didn't add to the freeway pollution. Any additional steps to purify toxic air contaminants, such as diesel particulate matter and vehicle emissions in the apartment's indoor circulation of outdoor air sources, were no longer required to be evaluated in the EIR. So the attorneys for the project promptly intervened to have staff eliminate this from the final EIR that you will be approving. So much for the health of our low-income elderly and youth. In conclusion, I'd like to quote from a recent April 2016 article written by Mayor Vasquez. Quote, "I will work diligently and collaboratively to protect our community from overdevelopment. An integrated residential environment requires creative solutions for smart, slow growth." Unquote. And Planning Commissioner Jennifer Kennedy in the same publication wrote, quote, "SMER's platform expresses our collective voice in opposition to excessive development and in favor of affordable housing opportunities, as well as the high quality of services and amenities for residents."
Thank you. Oh, we have a question for you, though.
Mr. Goldman, I was
Councilor
just wondering
Terode.
if you could provide the citation for your claim that the city is the most dense city in the California coast.
Yes.
What is
Thank
it?
you. I'd like it if you could offer it. You don't have it available now.
I
That's
don't
okay.
have
I'll
I don't
take
have
it
the
on
paperwork
follow-up.
with me, but it is.
I did just do a search for this population density of California cities. Santa Monica comes in 47th. There are other cities above us that you might recognize, like
On the coast?
Hermosa Beach, Daly City. So I think you might want to
And
check
does that
one.
include the tourist and employment
It's a
factor?
population density.
That's just resident population. And it does not include daytime employment and tourist.
Okay, so I'd welcome that citation. Thanks.
Councilor McEwen has a question for you.
Yeah, because I do believe that facts matter, I also would like to hear a citation from you on the claim that we have an 8% residential vacancy rate. I've been following housing in this community for over 40 years, and I don't recall it ever being anything like 8% vacancy. 3, maybe.
I don't have the California housing study that this recently came out in, but that's what it quoted.
Well, I would call that number into question, and it assure us that we should take that with a grain of salt until that's documented. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe, I think I saw Zoe coming in. Come on up. While you're coming up, let me call a few names. I have Jerry Rubin, then Wilton Moreno, and then Armin Marconian, I guess who's had some time donating. I think I saw him back here somewhere. And Leslie Lambert. Go ahead, Zoe.
Buenas noches. I am a community developer. I'm a citizen that develops compassionate, diverse communities. All of you have received emails from me, and the tagline of Compassionate Santa Monica reads, "Building Compassionate Cities Since 2013. Talk about slow growth." I am transparent about my support of slow growth, and I have experienced the slow growth of the compassionate affirmation of the unanimous vote of September 2013. My main concern on this particular project is the off-site affordable housing. You can control that, and you cannot afford to segregate our city. If you start approving developments with off-site affordable housing, we are segregating our population, and that is a move that you cannot afford. We are better than this. I've heard and read from Downtown Neighbors Association their emphasis on diversity, but the project will be planting the seeds of segregation. I encourage you to vote no in this project. It does not reflect compassion. It does not reflect diversity. It does not reflect well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much, Mayor Vasquez. Council members, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Just in the interest of time, I just wanted to say that I support this project, and I don't think I could add really too much to all the positive things that so many people in our community have already said for so many good reasons why this should be fully supported. It's a real good project for Santa Monica. I did want to be here tonight just to throw out a real good word for Fred Siegel. He's a friend and a friend of Santa Monica and a friend of the peace movement and the anti-nuclear movement. They had the office here in Santa Monica when 1,000 people walked cross country for peace and global nuclear disarmament 30 years ago, and he was one of the main instrumental people to make sure that happened. So bless his heart. Wish him all the very, very best. He's been great for Santa Monica. Thank you very much. I hope you approve this project.
Thank you, Jerry.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Wellington Moreno. I'm going to keep this short. I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Armin, come on. And I saw Trish. Yeah, I saw Tricia Crane here. So you're getting.
Am I ahead of Armin?
Actually, I have Armin first.
Before me?
Yes.
Fine.
Then you're next. Listen.
Hi, my name is Armin Melkonians. I'm the founder of Residocracy and a co-author of the Love Initiative. I also have a disclosure to make. I have not met with the applicant, with the attorneys of the applicant, with the architects of the applicant, or with the developer, or anybody associated with the project. But I have met with thousands of Santa Monica residents, and they are opposed to this project. When we launched the Love Initiative, on May 1st, in 8 weeks, we received 10,000 signatures from Santa Monica residents for land use voter empowerment. That was gathered by over 300 volunteers with no paid petition signature gathering at all. In 8 weeks, we got 10,000 signatures from Santa Monica residents because we have too much development in Santa Monica. That is your constituency. That is our city. That is Santa Monica. This project is Santa Monica on drugs. Any questions? Don't be the drug pushers that push these types of projects onto residents. You're setting policy, and the policy of this council is not in line with the policy of the residents. We don't need additional housing. We don't need additional car trips. What we need is a livable city for the existing residents of Santa Monica. This project and others like it is why we need love on this November's ballot. And this project is why love will pass, why the residents of Santa Monica, who do matter in these decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now you're up, Leslie.
Following.
Well, you know, as you're coming up, let me call off a few more names real quick. I have Richard, it looks like Brand, Ellen Christopoulos, Jason looks like Feely, and Sean Landers. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Leslie Lambert. I'm one of 98,000 residents of Santa Monica. They couldn't all be here tonight. I am here in strong support of 500 Broadway and the off-site affordable housing project. And I was prepared to talk about why I think the off-site project, the 100% affordable housing project, is the best way to go. But Councilperson Gleam Davis actually asked Sarah Letts exactly the question that I was going to answer. And I was actually going to read from an email that Sarah sent me this morning. So I will dispense with that. I really believe that, and I think Sarah made it very clear, that a 100% affordable housing project operated by one of the best nonprofit housing providers in California is the way to go. Their mission is serving low-income people. It's a service-enriched project. It is a family project. A lot of community space for tutoring and homework and whatever the residents need. They're in touch with their residents, and you don't get that, frankly, with inclusionary units in a market rate project. You just don't. So I strongly support that. I want to applaud staff and an incredible development team, which over the past 4 years has come together with a marvelous project. It's a beautiful project. And I also want to particularly call out Steve Traeger, who's no longer with us. I mean, he's still alive. But
We hope he's so.
I know that he was the urban design staff person with the city who had a lot to do with the quality of this project, and he's enjoying Seattle right now, I hope. Anyway, I strongly support the project, and I urge you to approve staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, come on.
Good evening. I'll be short and brief as well. I'm Richard Brand. I'm a licensed architect. I live on the block where this building will be constructed, and I support this development very much. I'm also a board member with the Downtown Neighborhood Association, and I'm proud to say that I'm a YIMBY. Yes, I certainly support this project, and I hope you approve it too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elena Christopoulos, and I'm a commissioner on the status of women, but tonight I'm speaking as a 10-year downtown Santa Monica resident and as the president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. First off, I want to start by saying that DNA formally supports the 500 Broadway proposed project. As a downtown Santa Monica resident, the people of 500 Broadway will be my neighbors, and I welcome them with open arms. And yes, I am a YIMBY. Yes, this will be in my backyard. I hope we continue to use that, and hashtag YIMBY. As a consultant, I've worked in the sustainable and construction field for more than 2 decades. I appreciate the design and the goal of LEED Platinum. Because of Santa Monica's older car-centric planning, I'm currently compelled to use a car to go grocery shopping outside of the downtown neighborhood. For that reason, I welcome the on-site grocery store and other retail within walking distance of my home. The design acknowledges pedestrian circulation through the alleyway and into the ground floor retail spaces, which combined with ample lighting and eyes on the streets address my personal safety concerns if I have any. I look forward to observing the construction and welcoming our neighbors to our community. It will be a pleasure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sean, as you come up, is it Feely? Okay. Let me just call off a few more names before you start here. Is there a Todd Lipka, Danielle Collins, Ruth Myers, and then Jeremy Stutz, or Stutz, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sean.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. Sean Landris, resident of Pico Sunset Park neighborhood. I'm here to speak in support of the project. I'm also a social services commissioner, but I'm speaking personally. Of course, you all know because you unanimously approved a strategic focus on inclusion and diversity in affordable housing, with which I think this project very well aligns. That's one thing. And I do have some statistics which you were inquiring about earlier, and I'd be happy to answer those in a question. But I was talking to my daughter before I came down here about why I was coming down here. And we were talking about the families that we knew that had Santa Monica families that had faced eviction, that had faced challenges finding places to live when their families grew or outgrew the homes that they were in. And I think that projects like 1626 Lincoln and 500 Broadway in its way will help to change the game slowly, not perfectly, certainly not enough. And I noticed that you have item 13A coming down later tonight to address the real housing insecurity needs that are in place that we are facing here in Santa Monica. But this is one step towards that. I'll say three things fairly quickly. The grocery store is extremely important, but I hope it will be one that is accessible to all residents, including the workers who can afford to work here but can't afford to live here. When it comes time to look at the car wash next door to 1626 Lincoln, I imagine it will happen at some point in the future. I hope that you will look at a right-of-way for pedestrians and bikes out of the 1626 project. And finally, I hope that the amenities that are available in 500 Broadway will be available to the 1626 residents.
I think we have a couple questions for you. Councilmember Davis.
You mentioned some statistics and you piqued my curiosity. What are
Yes,
those?
I would be happy to give those to you. So first, one statistic has to do with a City of Berkeley study from 2012 that compared residents in inclusionary housing with residents in 100% affordable housing, and their the social connectivity and sense of belonging and community for the residents in the 100% affordable housing units were substantially higher than for inclusionary. I had the same doubts about that, and happy to send you that citation. The 8% vacancy rate, to my knowledge, comports with a California Department of Finance population and housing estimate E5, population and housing estimate for cities, counties, in the state, 2011 to 2016, with 2010 census benchmark. That refers to both rental units and homes and condos for sale. So it is 8% of rentals and homes and condos for sale. The USC Lusk Institute reports that the rental vacancy rate in Santa Monica and beachside cities is something around 2.3%. Another source says 2.5%. That's well below what is needed for a healthy market that could control prices. So those are the statistics that I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're good. Todd?
Good evening, council members. I'm Todd Lepke, the CEO for Step Up on Second, and I'm here to speak in support of the project. And I want to address it from two perspectives, one from the affordable housing perspective and the second as a neighbor. 64 units of affordable housing is really just fantastic, and I think the applicant has gone over and above in terms of the affordable housing aspect, and it's just absolutely wonderful, so I really commend them. As a neighbor, as you know, we have two projects that are one right across the street and one literally just down the end of the block, Step Up on Colorado and Step Up on Fifth. As a neighbor, I think we really commend this project. Platinum LEED, having the transit-oriented development is really just wonderful. It's a great asset to the neighborhood because in our housing, we try and create a sense of belonging. Belonging requires community, and community requires residents. So it's really an enhancement from our perspective to the local neighborhood by adding people who live there and that our tenants can help reintegrate into the community by being part of that community. I also want to commend the developer because we've talked about sort of mutual sharing of resources, both the community space and others. So we really think it's an asset to the neighborhood that we're very much a part of.
Thank you. Daniel? Yes. Come on.
Hi, my name is Daniel Collins. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to give my approval for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth Myers?
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. The community benefits of this project speak overwhelmingly, and I'm in support of the project. Please approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy, before you start, or while you get ready there, let me call out a few more names here. I have Harlan Allen Brannon, I think she was here still. Kevin Daly. Judy Abdo. Whenever you're ready, Jerry.
Sure.
And I believe Jonathan is standing back there, right?
Council members, my name is Jeremy Stutz. I am a resident of Santa Monica and president of Rail LA, a nonprofit based in Santa Monica that advocates for expanded rail networks, like the Expo line that's opening in 10 days. That's exciting. We've got here. I just wanted to ask really quickly, who in here supports this project? If you could please raise your hands. That's awesome. We support 500 Broadway near the Expo terminus, and I'd like some of our supporters to explain why.
Hi, I'm Nagin. I'm a volunteer for Rail LA. I also live and work in Santa Monica. I support 500 Broadway because it's a strong example of a TOD.
Hi, my name is Michael. I work in the tech startup scene here in Santa Monica, and I wanted to talk about why I support 500 Broadway. It's because that it's better for us in the office to live and work in the same area instead of commuting over 2 hours from different parts of Los Angeles. So I hope you support it.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I work here in Santa Monica. I'm really excited about this project because it's going to have 249 housing units here in this area in downtown Santa Monica and add 26% additional affordable housing units.
Hello, my name is Eva Meda, and I'm a supporter of Rail LA. I'm also a resident of downtown Santa Monica, and I also work here. Sustainability is really important to me, and that's why I support the 500 Broadway project, which is also a LEED Platinum program.
Hi guys, my name is Erica. I'm a volunteer for Rail LA, and I work in Santa Monica, and I take public transportation. And I'm standing here at 500 Broadway, here where they're also building their rail right across the street. And I just want to say it's so important to have public transportation right near where you live. It's safe, it's convenient, it just completely changes your life. I lived in New York for 8 years, and it did wonders for me. I support this project. Support it too, guys.
You know, when you build a project near Expo, you want residents to not only be encouraged to ride, not be able to ride, but encouraged to ride. It's not enough to build housing or retail neo-transit. You have to design it the right way and activate the pedestrian experience. This project includes lots of bicycle parking and amenities like a grocery store, sidewalk cafes, and shaded, which is nice, areas to relax and dine, which creates complete neighborhoods. It's equally important in a transit-oriented development that even when you don't see transit nearby, you know and feel it's there. We're excited about the team incorporating our feedback to include real-time transit information signage in the buildings so that you can look up and know when the next train is arriving or departing less than a block away. The project is consistent with the downtown height limit of 84 feet. Given the need for housing in our local workforce, we actually wish it was taller. But we understand that based on feedback, the FAR has been reduced to 4.0 while preserving the housing. We do not support any further reduction in housing or commercial space. Most importantly, this is a truly Santa Monica project. From providing public meeting space to a bioswale to making use of recycled water and extending the Smurf project, it's clear the designers, which met with us in their Santa Monica offices, know Santa Monica extremely well and listened carefully to residents and community groups. The conceptual design for 500 Broadway has already won a West Side Urban Forum Award. Rail LA believes that it will offer a beautiful and vibrant addition to the fabric of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Harlan Allen, is that? Come on up.
Harlan Allen, in interest of keeping this brief, I do support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, come on up.
It's just off because it makes static. This makes static. Ellen Brennan, 1659 Oceanfront Walk. I am a 20-year resident of Santa Monica. And I noticed that by allowing the developers of 500 Broadway to set their affordable housing on Lincoln Boulevard, you actually end up giving the residents who are set up with overdevelopment two taller buildings than we're comfortable with. Now, you've heard about between 50 and 60 people here tonight support this project. But keep in mind that on Wednesday of last week, we delivered signatures of 10,000 people who are fed up with development and want to find a way to stop it. So put that in your computer when you decide what you're going to do tonight. 60 people or 10,000. And if these kinds of development agreements keep coming before you and getting approved, that number will grow between now and November. That you can be sure of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Kevin Daly. I'm a longtime Santa Monica resident. I have an architecture practice here in Santa Monica, and I'm on the faculty at UCLA's School of Architecture. I also served for 2 or 3 years on the Architecture Review Board here in Santa Monica, and I was thinking back on that time, and I really feel like this project was probably the best architectural piece that I saw during that time of the dozens or hundreds of projects we reviewed. I really want to encourage you to support this. I think for all the many reasons people have itemized, I actually don't think even the longest list of community benefits can work its way into a well-designed project. I think this is a building that is kind of in a category of its own. And I really want to encourage you to support it as a template for the kind of design quality we should be expecting here in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the former mayor comes up, Judy, you're the last speaker. Come on up. That's actually on time, but let me rattle off a few more names. I guess 4 that I mentioned earlier, and I'm not sure if they're in the room now. There was a Brian Darrow, Adam Fayback, Todd Hederman, and Joan Feely. I do have 2 late chits that I'll get to in a minute. Go ahead, Judy.
Hi. So I was going to talk about the water, but that's already been discussed. I was going to talk about sustainability, and that's already been discussed. And I was going to talk about the storm drain. It's already been talked about. So I was sitting there watching and listening to the testimony, and I got really nostalgic. And I don't do that often, but I started thinking about when Community Corp started. Okay, when Community Corp started, how did it get here? The Ocean Park Community Organization started Community Corp. We hired the first staff, and we spun it off after it became a real organization. Never in my wildest dreams did I think, when I was the director of OPCO, that we would have such wonderful housing projects proposed and built for people who are going to live here the rest of their lives in a community housing situation. And I'm just feeling really grateful to all of the people at Community Corp who have done this work for so many years. I forgot to say, I'm a resident of Santa Monica for the last 42 years. So, but there are many, many, probably hundreds of people who have worked with Community Corp on the board or on the staff or supporters who have put in the ideas and pushed the organization to do better and better housing. And this is one of the best that I've seen. So I'm so excited that you all get to vote on this. I'm assuming you're as impressed as I am, and I hope you will vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, that concludes all the chits turned in on time. We have 2 late chits.
Moved here for 1 minute.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All righty. Was Catherine Eldridge and Jennifer Kennedy.
Regarding the leases and DA promises to not use rentals for corporate or short-term occupancy, I would like the lease next to the signature lines for renter and owner to contain a statement about signing under weight of perjury. Second, I would like the annual DA assessments to include a check on the sustainability and environmental savings promises, as promised in the loose measure, monitor, and mitigate. Third, Jeff Tumlin, the city's own transportation expert exported from San Francisco, stated during the last days of the loose that if Santa Monica built nothing but housing from that moment forward, we could not balance the jobs housing imbalance, that we cannot build our way to balance. The jobs will always outnumber the housing. And also, as
Thank you. Planning Commissioner Jennifer Kennedy, come on.
Hi, thank you for hearing my late chip. I'm just here to remind you that I'm speaking for myself, but just to remind you that at the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant and representative for the applicant agreed to not pursue office on the ground floor as a part of this project. And they agreed to include this in the development agreement. So as there are council members concerned about getting the right retail and or grocery store on the ground floor and other uses such as short-term rentals or vacation rentals, please remember to include this. This is a development agreement, standards, blah, blah, blah. But it's really, really important for you to make sure that I did a search in the development agreement. The word office isn't in there. Maybe it's in there some other way. But I didn't hear what staff said this evening during the presentation, whether they brought this up. So if they did, I missed it, and that's why I'm here. But if they didn't bring it up, please ask about it. I think the trifecta of bad planning would be these short-term rentals, corporate rentals, and an office on the ground floor in some way in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, that concludes the public hearing. We're closing the public hearing. And now the item is, Councilor McEwen here. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You have some time left. Yeah.
Can you pull back up our...
Sure.
How do we get out of this thing?
Just bring your cursor down to the bottom.
Oh,
There
I
you
did
go.
something bad, didn't I? I did. Where's mine?
What do we have? How much time do we have left?
Pull down again.
2.5 minutes? Okay.
Was it there?
Yeah, see that one? Isn't that ours?
Oh, yeah. There. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
And how do we get it to the slide?
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, slideshow. Okay, perfect.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
6.5.
3.5. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I think tonight we've had overwhelming support, primarily for this project, and I'm thinking back to an email that I received a couple days ago from the client as we were in the midst of negotiating this purple pipe language with staff, who I must say are very tough negotiators. And our client said, "We want this project. We've heard that the city wants this project. Now we need to find a way to finance it." And so I just wanted to bring that as the kind of arching theme with our one area of disagreement with staff, which is we ask that the ARB's discretion to reduce the floor area further from 4.0 when it's already been reduced from 4.5, which this council directed in 2014 at the float up, only have the discretion with respect to the upper levels, the residential floors, and it be limited to 3% compared with staff's proposal, which is 5% residential and 2% commercial. And the commission on this item was split. Several of the commissioners felt that no further reduction was warranted in the commercial because we've already given 20% open space and cut back the commercial significantly, and the commercial component is very important to activation of the street. However, the result is a staff proposal with 5% residential, 2% commercial. This could result in up to a reduction of the FAR of 3.8, which is fundamentally different than what you're approving tonight. And I ask you to consider that there's an extensive community benefits package that has been negotiated. It does not decrease if the FAR decreases. So there's other items listed on the screen for your consideration. We ask that you limit the ARB's discretion to 3% residential only and provide direction that they only reduce FAR as a last resort compared with other design changes. I can also respond to the questions about parking and the grocery store. I was hoping to do that not under this time constraint in response to questions.
Yes. Well, Councilor McEwen, is it a question of the applicant or is it more on the discussion end?
Well, a little hard now to know when we're in questions and when we're in discussion because there are some points we now need to get into negotiating. Well, let me ask you, let's start with the short-term rental. I expressed a strong concern that this development agreement be worded in some way that avoids these units being turned into commercial rather than residential in essence. And we know the profitability of doing that is a very strong motivator for even the best-hearted people. They end up looking at the bottom line and saying, I'm going to go ahead and do it. I need to make sure that that's not going to happen with this building. The way that I suggested it was to mandate a lease of a certain minimum length. There may be other ways to do it. I'm happy to hear from you what you and the applicant have thought of as a way to guarantee to the city that these will truly be residences.
And I don't know if you want to defer to your staff as well. I believe they came up with some language based on the response earlier that would include a specific provision in the development agreement, which would prohibit short-term rentals and corporate rentals and require that those prohibitions be included in the residential leases. That's what we feel would be a very strong, that the tenant is signing to that. When they're signing to their lease, it would be a grounds for them not being able to live there anymore. And it's obvious it's an obligation on us in terms of DA compliance every year.
If we can get down to it, Mayor, let's turn the city attorney's mics on and figure out what we want to do here, because this is really important to me.
Let's hear from our attorneys.
Yes, so we've thought about some language in the interim, and there is a section in the DA 2.5.6 which is entitled prohibited uses, and that section does expressly prohibit all office uses. So it was added in response to the Planning Commission direction. So we feel like that was responsive, referring to the comment made by the Commissioner. So we propose adding to that section two more explicit prohibitions, one dealing with vacation rentals as defined in Santa Monica Municipal Code 6.20.010 C and any successor legislation thereto, and then also prohibiting corporate housing as defined in Santa Monica Municipal Code section 9.51.020A2 and any successor legislation thereto. And then we would also say that these prohibitions shall be included in all residential leases in the project.
So let me broaden this and turn to the city manager and ask, would that be enforceable? Because we've obviously had problems enforcing the existing law.
Well, it would be a challenge to enforce it, but for completely different reasons. The challenge with the existing law is we have a hard time tracking down exactly what the listings might be and who they might be. In this case, we would have to come against the developer or the owner, I should say, and so that who might say, well, gee, we have no idea about all that. So it's I don't think we can ever guarantee 100% enforcement, but I think that we can certainly monitor the situation as we do the law across the city, and it would provide us significantly enhanced protection to have that language in the development agreement.
Could we do that as part of the annual DA compliance review and make sure that on an annual basis we have some idea of what's happening? Ms. Larmore, I thank you for your patience, but I will be coming back to you.
That makes sense.
Okay. So if that is okay, then if the city attorney's staff would prepare to offer that language, I think other council members may have concerns. They've expressed other ways they may want to do it, but it sounds like we're on a path here. Ms. Larmore, thank you for your patience. The other things that I'd asked about, I hope it's apparent. I am generally supportive of this project. I just want to make sure we actually get what it says on the tin. And another of the promises that I'm very concerned about is that we get a market. And the current language in the DA essentially offers a 6-month promise of a maybe market. And at the end of 180 days, if they can't find a tenant, it might revert to some other use. I suggested that come back to the council at the end of the 180 days, and the applicant would have to convince the council that we shouldn't say, well, wait another 180 days because we really want a market. You'd have to have a pretty good case. Is the applicant comfortable with coming back to the council if they can't find a market after 180 days?
No, and I just want to explain that it's not just a market. It's a specific sized market right now in the development agreement, and it has to be located on the ground floor. So it's already very narrow.
And it also has to accept SNAP, just so you
Exactly, and based on, actually came from your direction, council member, in 2014, that it will accept the SNAP program. So again, our client is the one who decided that the grocery store would be so unique given this site. It has been such a driving factor in this project. We absolutely want a grocery store here. At the same time, we have to get the project financed. We already have a prohibition on office on the ground floor. We feel that there's so many protections, and that having to come back to this council and, who knows, maybe a 6-month lead time, it would just be too much to ask of a lender in light of the unique factors we're already doing with the 100% affordable and having the C of O's types. I mean, there's so many things that we've done to try to get a lender comfortable with that and the purple pipe, and we've had time to work through those issues with the lender. But this is something completely new, and we worked very diligently with staff to try to craft this in a way that we hoped would be acceptable to the council.
Okay, well, that is a problem for me, but we have some pretty good minds up here in the dais. I'm going to wait and see what other council members might suggest, because I know this has been important to other council members, not just me, that we get a market in there. The third thing that I raised was the question of the community benefit inherent in the additional parking to be made available to the public. And so we are saying there'll be additional spaces there, but the developer gets the revenue from that parking. So as a community benefit, I propose something like perhaps we split the revenue. And I just did a little bit of, penciling on the back of an envelope, so to speak. And if those spaces, 145 spaces, were rented even at the monthly level of, say, $200 a month, it'd be $350,000 a year of revenue. So if we split it, that'd be $175,000 the city would get as ongoing revenue for transportation, mitigations, et cetera. Have you discussed that idea with the developer, splitting the revenue on the parking?
I think there was I don't think it's clear what's happening with the parking. All of the parking, the commercial parking, 205 spaces, is needed to meet the applicant's peak parking demand. And we had very specific direction from the council and the commission not to build any excess parking at this site, to right size it. So there is not any reserved public parking. It's just that you need the 205 to meet the peak demand, and on off-peak times you would have some excess. So we're having those unreserved, and those are available for members of the public. So it's not like there's specific parking spaces designated. It's the 145 of the commercial spaces would be unreserved on a first come first served basis rather than blocked off and reserved for our tenants.
Okay, and I will go back and look that up, but still the question remains, since we're counting as a community benefit, would the applicant be willing to split the revenue on whatever the parking rental turns out to be of that parking with the city as a mitigation for traffic impacts?
So we originally proposed that we could lease that extra parking and make it available to the public. The city said no, we wanted to be in the DA an obligation. So if you want to move it from a community benefit to a public benefit, some other place in the DA that's an obligation, we're happy to do that. It has not been counted in your financial monetized value of your community benefits at all.
Well, I'll have to go back to staff, because I remember there was a slide shown during the presentation by staff that specified that this additional parking, the 145 spaces, was a community benefit. So I'll need to ask staff about
because
that.
we weren't willing to agree to it as an obligation. We suggested it was we may, and staff said, no, we want it as an obligation. So we said, okay, then you need to call it for the community benefit. But it hasn't been priced into the community benefits package.
Okay, I appreciate this conversation, which I
think it's
is,
just clarity.
What we need to figure out, and I will at this point wait and see what other council members may have as ideas. I think we want to solve the problem, so let's work at that.
Councilor Hemmerich?
Hi, so I'm going to follow up on that a little. So you say that the 145 spaces is necessary to meet your peak parking requirements. When you're talking about the parking for the market and whatever other retail spaces, is that what you're discussing?
Mm-hmm.
The restaurants. So, so it actually isn't, you aren't contemplating using it for surrounding offices on a monthly basis?
So again, this requirement would require us to make it available for lease by other people on a daily basis. It's not there at this point. There's no excess being planned for off-site leases. But again, I think the city's vision, correct me if I'm incorrect, is that if there is excess capacity, right? If the whole light rail changes our whole world and there's 100 spaces sitting available on any day, that we can lease them out.
I understand that, and I guess maybe Jing or somebody could help you here, because I want to know what she had in mind with these 145 spaces.
Right, so I think it's important to clarify what these spaces are and what they are not. So if this provision was not in the development agreement, what could happen with the parking spaces is what happens in many buildings, which is they build the parking and it's free, or it's dedicated just to the businesses, or it's part of the lease. So a tenant goes in there, the grocery store, for example, and says, we want 80 spaces, and it just says, 500 Broadway Market on it, and there it is, and it's only for those customers. That's not, that is counter to the parking management strategy that we are trying to roll out throughout the downtown, and that you see as a strategy in the draft DCP in terms of trying to maximize the capacity of private parking inventory in addition to the public spaces that the city provides. So what these spaces are is that they effectively function like a public parking supply, because the spaces cannot be leased on a monthly basis to anybody. They must be offered just like public parking in the city structures at daily rates. People come and go. It's totally first come, first serve. What we wanted to do was to maximize that capacity in the downtown as an additional benefit, really, so the city doesn't have to build those spaces. It's this private parking inventory that functions like public parking.
And do we have control over the pricing?
We do, in a sense that the DA requires a minimum floor for what the price of the parking has to be. What we want to make sure is that it is not competitive with transit, so that it's able to be balanced and managed by the developer. The city, by being the purveyor of the most parking spaces downtown, really acts as a little bit of a price control. If you see now private parking inventory that is available downtown, it's very much metered by the rates that the city charges.
I guess we're going to do that later, and
Sure.
I have a lot of questions about that.
And we can have that discussion later.
Now, with respect, and maybe Steve, again, I don't know who, but I'm curious about the ARB standoff and the one term that we can't agree on. And so we're talking about a maximum of 2% at the ground level. And so if that happened, that wouldn't come close to reducing their FAR. That's correct?
Right. So the basis for the ARB proposal that the Planning Commission ultimately recommended was really to be consistent with what has been requested in some of the more recent DAs in terms of providing the ARB the flexibility to mold and shape the project after the fact. It's not a requirement that they reduce the floor. It's not that at all. It's simply to provide the ARB the ability to work. And certainly, there have been other projects that have come through that have also been well designed and have that same percentage. So staff, didn't feel comfortable recommending something different given the general direction that we've seen from the Planning Commission and the City Council in this provision.
So looking at the development standards project compliance table and description of there are a bunch of areas where you cut them some slack, right? I mean, it's not as if they're fully compliant and you're asking, in other words, there are areas including the floor plates and the amount of open space at the ground, et cetera, where it's different than what we're seeing in the downtown community plan now. Is that
Sure,
right?
sure. And I think it's important to note that, that the standards that are proposed in the draft DCP are, of course, not yet adopted, but they have been carefully vetted. This is obviously a project that's choosing to meet some of those standards in a different way. And so I think that's presented in the staff report as well, though it doesn't precisely comply with some of those standards. It does sort of meet the spirit and intent of what was intended in the urban design strategy and in building those standards.
Well, so I guess what I'm interested in is the floor plate ratios, which don't seem to have the variation. I guess the floor plate ratios are a lot higher than what's in the new plan and what's in the loose, or in the old plan, the old downtown plan. So they're at basically 56% everywhere, which means it's a sort of straight up and down, as opposed to the kind of modulation that we sometimes try to. That's what the floor plate ratios are about. Am I correct?
Right, and I think what's unique in this design, of course, is the space between the buildings, from front to back. It's really cutting up the building mass in that manner, and so that's what I mean when I say that the project is sort of meeting the intent of that provision in a different manner, rather than stepping back one building mass, it's choosing to breaking it up into 4 separate masses.
Right, and no, and I agree with that. I mean, I think it's a creative way to thread the needle. But if you were, do you think the 2% and 5% is a make or break?
I think for the applicant, it's certainly, you can see in their presentation, they're concerned about the potential loss of additional floor area. And I think we're presenting it really as it's a policy decision by the council as to what may be acceptable. Again, the 5% has been something that has been, we were trying to be consistent with, what has been recommended in more recently approved DAs.
Right, and if we, I hear you. So this is, we're consistently asking for the 2% and the 5%?
We consistently ask for 5%, actually, not split
Overall,
it up in
you
this
mean?
manner. 5% overall.
So in fact, the 2% is a compromise already?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, so let's start off on the ARB issue. If we leave in the 5% for residential, how many units do we lose?
So I think we would just try to make the units smaller, which means you result in our opinion, fundamentally different project because we've sold this to the community as having larger homes. The ARB discretion specifically says they cannot require a reduction in units.
So they would. So if you had to do any reductions pursuant to the ARB, what we would have would be units. I mean, it's hard to say then, I guess. But
it's about 7,000. Well, if it was only 3%, it would be 7,000 square feet. I forgot the number if you.
And then, so I remember when this project first came to us, it did not have 20% open space. And in fact, Mr. Koenig made that clear when he was doing his presentation. And now it does have 20% open space at the ground floor, right, where the retail is.
Which doesn't include the widened sidewalks. Yes.
Right,
So
right,
it's
without the widened
23%,
sidewalk.
actually.
So, I mean, can you explain what your concern is then about having some potential reduction at the ground floor level?
Yeah, we feel that we've cut over 4,000 square feet of commercial, and that's a significant give, and there's already significant setbacks along the street. The planning commissioners that felt a 0% was appropriate were concerned that further cuts in the commercial would actually result in less pedestrian activity on the street. And the other thing is we need the contiguous area to allow the best chance for a market.
And then, okay, thanks. So with regard to the issue about a market and how do we make our best efforts to make sure that there is in fact one there, I understand the issue about coming back to council, but obviously if your client is having difficulty finding a market, would they have some problem with reporting that to the city manager's office or the planning department so that that could then be conveyed to council and we could then raise the issue if necessary as an information item or something?
Right now, it still requires planning director approval to have a different use. So it's not as if we can just do it. And so that is already making it very difficult from a financing perspective. So I am fine with, I assume that the planning director would report that to you, but if that's something you wanted to add in the development agreement, we have no problem with that.
All right. And then, oh, sorry. Geez. The other question I had has to do with the feasibility, if you will, of the project, because obviously a significant component of this is building the affordable housing over on Lincoln. I mean, is there some, I want to make sure that we don't create cut off our nose to spite our face, if you will, in terms of reducing the size of the project at the ARB or something that might make it untenable to do the affordable housing. Is that a genuine concern?
That is our biggest concern, and we're hopeful. We feel very proud of the design and feel like it's had so much support that the ARB wouldn't go there, but they change. We went to ARB Float It, but it changes. One of the ARB board members said, I will not comment because the project is too big, and so that makes us nervous that they would exercise more than kind of design concerns and just go to cutting the FAR. And we're spending a lot of money on 1626 and it's all up front versus if you did it on site and it would be part of your overall project costs.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have comments later, but I think we're still in questions. So,
Councilor McEwen?
I don't know if we are still in questions, but if we are,
well, let me ask. I know Councilor O'Connor's in the queue. Let me find out if she has questions. Still?
No, I'm going to have to leave in a few minutes to
Okay.
catch a flight.
What do you want to ask? Any?
No questions.
Okay.
I wanted to try and move things forward, cognizant of the fact that
Right.
we're going to have to leave. With respect to the ARB, first of all, we have an architectural review board of professionals in the field. The standard adjustment abilities that they have been carefully measured in the past to be reasonable, and I would be loath to tie their hands on this one project. What we could do as a council, as we often do, is direct the ARB and give direction, and we want them to be very sensitive to the applicant's need to maintain the square footage, but I wouldn't want to tie their hands. I think that would be inappropriate for us to do. The things that remain really important to me that we haven't heard a yes yet on are the parking and the market. But I don't hear anybody on the council or see anybody leaning into saying, oh my God, this project shouldn't move forward at all. So what I'll do right now is move that we adopt the resolution certifying the final EIR in accordance with SEQA. That's the first of the actions we're asked to do.
Okay, second.
It's been moved and second. I see Mayor Pro Temp in the queue. Is this it's separate? Okay. Councilor Hemmerich has a question.
So I have a question. Should we be certifying the EIR before we vote on the DA? I mean,
We have to.
We have to.
Well, I get it, but if we have the EIR certified, but we don't have a project at the end of the night, then we just have the EIR.
We have a nice book stop,
Okay,
nice
thank
door
you.
stop.
Okay.
Seeing nobody else on the queue, then we'll go ahead and let's get a vote on that first.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's 7-0. And now Councilor McEwen's still in the queue.
Well, I think I'd like the council to participate more in the decisions having to do with the issues I raised about the parking and the market. I think that our staff now has language on the short-term rentals. That's something I'm now more comfortable with, as important that was to me. If we were to adopt the resolution adopting a statement of overriding consideration at this point, I'm not sure that that would include the things that we haven't yet resolved with respect to parking and the market. So I'd like to resolve those before I move anything further.
And I think we have let me turn to our Mayor Pro Temp Winter. I think he has
Well, so we're getting into talking about how we feel. I want to first of all say I think this is a really exemplary project. I'm delighted that we resolved the purple pipe issues because I really think going forward that's the blueprint for additional water conservation in this city. So I'm really pleased about that. And to address Councilmember Hemmich's concerns about the floor plate ratio, I mean, I think one of the things we've seen in this city is the sort of problems we've had downtown with all the buildings looking the same. So I welcome the opportunity for this project to actually deviate from that wedding cake formula and have a sort of a consistent floor plate ratio from the top to the bottom. So I think I welcome that as an innovative approach to creating some open area, but not doing it in a sort of formulaic way that we've seen in other buildings. I'm not concerned about the parking issue. I think I understand what staff is trying to do here. I don't see just because it's provided as a community benefit, we should extract revenue from it. I think if you look at the monetized value of the community benefits to quibble over another $175,000 per year I don't think that's a desirable goal for this council at this point. In terms of the ARB requirements, I think that you have to recall it was very recently we just, in most of these projects, it was 2% latitude that the ARB had. We moved in that direction and giving them greater latitude, partly because we did not feel comfortable with the design of projects, and we wanted to give the ARB more of a shot at making substantive changes. With this particular project, I just really think the ARB is probably going to approve this very, very quickly. They've already looked at it. I think it's a really extraordinary design. So I'm concerned. I would only support a modest. I don't feel we should allow for any change in the. What's the word I'm looking for?
Floor plate?
No. No, the ground level retail. I think we should leave it where it is. I say don't give them any latitude. 0% changes in the ground floor. They can make, if there are design issues, they can figure out how to do it without reducing the ground floor area. I think for up on the residential area, let's strike a compromise. They say 3%. Planning Commission says 5%. Let's give them 4% and follow Councilmember Kuhn's suggestion that we give specific direction to the ARB that they should resort to that as a last resort, and they should make a priority to be keeping the housing units the same size and the same number of housing units.
So that would be a direction, not a prohibition. We wouldn't be telling the ARB you don't have the usual latitude. We'd be saying you have it, but we want you to do it this way.
We want you to.
That's a direction I'm comfortable with.
Yeah. All right. That's what I feel about that. And I admit that I'm stumped on the grocery store, but I don't see a better way to do it. So I'm open to suggestions on that.
Just to give you some quick feedback, I agree with pretty much all the comments Mayor Pro Temp just made. My issue is the grocery store, and I'm not sure. In listening to the applicant, and I know our concerns here on the dais, is that's to me is I thought, and listening to the community in that area, that's the thing that they really need there, and I'm just trying to figure out how we do it without killing it. But let me go to actually, Councilmember O'Day hasn't spoken. Okay. Then Councilor Davis, did you have something?
Well, right. Well, let me say a couple of quick detailed things. I think on the grocery store, since they cannot not do the grocery store without the planning director's approval, I think what we can add is something in the DA that says that if they in fact go to the planning director and ask for that approval, that request immediately be conveyed to the council, and then at that point we can do a 13-item act accordingly something. I mean, at that point the council can do it. We just need to know it's happening. I think the second thing that I would say is obviously we do annual DA compliance and the existence of the grocery store, just like we talked about with regard to corporate housing and vacation rental housing. Whether or not there's a grocery store there can be part of the question of are they compliant with the DA. So I don't think anyone has a magic formula unless any of us are running Whole Foods at this motion to be able to say you must go in there. And they obviously can't have a tenant until they have a project. So we're a little bit in the chicken and the egg issue here. But I think if the council is fully aware that there is a problem finding a grocery store, and then we can ask for it to be brought back to us, or planning director can suggest it be brought back to us or something, and then at that point the applicant would then come in and say, here's what we've done, here's the problem we have, and this is why we need the change. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the grocery store will work, but I'm thinking that information is a good thing. So that's my, it's not, I won't say it's a brilliant solution, but I think that's maybe the best we can do with regard to the grocery store. With regard to the parking, I agree completely with Mayor Pro Tem Winter. I don't even know how we would divvy up what was the public parking versus the non-public parking, because if it happened to be a day when everybody was in there, it was peak parking, then it's not really the public parking, it's the peak parking. So how we would even try and ascertain that, I don't know. The compromise on ARB, I guess, so long as there is direction that they move heaven and earth to not reduce the size of the units. We sit up here all the time and talk about how we want bigger units. And if this is going to lead to a reduction in the size of the units, I'm going to do the palm slap thing on my head and go, what the heck are we thinking? So if there's some way they can reduce the area without reducing the size of the units, I guess I'm okay with that. But I'm just loath to see anything that would even suggest that they might be able to do so. And I agree that there shouldn't be any reduction on the ground floor, because it makes it less likely we'll get a market. If we're concerned about getting a market, making the ground floor commercial space smaller makes it harder to get a market. So we can't have it both ways. So I'm comfortable, I guess, with Mayor Pro Tem Winter's suggestion. The one last comment I want to make, because I am, for all the reasons many people said, think this is an appropriate project. We all have been reading about the dire state that our planet is in. Climate change, if we don't change what we're doing, by 2050, sea level's going to rise by 3 feet. And while I really appreciate the green elements built into this building, to me what's equally as important to it, it is as part of sustainable overriding city planning. It's not just enough to build green buildings, we have to build green cities. We have to cut down on people driving in their cars. We have to make more walkable cities. We need to make it easier for people to bike and to use public transit. And so building a concentration of housing near transit is exactly the kind of thing we can do if we want our kids and our grandkids to actually have a livable planet. So for me, it's not just the green features of the building, but the fact that this should be a template for the kind of planning we are doing throughout our city in order to make us a more sustainable city overall. So I will be voting in favor of the project.
I see the city attorney. Are you still in the queue?
Just one quick comment. I know your time is short. I just wanted to mention that with respect to the grocery store, the way that the development agreement is drafted, as mentioned earlier, it does require review by the planning director pursuant to 2.4.2, which is the minor modification provision of the development agreement, and that if the minor modification is authorized, the planning commission has to be notified in writing, not to give the planning commission review authority, but just to make sure that they're informed of the director's decisions. I mean, one option is to expand that to include notification to the city council also, but again, that's notification, not review. But
Councilor Hammer, did you add something on that?
Well, yeah, so I have a comment both on the ARB issue and on the market. And let me start with the market. It seems to me, and I don't know anything about getting a market into one of these buildings or what sorts of requirements we have or whether there are incentives we can put in possibly to the DA or in some other way to help these folks get a market in our downtown. So again, coming from a place of total ignorance, it seems to me that because people constantly complain about how hard it is to do anything in Santa Monica, I wonder if there are certain fees, requirements, something that we could waive for a market that would help us get a market in this building at the front end. So that's my comment about the market, that I think that, sometimes you give a little at the beginning to get what you want, and I think that that could be something that we could do. On the ARB, what I wonder is whether we shouldn't give not the ARB, but the applicant in response to what the ARB does, because the ARB usually doesn't say, oh, take this off of here and that off of there, and I've been to a lot of ARB meetings, they usually move things, they don't specifically tell them what to do, they just generally say, we want this to be bigger, or that to be small, you know, whatever it is, without making a specific, like this floor should be X feet, or that floor should be, they give general direction, and my thought is that we give, if we give the ARB, let's say this 4%, that we give the applicant the flexibility to decide how they're going to design it, right? Because, you know, I've been in the ARB when they've heard this project. I think they've liked it from the beginning. And I think that that because the design is unusual and the architect has done a good job on that, I think that we should give the flexibility in terms of responding to the ARB on an overall basis and not just in the upper stories.
Councilor O'Connor, I know you're ready to
Right,
step
I'm
out.
going to
Go
have
ahead.
to leave. But I think we're moving in a generally good direction. I just want to comment about the Architectural Review Board. In my thinking, the reason the Architectural Review Board exists is that if there's a project that needs help, they're not there to design projects. They're there that if there's a bad project, if there's a mediocre project, if there's something that can be done better, they provide guidance. Again, it's not to design the project. If there is a good project, if there's a creative project, then they should have a light touch. Again, they're not the designers, so we all have that temptation to do it. We end up having mediocre buildings because designers will kind of devolve to what's the most vanilla project to get it approved. So sometimes you gotta say, creative project, if it's good, let it go, let it get built, and it just adds to the community. But anyway, that's my comments about architectural review. I think you're moving in a good direction, and I'll be listening on the radio as I get to the airport.
So I just want to respond because I've spent a lot of time in the ARB in the last 3 years, and I don't think they have a heavy touch. I think they actually do have a light touch, and I think that they work with some of the people we have here today have been on the ARB, right, or the Planning Commission. So I'm not worried about the heavy touch of the ARB. And that's why my suggestion was what it was, because I think they'll work with this architect.
Councilor McEwen.
So let's remember that with the development agreement, we're talking about a contract and an ordinance. And once we enter into a contract, we're bound to it just as much as the other party is. So on the grocery store, I want to make sure we have substantial agreement up here so that then we can start to move these items. That grocery store is important enough, to me at least, to insist that there be a change, that the release of the obligation to that grocery store not just be solely up to the planning director, but because it's not a minor modification to my mind, but that it has to be something where I do want us to have review, more than just notification. I want us to have some review on that, and that is really important to me. I love the idea that Councilmember Himmelrich had of making this easier for the project developer by offering some fee incentives, things that the city can, not collect the fee on. Now, we would have to ask our staff to tell us what those would be. I've never opened a supermarket in Santa Monica, so I don't know what the fees are. But I'd like to find that out as quickly as we could if staff could help us with that. Then with the ARB, I'm perfectly comfortable with what everybody has said about recognizing that this is already a good creative project, just so long as we do that as our direction to the ARB. Remember, this DA is an ordinance, and I wouldn't want to, by ordinance, that is by force of law, disempower the ARB. But if we give that as strong direction to the ARB, they are professionals, they will hear what we're saying, and I'm very comfortable with that. So if we can figure out the fee modification and the supermarket issue, I think we're going to be able to move this project forward to help with that process, since there's been absolutely no problem anybody expressed about the zoning map amendment to enable the 100% affordable housing project. I'll move number 4 on the list, introducing for first reading an ordinance approving zoning map amendment 15 ENT 0307 for the 100% affordable housing project at 1626 Lincoln Boulevard, which is the offsite affordable housing for the 500 Broadway project.
It's been moved and second. Then I hear that the city attorney is in the queue now.
Yeah, I just want to. Have you done did you do the
Override?
Override. You should
Yes.
do
that first?
Yeah, that should be the next.
Okay.
Back me up. I'll move number 2, that we adopt a resolution adopting a statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring program for the project.
So that's been moved and second now. Why don't we go ahead and take a vote on that? Oh, wait, the mayor, you're not on this one. Mayor Pro Tem? No, okay. So let's go ahead and take a vote on that then.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's 6 of those present.
So having learned from our city attorneys that maybe there's a reason why these are numbered in a certain sequence.
So now go to 4.
And knowing that number 5 is really where we still have to hammer out the supermarket, I'll move number 3 rather than number 4. I haven't heard anybody objecting to the general plan text amendment for the 500 Broadway project in our discussion, so I move that we adopt a resolution approving the general plan text amendment 15 ENT 0232 for the 500 Broadway project.
That's been moved and second. Seeing nobody in the queue, we'll go ahead and get a roll call vote on that.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's 6-0 of those present.
And I'm sure that
And now go ahead. I'm
Councilmember
sorry.
O'Connor's out in the car saying I should have stayed 5 minutes more,
Yeah.
because I'll move number 4 now. This is just going to leave the DA itself because we have to hammer out the supermarket. But I'll move that we introduce for first reading an ordinance approving zoning map amendment 15 ENT 0307 for a 100% affordable housing project at 1626 Lincoln Boulevard, which is the offsite affordable housing for the 500 Broadway project.
Second.
So that's been moved and second. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on that.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's 6-0, and now we'll
So
go
now
on
we
to-
have one action left, which would be actually adopting the ordinance or introducing for first reading an ordinance of the proposed development agreement. And we still have, I think we've reached agreement on the ARB being direction. I'm going to drop the parking because there's obviously not support for pursuing that. We found out that there is a way to word things to take care of the short-term rentals. So that leaves us with the challenge of the supermarket. And I thought that Councilmember Himmelrich's idea about fee waivers was a good one. Can staff help us with what those fee waivers would be and how we would do them?
I did have one suggestion before David speaks, which is perhaps what you're really looking for is a carrot for whomever operates the market, right? So you're not really talking about an advantage to the developer so much as you are, how could you help them find that tenant, the tenant that you really want in the building? Perhaps you should ask the applicant if they have any ideas about that.
Sure, come on up. But I think it would be the tenant who would pay the fees, right? They were moving into the space for the market usually, so it would be it'd be a carrot. I hate to give a carrot to a food store. That's like bringing coal to Newcastle.
Before we move, I think Mayor Pro Tem might have an idea on this one.
Well,
Go
so
ahead.
I think Councilmember Hemorrhage is on the right track, but my experience with people, tenants in retail and other establishments in the city is that the biggest issue they have is the length of time it takes to get tenant improvement approvals. And if we could offer a fast track process for the grocery store tenant to get those TI improvements, that time is money, and that might be a genuine incentive. So that's what I think we ought to look at.
It sounds like
That's exactly what I was going to recommend. I also just wanted to point out that a lot of floor area in the ground floor has been given up specifically to accommodate a grocery store. There's a very large loading space, which is only required because we have a general market. The parking, the reason why we're not committing to an unreserving all 205 spaces is because we felt the minimum that we needed to keep in order to negotiate with a grocery store was 60 spaces. The cross court was specifically designed, and the city does not usually approve 5th Street curb cuts because the trucks can't turn because of Expo, the large trucks. So I just want you to know there has been a lot of thought gone into this.
Ms. Lamar, I'm assuming that we want a market, you want a market, the community wants a market. The problem is none of us is a market, and a market has to decide to move in. So we're looking for ways to give an incentive to a market to quickly decide that your project is where they want to locate so that you don't have to come back to us at 130 days, 180 days. So you're saying that a fast food process, a quicker process.
Expedited plan check as well as waiving their plan check fees would be huge.
Okay.
I think
We'll
the
have
city
staff-
manager might have some ideas on this as well.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rick Cole.
So before we start bidding against ourselves, let's remember that Santa Monica has been remarkably successful at not entering into subsidy agreements, which have been so destructive in so many other cities. If you give direction to us, we'll work with the applicant to figure out what an applicant might need. And then if we need to come back to the city council for approval, we'll do that. We're highly motivated. You're highly motivated. Let us work to figure out what that menu of choices that will really bring X market or Y market or Z market, rather than kind of in the abstract start waiving things that may not in fact be necessary to waive or even prudent for us to waive.
Do we need it in the DA? I mean, I think there's a legal question about whether, you know, for instance, if we want to give them permission to fast track the TIs.
I don't think it needs to be in the DA. I think you can give the staff, it's on us, right? We can unilaterally decide that council, the staff recommends that X, Y, and Z be done to ensure that we get a particular market tenant that they have on the line that has these concerns and wants to address them. But again, I think for us to figure out, well, we're going to give away the store before we know what the store is putting the cart before the horse. Let's figure out, they're going to be, starting tonight, they're going to be having serious discussions with supermarket tenants. We will be helpful in those discussions. We will be shoulder to shoulder in those discussions. But before we give away any of the city's rules or fees, let's make sure that that's in fact what we need to bring them to Santa Monica.
Well, to be clear, so that we know that we're eye to eye with the applicant, so we would be giving a direction to staff to fast track this process in exchange for your being willing to have the council have review at the end of the 180 days. Is that going to be acceptable to both parties? Because this is really important to us.
This is also, oh, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to be out of turn. But I don't understand. I mean, if we can't trust our staff, then we got bigger problems than this DA. I mean, I think if we give direction to staff to do everything they need to do to get a market in there, and it may not be they need to do anything other than go, yippee, here comes the market. Or they may need to work with the applicant. And then if we ask staff to come back if there's a problem and report what the problem is, and they can ask us at that point if they need it for concessions. I guess I'm concerned about creating this cycle of I mean, I trust our staff to do this.
You're right. If we give firm enough direction tonight, I see a
I think
lot of
it's
nodding
understood.
up here,
Yes.
that we want staff to get a market in here by what means it takes, and that we don't want at the end of 180 days anybody to shrug and say, oh, well, no market, that it means something to us. I think we're there. So, assuming we're there, we may need to have some language read into the record by the city attorney's office, but I'd be prepared to introduce for first reading the ordinance adopting the development agreement. with all the
But
things
before
we've
we
agreed
do
to.
that, well, I mean, you can make the motion, but I want to
Well,
understand.
first, I have to hear what the city attorney has to
Right,
say,
that's
because
what I
there's
wanna
language
hear.
that needs to be
Right.
changed before we can move it.
So are you proposing to leave the 180-day provision in the DA? That's you're confusing me now.
Be leaving the provision as it is in the DA, but with the strong direction that we're also giving to staff as to how we want them to handle that provision.
But with a notice to us as council at the end of the 180 days, if the minor modification, yes.
We could ask for the notice, but that's different from the review that I had originally been asking for. I think the notice will give nobody any heartburn.
Yeah.
So, Barry, do you think we need to change the language in the paragraph that includes the information about the supermarket?
Well, again, the language, that language would only be changed need to be changed if you were seeking to review that.
We're not.
That.
No,
You're no longer doing that, and we would modify the 2.4, the section dealing with minor modifications to, in addition to providing notification to the planning commission, we would also provide notice. The staff would provide notification to the city
I think
council.
that's good.
I think we're all comfortable with that.
So the motion is to be accompanied by direction to staff on the market and by direction to the ARB on a light touch.
Yes.
And it's going to include a change in the language on the housing to guarantee that it won't be used for short-term rentals or vacation rentals. So I'd like to have that read into the record, and then I'm ready to make the motion.
Well, and the 4% ARB as opposed to the 2.5.
That's the direction. We're not going to, by ordinance, tie the hands of the ARB. I thought
But
we
it's
could-
already in the ordinance.
It's in there now, right?
There's two separate proposals in the DA. One is which is this applicant's recommendation that there be 0% for the ground floor area and 3% for the residential.
I wanna go
and
with
there's
the-
alternate language that says 2% and 5%.
The staff recommendation is what I want to go with, not the applicant's recommendation. And
Well, I'm not comfortable with that. I feel strongly we should go for 0% on the commercial and
well, but we're
4%
going to give
on
direction.
residential.
I thought we'd agreed we would give direction to the ARB that we thought that this project.
I agreed we give direction to ARB that they should try not to reduce the size of the units or the amount of residential units. They should use the reduction in FAR as the last choice for making.
I'm just not comfortable with the precedent of by ordinance disempowering the ARB. I
But
think
but
they-
previously in DAs we only give it 2% latitude, so we're not disempowering the ARB. The ARB, we've this is sort of new territory we're going, which in the last couple of DAs we've allowed more latitude. But I don't think anybody's in the ARB is going to say, oh, but we always used to get 5% because they haven't gotten 5%.
So can we back up and ask staff to explain to us what the options are then? Because I'm willing to admit I'm confused.
Whether we're,
I thought he did.
Yeah.
In the DA right now, the staff proposal is for 5% reduction in the residential and 2% in commercial. The applicant's proposal is for 3% residential, so the upper floors only. What I heard from the council, from some of you, was 4% in the upper floor, so the residential only, and 0% on the commercial, so just 4% on the residential. And with direction, we would include that language in Article 6, which is the part that talks about the ARB's purview, that there would be no reduction in the number of units or the unit sizes.
Okay.
So how are they going to reduce it? I mean, think about it. If you don't have a reduction in the unit size or the number of units, then there can't be any reduction in the upper floors because it's just a multiple. What are they going to do, make the elevators smaller? I mean, think about it.
I thought, at least in part of your discussion, you had said that the direction to ARB would be for two different things. One could be strive not to reduce.
Right.
In the review, they strive not to reduce the size of the units. So certainly it's recognized that they might, but they strive not to. Another one of you at one point mentioned that that would be that's the last resort as the language that you would use. I think strive not to reduce is probably a better
And to be
approach.
clear, the 2%, 5%, whatever the percentage is, that is plus or minus, right? I mean, in theory, they could increase the square footage by 2%, could they not?
No.
So it's only a reduction. Okay, so one way down.
There's a maximum allowable floor area that's authorized in the DA.
So the lower number cuts two ways then. That's
Right, the
important to
applicant can
understand.
voluntarily reduce floor area. They cannot exceed the maximum allowable that's authorized in the DA. No, the ARB can't either, right? It's not, the ARB, I think in our experience, has not just arbitrarily reduced floor area just for the fun of it.
Right,
It's
so-
usually as a result of comments on design.
Let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem.
Would the Mayor Pro Tem be comfortable
How
then
would
with
you-
the staff recommendation plus the additional direction from the council?
No, that's
You're not.
I've been very clear. I think we
You're
should
good.
put in the DA language. Would like Jing to tell me exactly which sections they're in, but I know that there were staff, because of the difficulty in resolving this issue, had two different sections.
It's 6.1.
6.1.
So you're supporting,
I
you're
don't
supporting
see,
the applicant's
I
language.
agree with what others have said. I don't see how you can contemplate a reduction in the floor area of the ground floor and still strive to get a 15,000 square foot grocery store in there. If we really want that grocery store, we shouldn't allow the ARB any latitude in cutting the ground floor.
So I know what language you're supporting then. You're supporting the recommended language from the applicant.
No.
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 No. I made a new one. I said 0% for the ground floor, which is what the applicant recommended, but they want 3% on the residential, and I'm saying 4%. And then with direction outside the DA to the ARB that they should endeavor to do their best to make the design changes they would like to see made in the project without reducing the number of units and the size of units.
You know, Sometimes we get to the point where we're arguing over things that probably won't make a big difference in a good project, so I'll go with that.
Well, I appreciate it.
All right, I think we have an agreement here.
So I'm going to move that we introduce for first reading an ordinance adopting the proposed development agreement with all the language changes and directions that have been discussed.
All inclusive.
And agreed to, because there's been a lot discussed we didn't agree.
We didn't agree.
But all the language changes and directions that we have agreed to.
Everybody understand that?
Second.
Well, I see the city manager weighing in here now.
I want to make very sure that the staff knows exactly what it
Well,
is.
I think he's coming back with it.
We are still trying to get us trained to put these kind of things up so you can see them in writing. So we'll endeavor to work with the city clerk to make sure that happens for your next meeting. But, this is, once again, someone's going to have to go back and listen to the tape and come back and...
I don't think it's that.
No, I think the city attorney feels she can.
We're going to do the record right now. We'll be really quick, and that way it'll be clear and public.
That'd be great. That would be.
Yeah.
I think Barry can do it.
I'll start with this, and Jane can. I believe there are 3 changes to the principal modifications to the DA. 2.4.2, which is the minor modification section. In addition to the notification to the Planning Commission, there would be notification to the City Council.
Check.
Okay. In 2.5.6, which is prohibited uses, which we talked about, there's already a section, this is page 14 of the development agreement, there's already a section prohibiting all office uses. So we're going to modify that to expand that prohibition to include vacation rentals, and I gave the site before in terms of the municipal code, as well as corporate housing. I also gave that site. Or any successor legislative provision, and then we were going to also add that these prohibitions shall be included in all residential leases in the project. So that would be in 2.5.6. And then in 6.1 is the ARB review, and essentially it's 4% for the residential floor area only for the project, which is essentially what was the applicant's proposal, but instead of 3 it becomes 4, but it's essentially that language. So those are the changes that I think are.
I think that was very well done.
Yes, it was. Let me ask council and staff though, are we quite sure that language on short-term rentals as corporate housing will be adequate? Because right now our corporate housing ordinance says that you have to be providing various amenities, which these might not provide. So these might be rentals for 32 days and not be short-term rentals under the ordinance we have prohibiting those. So I'm just curious whether we think we really have that covered.
But Councilor Davis, I think has something.
That's why I said we should have a minimum lease length.
Well, it just seems to me that the reason corporate housing exists because it has those amenities. Corporations don't put their people in places that aren't furnished and that don't have maid service and stuff like that. Because it's usually like in my industry, in the legal industry, is when people has a 4-month trial and it's away from their home base, and so they need to have those amenities. So I'm not, as long as we use the definition of corporate housing, even if this doesn't provide maid service and people who will bring food into your refrigerator and stuff, then it's not going to be corporate housing.
Okay, so you're comfortable. Is the rest of the council comfortable? I'm just raising the question.
So I actually am. Well, let me start with one other thing. I think we need to make sure that the DA provides that it's one of those provisions that it's initialed, Barry. That these particular provisions be initialed. I don't know how to do that, but
These specific additions will be part of this. It's part of this first reading, and they'll be. The DA is executed, obviously, by both parties.
No, not these in the leases.
Oh, in the lease
that they have. However, whatever you call that thing, acknowledged. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's number 1. Number 2, on the corporate rentals, I guess my concern is broader. Again, that even though I don't agree that people aren't coming in and furnishing places and then using them for their corporate employees who are living there for a couple months. I think it's probably also happening with students where companies are leasing apartments and selling students an entire, Santa Monica College students, an entire package. So, but in this particular case, I think this should be a sufficient precaution.
Okay. Well, then
We all good?
we may be there on this, and the language has already been read, and if we're all comfortable, somebody already seconded it, I believe. Was
I
that you?
did
Sue,
second it.
okay.
So let's vote.
I'm going to sit
So
down
I-
and shut up.
We're ready to vote, I think.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember McCune,
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's 6-0, those present.
That's it.
Now we will go ahead and move on to,
Item 8A.
oh, I'm sorry, the Mayor Pro Temp is in the queue still.
I'd like to move that we give specific direction, number one, to the ARB to, how should I phrase this? Use the potential reduction in floor area in the residential component as a last resort and do their utmost to preserve the number of units and the size of the units. And then our second direction would be to staff to seek ways to offer incentives to a grocery store tenant, including the possibility of a fast-track tenant improvement process and any other tools that they may deem appropriate.
Second.
And that would be if necessary.
Yes. Yes, if necessary. Well said.
We all concurrent? Ayes?
Aye.
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 All right. Now we can move on. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, next we have item 8A, office space lease at 2772 and 2800 Donald Douglas Loop North, and second modification to professional services agreement number 10248 CCS.
If we can ask you to just quietly exit, I know it's difficult.
For
Thank you.
For commercial real estate leasing services for Santa Monica Airport, and you have 9 requests to speak.
I think we're ready for you. And
Okay,
staff.
Mr. Mayor. I have a short presentation.
Sure.
Just take a couple minutes here. Basically, it's a proposal to lease office space to a company called Snapchat that we're all familiar with, located currently in Venice, California, at the Santa Monica Airport. Let me start with the recommended actions, and there are basically 3. And one of them is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a lease with Snapchat that is basically consistent with the terms that we've identified in the staff report, to authorize an additional $744,000 in increase in order to compensate our broker commercial real estate group, and to authorize the budget changes as outlined in the staff report. Let's talk for a moment about the location. As I mentioned, it's at the airport. This is specifically the building where the Milstein Law Firm was located, and the other one is the other portion of the location is where Volkswagen Audi is located. Milstein vacated last December, about 5 months ago, and Volkswagen Audi has notified us that they will leave at the end of this calendar year. So the properties are available and will become available, and we asked of course, our broker CRG to find us a tenant, and it looks like we may have succeeded. Let me just spend a couple minutes here talking about the major deal points for Snapchat. It's a 67-month term starting this June, possibly July, depending on how the negotiations go. It's a 5-year option with another 5. It's 5 years with one 5-year option. The blended rate is, when you look over the period of time, it's about $315 per square foot. And there's an annual increase of 3% every year for the 5 years. We're also charging for parking. There's about 133 parking spaces, and we're charging $145 per space. Snapchat is proposing to do some tenant improvements of about $1.4 million in tenant improvements in the two buildings, and the lease is a triple net. And that's the recommended actions is the same as I mentioned just a moment ago, to execute the lease and to increase the compensation budget for the brokers and to make the other budget changes. And I'll stop right there because it's fairly straightforward. Answer any and all your questions.
We have Councilmember Hemmerich on the queue.
So we've received emails from people in the neighborhood who are worried that the parking spaces aren't enough for 300 employees.
Yes.
And would they be willing, if they can't meet their TDM requirements, to take more parking spaces?
Well, one of the things we've done is we were aware that was, that's a concern. So we've put our TDM program manager to discuss the issues with Snapchat, and they're more than willing to meet and comply with the TDM program and any other reasonable recommendations, I guess, that we would have relative to parking.
Well, so everybody's always willing to comply, but then when they don't comply, what happens, right? And so if they aren't in compliance, as some of our people, including us, are, or close to, will they agree to rent additional parking spaces in order to come into compliance? I mean, they aren't going to come into compliance with the TDM. In other words, let's say they aren't in compliance with the 2.0, it sounds like 2.1 or 2.2 TDM, right? AVR?
I'm not sure of that.
You don't know
number.
what
Yeah.
so basically every two people would have to be carpooling together, or half of the people working there would have to get there some other way, other than driving, right? If they have 145 spaces for 300 employees.
Yes, yeah. I
So,
understand.
okay, so my question is, if they can't meet their AVR, if they have more than, if they are needing more spaces, the only place to go is into other people's spaces or into the neighborhood. So that's why people are concerned. So what I'm suggesting is that we have something in the lease that says that if they don't comply with their TDM, that they have to lease more parking spaces.
Well, I think that in real estate, just about everything's negotiable, and if that's
And
something...
so that's what I would suggest to deal with those concerns, right?
Okay.
If they aren't meeting their TDM, then they have to lease as many more spaces as, Terry's making faces at me, but I'm sorry. If they don't meet their TDM, they should lease as many more spaces, or we put penalties in the lease. No, I'm not suggesting that we start with them having more spaces. What I'm suggesting is if for a period of time, if they aren't complying with their TDM, we either have penalties for their noncompliance with the TDM, or alternatively require them to lease more spaces. I don't know. Somebody in the TDM program knows more about this than I do, but the one thing we don't want is people parking in the neighborhoods.
Yeah, but giving the option of renting more parking spaces is counterproductive of the goal of the TDM, which is to reduce car trips.
Right.
So I'm entirely appreciative of your interest in putting in some sort of penalty clause if it's possible in negotiations for not meeting the TDM requirement, but to suggest that one of the options is to rent more parking spaces and encouraging more car trips just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Good, I'm happy to put the penalty in, right? I mean, but I do think that we need to have something that, because this 2.0 TDM has not been achieved by very many businesses in the city.
You mean a 2.0 AVR?
AVR, what did I say? TDM. Yes, AVR.
So-
It just isn't, I mean, people aren't achieving it, and I don't think our penalties are very stringent.
Robust.
Yes.
Yes, but I just think the parking idea is not the solution.
Okay, good. So let's put the penalties in the lease.
I mean, where are we on the lease negotiations? We're authorizing you to negotiate and execute a lease. So we can give direction that we want during the negotiations for you to look at opportunities to put in some penalty clauses for noncompliance with the TDM program and whatever AVR target may be established.
So noted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Well, I just wanted to add to that it seems to me that one of the things you can do, I mean, it doesn't always have to be about penalties. It can be about requiring things that, for example, although this is not for most human beings, or at least for me and my bad knee, walkable to Expo, one of the things you could require is, for example, for them to provide a shuttle from the nearest Expo line to the site, that sort of thing. You could encourage them to have on-site bikes, as like movie studios do, and things that allow people to move around so that they, that sort of thing. Or we could even work with them to put a bike share station there so people could catch bike share at Expo, drive it there, that sort of thing. So I don't, when we talk about penalties, it feels like we're bringing down a sledgehammer on their head, and it seems to me what we should do is work with them to come up with sustainable solutions, which do not include more parking, because all that does is increase traffic in the neighborhood and increase pollutants. But so, I mean, as long as we can sort of give the city staff those senses, but and ultimately, if they don't do it, of course, there should be penalties. But I think what we need to do is work with them in a collaborative way to come up with some more sustainable solutions, like shuttles, bike share, that sort of thing, or to reduce it without beating them over the head in the first instance.
I think we're ready to open the public comment then. We have Dave Goddard, Alan Levinson, I think I saw you there. David Klass, Robert Rigdon, and Jonathan Stein. I guess you can come on up because I don't see David here.
Hi, Alan Levinson. Good evening. This lease taken with the exit of Ganell Justice Aviation and the hiring of a designer for the future park represents the beginning of the transition of our historic airport to a healthy space that can be enjoyed by all. It is no surprise that Snapchat is interested in a lease for their business at SMO. The airport's a great location with great views and open space like nowhere else in our city. What a nice beginning to directly leasing our property to companies that are compatible with the neighborhood and our leasing policy, as long as we can work out the parking. As a city, we pride ourselves on working towards a sustainable and green future, yet leasing space in the same building as Snapchat is Atlantic Aviation. Within our city, they pump 2 million gallons of jet fuel a year, which ends up as carbon dioxide, ultrafine particles, pollutants and noise over our homes, schools, and planet. The past 5 years have shown a steady increase in jet and large turboprop flights. I'll get back to Snapchat. Regular flights by membership airlines, such as Wheels Up, have increased. Jets are now being parked too deep along the fence at Clover Park, just on the other side of our playing fields, our walking track, and our kids' play structures. We need to end our Santa Monica Love Canal. Pretending the problem will become easier to handle in the future is a fallacy. The aviation lobby and the passengers in the largest biz jets are like octopuses, extending their tentacles into business, politics, city government, and the FAA. As activists and civic leaders, we must constantly fight against tough odds to tip the scales in our favor. Please continue to transform the airport tenants, reduce the jet flights and their adverse and obnoxious effects on our area, and free the space up for a park. Our future depends on us and you, and thank you for keeping up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you. David, come on up.
I'm Bob Rigdon from Sunset Park, under the flight path. I would like to thank the City Council and the Attorney's Office and the Manager's Office for settling things with Justice Aviation. It moves our neighborhood out from under this noise a little bit, and I appreciate it. I'd like to support this lease that's been proposed. It's the kind of tenant that will help bring my neighborhood out from under this blanket of airplanes. And I'd like to encourage your leasing agents to focus on tenants like Snapchat. I believe that you have about 100 short-term occupants or occupants with no agreement at all to be there, the former subtenants, and all of those places I think are available immediately for showing. And if you can find more friendly tenants to move in there, I think it would be a great accomplishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan, as you come up, is David here? David?
No.
Okay.
And
before
David Klaus is not either.
Okay. And how about Norman Kula? He left. I see Joe, so you're next after Joseph. And then Jonathan Foster and Ken Ward. Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
Thanks very much. I came here to speak on behalf of Sunset Park Anti-Airport. The Snapchat lease is a good lease. It's a smart move by the city. The Silicon Beach companies, like Snapchat, are the future of the airport. The airport is already protected by Measure LC, adaptive reuse, no new buildings, a park setting. So to put the Silicon Beach companies in the middle of that makes sense. The next move is to convert hangar space to offices. You can have companies or you can have jets. Jets produce ultrafine particulates, cause cancer in the body in various parts. The reason the jets are flying today, the reason Atlantic is there today, is because the city wants them there today. There is no legal reason for them to be there other than this majority of the city council and city staff wants them there. If you change your mind and don't want them there, then you should convert the hangar space to office space. The FAA has had 10 months to write a letter to the city saying we don't want you to do this sort of thing. They haven't written a letter. In 1998, when they got a federal injunction, it's because they spent 6 years writing letters. If you do this, we're going to do that. We don't want you to do this, we'll stop you. There has not been any letter here. The FAA is fine with this. They even had the chance to make an order as to grant assurances. They made no order. They gave a private party what it wants. They made no order to the city. They had every opportunity. The only reason the jets are here is because you haven't converted to office use. I think this Snapchat lease is a good start. You should follow it up with converting hangar space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, council members. You're putting in yet another long night. Thanks. I'm Joe Schmitz, an Airport Commission member, and I speak for myself and Peter Donald as the chair of the Airport Commission. I can't speak for the commission because they've not addressed this issue. Both Commissioner Donald and I strongly support the city staff's recommendation to lease the Snapchat at market rates. We applaud the City Council for its move toward market rate leasing, for the use of a professional leasing agent, and for the consequent reduction of the airport financial burden on Santa Monica taxpayers. For myself, candor impels me to note the positive influence of my predecessors on the Airport Commission and of the sustained expert influence of Santa Monica residents in the service of the City Council and our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, I think Jonathan Foster's before you. I see him back there. Then Ken Ward.
Hi again, Jonathan Foster. Thank you. I'd like to see again, I'm still trying to continue with the awareness. It's Tongva Indian land. I'm sure the Tongva Indians had a great time on that hill until we came here and shot them all up, told them that it's our land now and we will do what we like. And we're going to have an airport over here. And when you sell it, we're not going to give anything to the Tongva Indian. When you do rentals, we're not going to give anything to any Indian whatsoever. And I'm asking you to put some type of, when you're, now that I'm seeing in leasing, needs to be a 0.5, 1%, 2% commission goes to the Indians. This guys go from north, south, east to west. So, that would be my approach on this, to honor their civil rights, to be civil to them. Since we've taken their land, it would be a great thing to do, to be civil to them. Last thing I want to say about the airport, though, is if it's all gone, where are you going to find an airstrip once it's gone, once it's completely gone? You're not going to have an airstrip over there anymore. There's not going to be a way to get one. And just as you continue to sell land or rent it, please don't forget whose land it really is. It really is their land, and they deserve to be treated much better as the money just keeps flying into everybody's bank account. Needs to be paid to them. Thank you.
Oops, thank you.
Ken Ward, Mayor, council members, city staff, thank you for the honor to speak. I'm in favor of this idea of releasing out, but I would say first, let's take care of our own city employees and the residents. It would be nice to go and have at the airport city yards to move there. At one time, the Parks Division was over at the airport and several other divisions were there. We also now rent out a lot of spaces throughout the city. It would be saving money in the general fund if we start moving back over there. We could use those hangars from some city services, which would free up City Yard, which then could give to Vermont Village. I call it a village because I live in a village in the mobile home park. And it would help out. I think it would be better use of money and property. So I'm all for it, but I think the next time there's any vacancies, let's start moving some of the city services over there. This way we don't have to go to one place. Oh, they're not there. We have to go to another place. Just two places, City Hall or the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public hearing. And Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
So I will move the staff recommendation with additional direction that the city manager, when negotiating and executing the lease, consult with the TDM experts in the Planning and Community Development Department to try to include lease terms that both incentivize trip reduction and provide some penalties for noncompliance with the TDM program.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Seeing nobody else in the queue, I think we're ready for a vote.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's 6-0 of those present.
There's a little more we have to do here. I think that was the first of three motions we need to make. We directed and authorized the city manager to do the lease with Snapchat. Now we have to authorize, and I'll move this,
It was my intent to include all three items in the motion.
Actually, I think the city attorney feels because it's money going to two different entities, we have to do two different money
Is that correct?
dispersing motions.
Why don't you do two? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Do two.
So why don't you move the second one then?
Money motion.
I'll second your motion.
Okay, well, my motion is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a second modification to professional services agreement number 10248 in the amount of $744,844 with Corporate Realty Group. And that's for the real estate
And
services.
I will second that.
All right, I guess we're ready for the second vote.
Okay. Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, and that's 6-0 as well.
And we'll assume that inherent in those was the authorization to make the budget changes, which was the third part.
Understood.
That needs a separate vote.
Okay, next we have item 9A, public hearing and approval of proposal fiscal year 2016 through 17, one-year action plan allocating Federal Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Act Program Home Entitlement Grant Funds. And you have one request to speak.
We'll start with the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Sergio Ramirez, Senior Analyst in the Human Services Division, and tonight I'm here to present the proposed fiscal year 2016-17 action plan, which would allocate federal CDBG and home entitlement funds to eligible community projects. In order to receive these funds, the city adopted and submitted the 2015-19 Consolidated Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development on May 12, 2015. Each subsequent year, by May 15th, the city must submit an action plan for the upcoming fiscal year, proposing eligible activities that benefit low and moderate income persons and implement the priorities identified in the consolidated plan. Projects in the proposed action plan are consistent with HUD national priorities and will also advance several council-adopted strategic initiatives. These projects include broadband infrastructure, street lighting, tenant-based rental assistance, and grants to our local nonprofit organizations in the Human Services Grants Program. Descriptions of these projects are outlined in the action plan, attachment A of the staff report before you. Budget allocations for these projects will also be included in the city's proposed 16-17 biennial exception-based budget and the fiscal year 16-18 biennial CIP budget. Per HUD requirements and pursuant to the city's municipal code, the city must hold 2 public hearings prior to the adoption of the action plan. The first public hearing was held at the January 26, 2016 City Council meeting, and the plan was then made available for a 30-day public review period. Tonight, we ask that you hold a second public hearing, receive public comment, and approve the fiscal year 2016-17 action plan. We also ask that you authorize the city manager to submit all documents required to receive the CDBG funding, and any public comments received during this meeting would be included in the final action plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, as well as our colleagues from Housing and Economic Development that are here.
We have, I think, one question from Councilmember Himmerich for you.
So I'm looking at this report, and it says that over 120 households receive financial assistance to subsidize rental expenses, the home program, between 2010 and 2015. But I thought we didn't have a subsidy program. So I'm confused. Sorry, Jim, but...
We have a small subsidy program that's funded by the Federal Home Program.
Yes, and how much, when you say a small subsidy program?
20 to 30 households.
So the 120 are over the 5 years? And how do we decide how to allocate it? Is it written in the home program?
The program has been in place for a while. It was originally targeted to more of a chronically homeless or folks at risk of homeless. We're planning to put the details in writing, more specifically in writing.
And what's the total amount of it per year?
Right now it's a little over $400,000 is the grant.
So people can apply for these subsidy funds in addition to the other program we just, I think, are planning on authorizing?
We haven't had it open generally because the vouchers are not successful based on the large gap between what the payment standard is and what the rents are going for. We also wanted to clarify really how what the target population is.
So I guess I'm not understanding. Yeah. So the you're talking about home vouchers here.
Correct.
And those vouchers are different than project-based or right, or the
correct,
or VASH or anything else, right? They're
correct.
And do they pay the entire rent, or they pay a little part of the rent?
They operate similar to the Housing Authority vouchers, where they would pay 30%, where the tenant would pay 30% of their income, and the program would pay the difference between that and the payment standard.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We have Denise Barton.
Good evening. Please let me repeat my affordable housing points. First and most important, quality before quantity, especially for affordable housing subsidized with HUD grant funds. For example, the last building I lived in that had affordable housing was infested with bugs, which was never taken care of properly while the tenants still lived in the building. And my new affordable housing unit has an application process that exceeds HUD's application process, including demanding access to IRS documentation, misappropriating my advance rent to HUD's first month payment. The building has a history of mold, my bathroom vent is rusting, and black mold is seeping out of the light fixture. So now I have to do a mold test kit with a representative of the Housing Authority present. Apparently this is acceptable quality of affordable housing in the city of Santa Monica, showing the city is willing to sacrifice quality for quantity, leaving one to wonder how many more affordable units within the city have problems like these, and rehabbing 50 units a year is not going to get you ahead of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. The item is, we have Councilmember Sue Hemmerich. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendation.
It's been moved and second. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's a 6-0 of those present. We'll go ahead and move on to,
Next, we have item 11A, adoption of a resolution setting public parking rates. And you have 3 requests to speak.
we'll start with the staff report.
Good evening, I'm Jason Klieger, the parking administrator. And before I begin, I do have one housekeeping item. There's been a change to section 6 of the resolution after the council packets were distributed. The implementation date of the proposed new daily parking rates at the Civic has been changed from June 11th, 2016 to July 1, 2016 to fulfill contractual obligations with certain users of the Civic parking facility. So, as you're all well aware, the Expo line will open in 10 days, changing the way Santa Monicans travel. The full extent of this change is unknown, and as such, we are balancing a wait-and-see approach with a proactive one. A year after Expo opens, staff will begin a study to evaluate necessary changes to parking operations, which will inform a larger policy discussion at that time. However, there are some current operational issues that we need to address in advance of Expo. Prior to formulating the staff recommendation, we met with Downtown Santa Monica twice and had a study session with the Planning Commission, which was noticed to all key card holders and key stakeholders. Suggestions from those bodies have been incorporated into the recommendation tonight. We also posted notices about tonight's meeting in the affected lots and structures and emailed all key card holders, bids, neighborhood groups, and other stakeholders. City policy is to use price as a way to manage parking occupancies and congestion. This is reflected in the adopted land use and circulation element, the Bergamot Area Plan, and the draft Downtown Community Plan, relevant policies of which are shown here. The staff recommendation is based on the foundation of these plans and is meant to further the Council's strategic initiative to establish a new model for mobility and capitalize on the watershed moment represented by Expo. And while we want people to ride Expo in large numbers, we do not want to encourage daily park and ride activity, which has the potential to add trips to our already congested downtown street network and uses a parking space all day by people who are not visiting or working at Santa Monica establishments. This graph shows the average hourly occupancy by day of week at the Civic structure for February 2016, and each color represents a day of the week. So as you can see, the structure is above 90% full during the heart of the weekday and is typically completely full by mid-morning. This usage pattern is similar to the Civic Auditorium lot and is consistent between months and seasons. You can see that Fridays, represented by the gold bar, are lower because most city offices are closed every other Friday, which brings down the average. When the current prices were established, the Civic was disconnected from the rest of downtown and there wasn't much nearby. Now with Tongva Park and the adjacent development, the facility is full weekdays, and this will likely to be exacerbated by the opening of Expo. As a comparison, this slide shows average occupancies at the Civic just before the price was decreased in July 2012. The top line of this graph represents 80% occupancy, so you can see that most of the time the structure was at about 50 to 60% occupied on weekdays. We would like to align weekday prices at the Civic with the rest of downtown to address this. We know this is a big jump and we are sensitive to this increase, but we feel it is necessary to manage occupancy and address potential park and ride activity. The current daily maximum rate of $5 would be maintained on the weekend when there is capacity at the Civic. This slide shows weekday daily maximum rates in the downtown public parking garages. Those shown in blue are city facilities, and those shown in black are privately owned but open to the public. Since 2013, the daily maximum prices of the privately owned locations shown on this map have increased by an average of 12%, whereas city facilities have not been increased since 2012. We would like input from council whether to pursue the administrative price increase allowed by the fee resolution in the downtown to keep pace. Staff believes that increasing the rate of the Civic and slightly increasing the rates downtown will discourage daily park and ride activity, keeping spaces available for people headed to those areas. However, our discounted monthly key card rates could still be appealing to commuters when compared with high parking prices in some downtown Los Angeles facilities. As such, we recommend restricting the eligibility to purchase key cards to area employees and residents of buildings without on-site parking. Additionally, whereas key cards currently grant access to all downtown parking structures, staff proposes to assign key cards to 1 or 2 locations as a way to redistribute monthly parkers and free up space for users in locations that are typically full. This could improve congestion downtown by reducing the need to cruise for an available parking space. So with that, I'm completing my presentation and I'm available for questions.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Thank you. This was a really helpful report, but I have a question about the Civic lot. So the thing that struck me the most about all of the materials you presented is that everywhere around the Civic lot, the pricing is basically over $30, right? It's $34, $40, and we're charging $5, so that's clearly out of alignment. But do we need to? So we're talking about raising it to 14. Is that right?
Correct. The daily maximum on weekdays would be $14. We would maintain the $5 on weekends.
And so what on the? I guess this is the beach lot, right? It's $12. Are we going to raise that too, or that's not as popular?
At this time, we're not proposing to change any of the beach parking rates, but I think in about a year, we're planning to take a look at those as well.
So, without... okay, so the Civic would go to market with everybody else, and I understand the Planning Commission was concerned about shock to the... that it was too much of a raise too quickly for people?
For the monthly key card prices, right. So we've incorporated a phased approach in the recommendation.
Well, why is it too much of a shock? I just want to understand who has these key cards.
The Civic is used by a lot of people who were parking in the downtown were incentivized to move to parking in the Civic when Parking Structure 6 was reconstructed. And a lot of those people have just maintained parking at the Civic due to the lower price as compared to the rest of the downtown.
$5? I mean, seriously. So how much is a key card for the Civic?
Currently, it's $65.
And would we restrict the Civic lot similarly to people in the areas you're talking about doing for the other lots?
Yes, the restriction is only for monthly key card eligibility, and that would apply to the Civic as well as the downtown structures with the same boundaries.
So if somebody's paying $65 for the Civic lot, they can't go into the other lots. Is that right?
So if someone were to have currently if you have a Civic key card, it only grants you access to the Civic. The downtown structures, if you have a key card, it enables you to park in parking structures 1 through 6, 9, and the Ken Edwards Center, all on the same card. And what we're proposing is to end that and to then assign key cards to a location, which is basically how people are using them today. Over 90% of the people are only using their key card in one location, but by redistributing people, we hope to free up space in locations that tend to get full more often, and then have space in those locations for daily parkers.
And with respect to the lots near the expo, I totally echo the concern that I think that if we don't have a rate that is prohibitive, look, I mean, downtown Los Angeles is now $42 a day. So people are going to want to park in this, and my question to you is, how would we have to price it to keep people from doing that, I saw a suggestion that anybody who parks over 8 hours a day, let's say, would pay a prohibitive price for it.
Right, and we looked at that early on in the process. The problem with that is that there's no way to know who the person parking for more than 8 hours is. So they could be someone who's parking and riding and going to downtown LA, or they could be someone that's working on the promenade but just doesn't have a key card because we're currently sold out of key cards. So we didn't want to have a structure like that that would penalize people who are working or living in the downtown area.
So how do we price these two stations that are basically right next to the expo line in order to discourage that kind of behavior?
So we took a look at what other park and ride locations around the metro network are charging, and they're charging, on average, they're charging less than what we're proposing to charge here. And we think that these prices are high enough that someone won't want to pay them Monday through Friday, week after week on a daily basis. Now that being said, we want to restrict the key cards because the key cards give you such a steep discount that if you got a key card, you certainly probably would want to park and ride if you were going to those places in downtown LA. So
those people won't be able to because they aren't working in downtown Santa Monica.
Exactly.
And are we fixing them? I mean, you say that we're sold out of key cards. Are we fixing the number of them?
We're not planning to add any new key cards at this point in time, but I think once we go through if council approves this plan and we go through the process of assigning people to locations and monitoring occupancies, and we see that there's room to add some key cards, we certainly could at that time.
And what about the hour and a half free? I mean, is free parking really a reasonable strategy these days for downtown Santa Monica?
That's something that we talked about with downtown Santa Monica, and we talked about it with the Planning Commission. They both had very different opinions. Downtown Santa Monica wanted to maintain it for the time being. The Planning Commission said, why are we giving any parking away for free at all? So at this time, we're not proposing to eliminate it, but I definitely think it's something that is worth further discussion.
So are you not planning to eliminate it because downtown Santa Monica is more convincing to you than the Planning Commission?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I think it requires a lot more outreach on something like that than what we're proposing to do today. And so, in order to do that outreach, I think we need additional time.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
So, staff has the authority to make these administrative increases on the parking rates on an annual basis up to a certain percentage increase, right?
Correct.
So, but it just happens that I haven't gotten around to doing this for 4 years, but all of a sudden we have Expo knocking on our door, so we need to do something.
Right.
So, my question for you is, how much latitude will you have in the next 6 to 12 to 18 months to make additional administrative price changes as you learn more about how people are using Expo and whether they're parking to ride the Expo line, etc., without having to come back to the council?
There are restrictions in the fee resolution on how often that administrative increase can be used, and I believe it's every 6 months. It can't be done any more than every 6 months, and there's also a cap on the overall increase based on the price that's in the fee resolution. So if we get to that cap, we would have to come back to council to authorize a new rate.
So how much of that cap are you using if we go ahead with the staff recommendation tonight? And then, so how much latitude do you have 6 months from now to make changes without going through this whole mishigash all over again in the council hearing?
Yeah, I just would need to double check that.
Yeah.
I like your Yiddish.
It's a new word.
Don't ask me to spell it. That's it. Because I understand what Councilmember Hemmerich is talking about. This is not science. This is art we're dealing with here, right? And
Yes.
so I would certainly want to be able to encourage you that 6 months, 12 months from now, to be able to take a look at how things are functioning, go ahead and make some changes without having to go through an elaborate council hearing on it. While at the same time, correct me if I'm wrong, I understand that in the staff report there was a discussion about a broader look at the planning commission citywide on parking policies and pricing, which might look at those first 90 minutes free downtown and all such other issues.
Right,
That
yeah.
would come back to us because that's a big deal. But in terms of increasing the prices at park instruction number one, the daily rate by 10% or something like that, I'm hoping you'd be able to do that.
Yeah, so we would be able to do that. We wouldn't be able to increase prices more than 50% from the rate that's established herein. What we are asking you and what we proposed in the staff report was a 25% increase. So in 6 months, if council says go ahead and do that, and we do that administratively, 6 months later we could increase it again, but we couldn't.
But not by a huge amount, just
right,
but
exactly.
enough to maybe make a difference.
Right.
Okay.
And you're right that we are planning to kind of see what happens with Expo and then do a more involved study at that time. We've also committed to doing some study sessions with the Planning Commission about parking policy, about the different technologies that are available out there and that are coming online. And so we definitely are going to be working on this and formulating a plan for.
So that's my second question, which is when we have these planning commission study sessions, hopefully they'll be looking at, with help from staff, so things like dynamic parking pricing and maybe the possibility of having signage around the downtown that says if you park over here, this is the price, you park over here, along with the number of spaces, so that we can really modernize our parking system to move people around, to reduce traffic congestion. It's outside structure number 2 and move people over to the library or whatever, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
We have the city manager in the queue. I think he might have an answer for you. Flip your, there you go.
Your answer was elegant and eloquent. Mine will be a little bit more verbose, to use the word of the evening, but hopefully not too much. That's exactly what we need to do. But as the staff report noted, we're halfway between waiting to see what happens with Expo, which we don't think is prudent, to just wait and see, and moving forward with dramatic changes, even as Expo is coming upon us. So I think the schedule we're talking about accommodates exactly the kind of concerns and future initiatives that align with creating a new model of mobility. But to tackle the sacred cow of 90-minute free parking when people are sort of freaked out about all of the changes that are happening in our community now, out of context with a larger overhaul and a thorough public airing of all of the concerns, would be premature. So we really are moving in the direction you're suggesting. The council has made that clear. It's one of your 5 strategic priorities. We're going to go in that direction. We just don't want to lurch in that direction at a time when we've got so many other balls in the air.
Councilor Davis.
So I want to go back to Civic Center parking, first of all. Now, we have a number of school district employees parking there. Are they using key cards?
Yes,
And so their rates will go up?
they would, yes.
And have you talked to them about that? You said you talked to a number of stakeholders. I'm just wondering what conversations you had with the school district.
Yeah, so we informed them of the Planning Commission meeting, and they came and they had a little bit of a dialogue with the commissioners. As a result of that dialogue, we phased in the increase in price for the key cards at the Civic. So nothing's happening until January 1. There's an increase, and then on July 1, 2017, there'd be the final increase. I know that they are probably still not very happy with that because the price is going up one way or the other. But after the Planning Commission meeting, we did send a letter to the district letting them know that we're happy to work with them on a TDM plan, a Transportation Demand Management Plan, and in fact, the city had some grant funds that we could use to help them with that, and but no meeting has occurred yet.
So if we were to go ahead with the proposed increases that are in this staff report, would you be able to work with the district between now and the time of the first increase to try and come up with a TDM plan so that they could help their employees reduce driving?
Certainly, yeah. Staff has already made an offer to work with them and set up a meeting, and that offer still stands.
Okay. And the second question I have is I want to make sure I'm clear about Ken Edwards Center. What's going to happen there? Because we have a number of seniors who go there for a daily basis, as well as some of their caregivers. And because they're seniors and many of them have mobility issues, they do have to drive. Are we cutting back the number of spaces available there, or how's that going to work?
I don't think many of them have key cards, and frankly, I don't think we'll assign many key cards to the Ken Edwards Center since it's so small. So the parking there will remain as is, the capacity will remain the same, and we will be sensitive to, if any key cards are assigned to that location, to making sure that it doesn't push the occupancies too high.
Okay, great. Excuse me, I have one more issue. And because I think there's some issue about the free parking. Isn't it true that downtown Santa Monica's concern is that Century City, West Side Pavilion, the runway, all have a certain set amount of free parking before charges kick in, and so that would disadvantage there compared to other retail areas if they charge from parking for minute one?
I was just going to say that Century City charges from the beginning, and the runway has free parking.
Right.
But and the other one you mentioned,
West Side Pavilion, they have free parking as well. I guess maybe Century City used to be free, but I mean, because there's an impression left that somehow there was some mystical spell cast over you by downtown Santa Monica. It's not just a whimsical concern. It's a concern about them competing with other retail areas. Isn't that correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor McEwen.
Well, I'll follow up on that I pull a spell on you theory with a question to clarify why we're doing what we're doing as we're doing it. You know, change is disruptive. Disruption is difficult. No parking is truly free. It's all subsidized when we give people free parking. But as I understand, and maybe you can clarify for me, the reason why we're doing what we're doing and not touching the 90 minutes is that our main concern right now is the impact of Expo. So it's our assessment, I'm assuming, that someone who's going to go ride Expo is going to be gone for more than 90 minutes. So the free parking for 90 minutes won't create park and ride from Expo. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thanks.
Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Thanks. Jeremy, I see Jeremy there. Stutz, we have Cynthia Rose and Nancy Morse.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for hanging in there for this long meeting. I'm Jeremy Stutz. Again, I'm a resident of the Pico neighborhood, president of Rail LA, but I also work in downtown Santa Monica. I'm now car free, but for a long time I was using the lots that we're talking about right now. I was using the structure as well as the Civic Center lots because I work for a company that employs retail employees on the promenade, about 200 retail employees that all have key cards and utilize those Civic Center lots. Many of them can't afford to live here in Santa Monica. So we're hoping that they're reorienting their lives towards the Expo and that will be an easier experience for them. Currently, they walk about 15 minutes from those lots across the highway through Santa Monica Place to where they work on the promenade every single day, back and forth. Expo's a big step, right? It's great if you live near the Expo line. It's not done. And for many people, that's not an opportunity that they have. So requests, I'm just passing on requests that I've heard. One of them is actually to raise the parking rates. Those lots are really full, and especially for a $5 a day parking rate, those get really crowded. And if you're late to work or running on time for work and then suddenly are made late to work looking for parking, circling a lot, going from lot to lot trying to find a space, that's a stressful experience. It also clogs our roadways with additional unnecessary traffic. If you make parking cheap, it's going to be more appealing, and we definitely don't want, with Expo coming, that to become even more crowded and become a more laborious task affecting not only our employees that work in Santa Monica, but those the businesses that are on the promenade. If we want to see more electric vehicle parking and less city vehicles filling all of them, we've had employees who were told that those spots are for the city vehicles and not for our employees. And sorry, I'll wrap up very quickly.
Maybe Cynthia Roses behind you might help you out.
Sorry about that.
Thanks.
The one thing is that there are a lot of events in that lot that
I'm
end
sorry,
up taking up
but-
additional space.
No, I get it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Good evening again. I am here in full support of staff's well thought out recommendations. If you build it, they will come. If we provide free parking, we will continue to have the gridlock that is the bane of our existence and the complaint that is continually here. So it's very simple. Let's raise the price of parking so that it's appropriate to where the uses are and that we discourage people to park and ride at the civic lot because it's cheap. There are many other ways with the incorporation that Big Blue Bus, the robust incorporation that Big Blue Bus has had with integration to the Expo line. Breeze Bike Share is providing great access to the train. Let's utilize those and let's price parking accordingly. Thank you. And great input from council on all of the stuff that Jason was addressing.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Morris. I apparently misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the hourly rates. And so my concerns were about the impact that that will have on the emeritus students who, because Emeritus College is on 2nd Street, and obviously a major user of parking structure too, but that's hourly. So I'll save my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. It would impact, well, thank you then. That closes the public comment. And then I think we have Councilor McEwen in the queue.
Mayor Pro Tem Winterer in the questions raised the issue, I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Winterer, of school district employees having permits at those lots. Was it somebody else? I'm sorry. Councilmember Davis. And that makes me think that the discussion here could cover matters having to do with the school district. As you all know, I am under contract to the school district. I provide computer and technology services to the district, and therefore, whenever something involves the district directly, I recuse myself. In this case, I'm not sure it is direct to the district because I don't think the district pays for anybody's parking, but because I'm not sure, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion.
Well, right. I was going to try and resolve that through separate direction apart from this.
Then I will recuse myself while you resolve that through separate direction.
Okay,
and
why
I'll
don't we
be back in a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Davis will start in a few minutes.
I feel like I have such power.
Okay.
So it's a little backwards because usually we give direction after we do the motion. But what I'd like to do is make a motion that we give staff direction to use the funds that we're told are available to work with the school district between now and the first increase and obviously beyond if necessary to try and come up with a TDM plan for the school district that will hopefully reduce the need for them to have parking in the lot or allow them to perhaps even enjoy some extended period of time for them to have the reduced rates. It's my understanding that we're talking about, at least $200,000 to the school district. That's money they're not going to be spending on children and will instead be spending on parking, and that troubles me. But I also understand the need for this. They are not the audience that this is intended for. They are not people who are going to park in the Civic and Ride Expo. They are coming to the Civic because there's no parking at the high school because of their high school renovation plans. So what I would like to do is perhaps direct staff to work with the school district on a TDM plan and, if appropriate and necessary, work with them on delays for the key card usage that they have and giving staff flexibility to do that. I don't think it needs to come back to us, but that would be my motion.
May I speak to that?
Sure.
So I share your concerns because it seems to me somewhat of a folly that we devote so many resources to the school district between Measure Y and YY and our own direct contribution and that's all intended to go towards education, and then we should be charging them more for parking and taking that money out of the classrooms, right? And I've seen the letter that was sent by Ms. Stahl in our TDM program to the school district suggesting that they would sit down and discuss with them the prospects of actually implementing a TDM program, because as you know, we have no authority over them to do so. I think, God bless the school district, but I think on this issue they are hidebound if not antediluvian. I don't think they'll ever come to the table and talk about some sort of TDM program or reducing their car trips unless we offer them some sort of financial incentive. Because money talks in the school district, as you're well aware, it's short. So if anytime you talk about taking money away, they all pay attention. So I broached it to the staff by an email. I don't know if they have a response, but you're right. I mean, they're going to have to pay an extra $218,000 a year by the time these rate increases are in place. And I suggest to staff maybe we implement the first rate increase of 50%, but tell them we would waive the second rate increase coming up in July of next year, if and only if they actually sit down and get serious about a TDM program. So that there actually is a monetary incentive for them to do that. And I don't know, did you guys have a chance to think about that suggestion or other ideas to incentivize them to actually sit down and talk about this issue? Because they haven't really been serious about it. Understandably, they've been dealing with, you know, the whole Malibu unification issue and PCBs. I mean, they've had other things on their plate, but it's time for them to start pulling an oar on the same boat we're all in terms of trip reduction.
Right, yeah, and we did talk a little bit about that this evening, and you know, we're thinking that that's one option. Another option could be just to delay the implementation of the rate increase for the school district, maybe one additional year.
But see, but if you delay it,
doesn't do
it doesn't give them any
Right.
incentive. If you
Right.
say you won't have the second increase if you do this TDM program, that gives them a financial incentive.
Right.
I mean, as you know from doing this, you know, they're like the parking cash out. That's what gets people out of their cars. Money talks in this TDM program.
Well, yeah, and if I can adjust, I think we've got their attention, the impending $200,000 increase. So I guess what I just want to do is give staff direction to work with them and use whatever carrots and, pardon my language, sticks work. And you're right, maybe it's have them be subject to the first one, but say you won't be subject to the second if you get your AVR.
But see, I just think we need to say that tonight as part of whatever we adopt here, because if we just give direction and approve the rate increases, then they're just going to say, well, our rates are going to go up. So I think we need to work it into whatever motion we have.
Well, that's why I kind of wanted to give staff the flexibility to figure it out. I mean, because if they're going to pay the increase anyway, there's no incentive for them to work with us unless it's. I mean,
but they wouldn't pay the second half of the increase if they had bona fide results from working on a TDM program.
right, but they will already have paid a big chunk of money. I mean, maybe we can get them to do a TDM program by the time the first rate kicks in. I mean, I guess that's what I'm
Well,
thinking.
also bear in mind, every time they take a car trip out, they're paying less for the parking, right? So they have two incentives, right? The
Right.
parking rates goes up, and so they go, oh, well, we should reduce some car trips, because Councilmember McEwen didn't know this, but they pay for the parking at the Civic. They pay
Right.
for the Samuel High staff to park there.
Right.
And, you know, that is a transit-rich area. It's about as transit-rich as there is in the city. They ought to be able to do something to reduce car trips.
Oh, I agree. I fully support trying to get them on a TDM. I'm not sure I want to lock it in at this point, you're going to do this, because I just don't know how effective it could be and what staff has in mind and what this grant will do. I guess, I mean, if it's nothing or making them subject to the first increase, I guess I've picked making them nothing subject to the first increase, but I'd like to give staff the flexibility to work with them. And if they don't come to the table, well, how about if we did this, that staff will work with them, but if they haven't adopted a TDM by January 1st, which is when the first comes in, then they'll be subject to the rate increase.
The first 50%? Or
Yes, the first 50%. In other words, they
Okay.
have.
And then what do we do
this
about
is
the
May.
second 50%?
Well, then if they haven't adopted a TDM by then and they're subject to the first rate increase, presumably staff can continue to work with them, but they will have paid the first increase by that time.
What if we allow staff the latitude to pursue your option and my option?
That's fine. That's fine. I go back to I trust staff to
I
work
agree.
with the
I
school
agree.
district, and I think the prospect of a $200,000 hit.
It focuses the thinking.
It gets them, and I think they understand it. So yeah, that's fine. It's a staff clear on what that is. That it's a carrot and a stick.
I'd like to move this. I think we should do it as a motion.
I thought I already did move this, but
I thought
Well,
you
I
gave
chimed
it as
in with
direction.
Right,
So
I-
if everything I've said is a suggestion that's friendly to you, I will second your motion. I think staff understands what we're suggesting here.
it
right?
it is
that-
friendly.
I'm looking at Mr. Martin, Mr. Ayas, and Mr. Klieger. Do you
They're all
understand
shaking
what
their
we're
heads.
talking about here?
I get where you're going with it. I just
Did we
don't know
give you
how we
the-
define, demonstrated results in a TDM plan.
Well,
them, so-
I think probably asking for results by the end of this year is
No, but they have to have
wildly
a plan.
optimistic, to say the least, but at least a good faith effort to sit down and start working on these things. I think that's
and
what
I
we
would
need
say
to do.
at least have a plan
Yeah.
by the time the first increase is supposed to kick in. Let me ask you this question because I don't know the answer. Is it possible if you get the school district to sit down and actually spend some time that you could hammer out the outline of a TDM plan by the time the first increase is supposed to kick in?
Certainly, I think so.
Okay, so I think that will motivate the school district to spend some energy on this, and if they choose not to, that's fine. The increases go into effect. Okay, now
Sounds
does
fair
everyone understand it?
I think we're good.
All right. And I think Councilmember Henrich is right. We should vote on this and then bring back
Yes.
Councilmember
We should.
Hewitt
Yeah.
for everything else.
Okay, before we move any further, so the combined between the two of you is that they meet and that they have a plan by January 1st?
Or the rates
Or the rates kick in.
rates increase.
Okay, and was there anything about the second rate?
Well, I think that we're probably giving staff the latitude to
latitude.
do the same thing with the second rate increase.
Right,
essentially.
exactly. So if they
Right.
don't make the first deadline and the rates go up, then
They
staff
still
can
have
give
the
them
second
the
increase
carrot
as-
of, hey, come to the table, adopt the TDM program, and we'll waive the second increase, perhaps.
Okay.
And I think it needs to be clear that they not only have to have the plan, but they have to be compliant with it. I mean,
Well, they have to implement the plan. I
Implement it,
mean,
right.
these TDM things don't happen
can
overnight,
be
changing
contingency.
decade-long habits of driving to work.
I understand, but,
They should be able to do it.
yes.
I'm a little concerned we have a question.
That can be a contingency for the
There's a
second
legal
rate
question
increase,
here
too.
being debated, I think.
That can be a contingency for the second rate increase
Right,
too,
right.
Right.
So that they have to actually be doing it for the second one.
And here we go.
So assuming you vote for this is the question that Sal just asked me. Assuming you vote for this, we're going to deal with the school district outside the resolution because you're not really putting this in
Yeah.
the resolution, and we can't control what they do anyway. So
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The school district doesn't want to
they,
talk
and they
to
may
you.
do nothing, and then which case the rates go up. And
Right,
we try
exactly.
to give them a shot at it.
okay, thank you.
Understood. All right, we'll go ahead and vote on that, and then we'll bring in Councilor McEwen back.
Okay. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's 5 of those present, and we'll go ahead.
Councilmember.
I see him coming back in.
Oh.
You're free to come back in. Here he
So
is.
just to be clear, that $200,000 is paid by the employees.
No.
No,
it's by the
district.
school district. Because it's you.
It's coming out of your check. Okay, so now we're on the rest of the.
I'm sure you acted wisely in my absence.
I believe we did. So now you want to go ahead and move on the rest of the. Well, actually, you can be part of this rest of this conversation now. So you're ready to move the staff recommendation?
I'll move the staff recommendation on the rest of it.
Second.
It's been moved and second, and I think everybody's questions were answered. So we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that 6-0 on that one.
I had time to think about sitting outside.
I saw you.
Okay, next we have item 11B, Guidelines for Implementation, Article 22 of the City Charter. And you have 3 requests to speak.
I'm sorry, I'm the staff report on this.
Yes, go
All
ahead.
right. So at your last council meeting, which was April 26th, you received the report with recommendations of best practices that was prepared for you by the law firm of Houston Hennigan relating to the Real matter and the Oaks Initiative. Among the recommendations made in that report were, I'm going to read two, that the Oaks Initiative should be amended and clarified by council and the city attorney, and that the city attorney should approve clear guidelines for implementation of the Oaks Initiative, and the council should pass those guidelines by resolution. Along with making those and other recommendations, Houston Hennigan prepared a draft of possible guidelines. You adopted Houston Hennigan's recommendations. So pursuant to your action in adopting those recommendations, we're back before you with a resolution and proposed guidelines for the Oaks Initiative. Our work included reviewing the draft prepared by Houston Hennigan. We support its content. The guidelines would, among other things, clarify the definition of a public official, which has been a serious concern in implementing the Oaks Initiative. Would also clarify the method by which public benefits are valued, would narrow the definitions of personal and campaign advantages, which we recommend because, as you know from past conversations, it is likely that the Oaks Initiative impinges on certain constitutional rights, including the right to participate in the political process through donations. So we reviewed the guidelines, we support them. We're proposing some non-substantive changes in the guidelines as drafted by Houston Hennigan. As you know, we've added introductory material. Our hope was to make the guidelines clear on their face so that a member of, say, city staff or a public official reading the guidelines wouldn't need to read two documents simultaneously. They wouldn't need to read both the Oaks Initiative and the guidelines. They could if they wanted to, but they wouldn't have to. We made one change, substantive change. You had directed that substantive change at the recommendation of a community member. We corrected some minor errors, the most important of which was an omission in one of the list of public benefits that's in the Oaks Initiative. There's a catch-all. It's the last of the benefits, which is cash or specie totaling more than $10,000 a year. That was apparently inadvertently omitted by Houston Hennigan, so we put it back in. And then finally, if you adopt these guidelines tonight, we will immediately distribute them and begin providing training on them to those who would need training. That concludes my report.
And we have Councilmember Hemmerich with some questions.
Yeah, so my first question is about the cash or specie, and it actually says the $10,000 in okay, and because everything else other than the tax abatement is $25,000. So I just thought it was, in other words, in all these other categories, the limit is 25.
Yes, the 10,000 is lower than all of the others except for the tax abatement, which you mentioned, Councilmember. That is the way the Oaks was initially drafted and adopted by the people. If you wanted to change that, that would take a vote of the people to change.
It would, yeah, right. It would have to go in the charter. Now, there was another thing that so I am concerned about the final approval because, for instance, and this is why, if we, for instance, have 20 consent items, which are, so we do the final approval because we vote on them.
The final approval
of the 20 items, the 20 contracts.
The public benefits. You vote to approve public benefits.
We vote to approve it.
Yes.
But generally, the city manager or somebody else is the one recommending to us that we approve it.
Right, right. And this was a point that was mentioned in the staff report, as I know you know, Council Member, because Houston Hennigan's recommendation was that only the worker or official making the final approval be subject to the Oaks requirements. And we'd noted in the staff report that, for example, in terms of Government Code Section 1090, it's people who influence the final approval as well. But I'm thinking what probably happened here, Councilmember, and this is just one idea, what probably happened here is that Houston Hennigan definitely supported the idea of clarifying the Oaks Initiative and even also of amending it. As you know, there's been a lot of controversy in past years about whether particular provisions of it were constitutional or not, a question which has never been fully resolved. So I think that probably Houston Hannigan went to only the final approval for the purposes of narrowing the ambit because of that concern. I'm not saying that was the best decision. I'm saying it's a reasonable decision given that you would usually interpret narrowly something which may impact constitutional rights.
But 1090 is
Exactly.
is constitutional.
Well, no, not like this is, because
No, what I'm saying is
it is constitutional. I agree.
Right.
Right.
So 1090 is constitutional. So we could say, couldn't we put that this is here that consistent with 1090 or something like that?
So you would be, to do that, let me make sure I understand, you would be trying to catch not only the person who gives the final approval, and remember this has been an issue in the past because technically all city contracts except those approved by you are approved by the city manager. But we all know that the city manager doesn't read every single city contract that's within his jurisdiction. He relies on, for instance, department heads. So Houston Hannigan said, nonetheless said final approval.
So it would be him and us.
Yeah, except that they included department heads. So probably contracts where the department head really made or approved the decision, it would be the department head and not your city manager. But the question I think you're asking is, well, what if it's a division manager who is actually the person who picked the contractor? Because it's the picking of the contractor that you're worried about,
Well,
right?
that's sort of what I'm asking, but actually I think a division manager isn't going to be doing it without working with the department head, I assume, or is that wrong?
I think that might be wrong because we've had an awful lot of small contracts in the city.
Okay, well,
But
so
the city manager
But
and
at a $25,000, so you have division heads approving $25,000 contracts without department head.
Well, the department head signs off, but the question is I think the question might be who really decided, but I'm not sure I'm understanding you. So
Well, no, I'm talking about what I'm trying to do is create a higher level of awareness of what they're signing off on, maybe because I'm not sure it should go down to division managers, but I do think that the 1090, and I guess if they're signing a bunch of $25,000 contracts, then they should have responsibility for it.
And that's a good way to look at it too, in which case probably Houston Hannigan's recommendations, which we concur with, were fine.
Well, but the final approval, in my view, because I'm a lawyer, is the signature, right? Or the vote.
Three of us are lawyers, and I think the reason I said...
Four of us.
Four of us. Well, I'm sorry. Joe and I were being a team, but just you're so right. I had assumed, and perhaps incorrectly, that because he included within the term public officials department heads, and when a department head, help me out, Elaine and Rick, but a department head probably signs off on everything, right? So one way you could go is to just say, look, the department head's responsible for everything that comes out of the department, and he or she's just got to figure it out if somebody's tossing a contract to a friend. And I think that's what Houston Hannigan is recommending. Is that how you guys understand it?
And I would strongly support that. I mean, yes, the spirit of Oaks, which is what we're all trying to restore and focus on, it is possible that someone buried somewhere in the city's organization chart might have some influence over the selection of a vendor. And Oaks is really designed to make sure that that's transparent and that that person then can't march off and take a job with that company, as soon as the contract is signed. But I think that's better enforced by the city manager and the department heads under the city's charter than to reach down and to have to try to figure out who had influence on what contract. Very few individuals in this organization have unilateral authority to do anything, including me. Right? There are significant checks and balances built into all of our contracting processes that you have approved and that our outside and inside auditors review. So I think if we rely on the city manager and the department heads, that's where the buck ought to stop. And we ought to be responsible for making sure that the process that gets to us is a clean one. Is that a perfect system? No. But the alternative creates such havoc of record keeping and subjectivity that I think you really don't want to go down that path, and I think it's not in the spirit of the city charter.
Well, and I think that 1090 actually applies to, I mean, 1090 is not just state officials, it's city officials.
Sure
so to
is.
the extent that there's a violation
Sure.
of 1090 that's independently enforceable, and it would have to be pretty serious for anybody to care
Yes.
about enforcing it. But you guys should care about enforcing it as much as,
We
as
do.
I care, because
Of course.
it's right. We're all in the same place on that. So, so I don't think we need to build the 1090. I think, look, if it turns out that we did it wrong and we do need to do it, we can rewrite the guidelines. It's not like going to the voters with a charter.
That's right.
So those were my two issues. I'm concerned in view of so you so who will this $10,000 issue affect?
Well, let's see. The example that came to mind most recently, you, among others, is suppose that you were to, for instance, pass a budget that resulted in a neighborhood group receiving $10,000 in a combination of neighborhood association in cash and specie from the city. And then suppose for the moment, we haven't done the November election yet,
Right.
that a board member on that neighborhood association gives one of you a campaign contribution. So the $10,000 is a catch-all. When nothing else applies, the $10,000 benefit does. Now that's an example not to worry about, right? I think too much, because I think that's going to be fixed. I'm hoping that is going to be fixed at the November election.
So, but so our grantees, for instance, the grantees in our grants, our social services grants program,
Yes.
all get over $10,000.
They probably do, and the problem that we're kind of talking about obliquely here is that right now the Oaks traps volunteer directors of nonprofits.
Right. So I understand that, and that should be.
And that's one of the things that Houston Hannigan recommended fixing in the November ballot, or trying to fix with the November ballot.
Right.
Can I just ask a question here? Which is, so for example, when we give money to the Ocean Park Association for the 4th of July parade, that would then disqualify a board member from the Ocean Park Association from contributing to a campaign, even though it's not money that's given
To the person.
But because it's given to.
Well, they're directors. It's the directors.
If they're now, yeah, if they're directors of that, and that's one of the main reasons that a council some time back decided to test the legality of the Oaks Initiative if it could, because it discouraged volunteerism in the community, and it did so at the expense of people who weren't even being paid for the nonprofit work they were doing, but they had to choose between their nonprofit work and participating in the political process through campaigns. But as I said, that doesn't really matter now, because that's history, and Houston Hannigan's made a suggestion about improvements to the Oaks that might be made this November. But tonight what we're talking about is these guidelines.
Okay, but yes, so I'm once again violating the Brown Act agenda rules, right? Is that, well, no, because it's here, it is here, and I think that we do need to understand the reach of this, but I can, I wanted to make sure we were right about the, yes.
The 10,000.
And you did raise it, no, not the 10,000. That we were right about the, who's making the decision.
Influence, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor McEwen.
Well, I almost hesitate to speak from where I sit, having now realized that I'm the slice of vegetarian tofu in a 4-lawyer sandwich here.
At least you can.
But I actually wanted to ask a question that might help members of the public and other non-attorneys understand where we are in a process here, because we had a very difficult meeting a couple of weeks ago where we gave several different directions to staff, and just now we talked about volunteer directions, but that's part of a long-term process that will give us a ballot measure in November. And let me first ask, has that been begun, the process of thinking what would have to go into that?
Well, I would say that Joe and I have begun thinking, and
Okay.
we'll have
Well,
that back
that's-
to you in
no,
time to
that's-
go to the ballot.
And then we're on a midterm phase right here, which is the implementation guidelines for the Oaks Initiative as it was passed. This won't change the volunteer directors. This will improve a few things in the initiative as passed. And then there was also the extremely short-term action, the direction we gave last week, which was the transferring of the enforcement to the criminal division, which that has happened, is underway.
Yes.
Okay, so tonight then, if I have this right, all we're working on is implementing those parts of Oaks that are in the adopted measure but have not been effectively enforced or looked at. We're trying to clarify some of those things to make the existing language effective in the interim until we come up with better language in November.
I would say these guidelines constitute a clarification and an interpretation of the Oaks Initiative, and with that in hand, effectuating it will be much easier.
So that really limits what we can accomplish tonight. And I think a lot of the comments being made are very valuable toward the eventual ballot measure. So my final question will be, when would the council be able to give you more detailed direction on a ballot measure? Would that be a matter of your coming to us with some initial ideas and then we would give feedback?
You know, I think because of time constraints, we were thinking of doing this in one pass, though I suppose we could do it in two. What do you think, Joe? We can do it in two. If that's what you want us to do, if you want us to come back for input from you on what you'd like to see go into that charter change.
Then if we're going to have the chance to come back and talk about the ballot measure language at another night, for now I will move the staff recommendation on this, or do we have members of the public who wish to speak?
We do. We have 3.
Okay, then I will hold that motion.
Unless there's other questions from staff, I don't see any. Wait,
I
guess
have one other question, and that is, am I correct that he gave us proposed language to amend the charter?
Yes, he did. As with the guidelines, he gave us a draft.
That's always a good start.
It is a good start.
With that, we'll open the public comment, and we have 3 members of the public to speak, starting with Michael Toney. Oh, he's passing? Okay. Denise Barton? And Art Casillas.
Good evening. I'm glad you are finally going to follow the Oaks Initiative. Although I am concerned about you limiting the scope of definition of who's covered under the Oaks Initiative. To make it clearer and easier for you, didn't Mr. Houston say that the lines were left fuzzy or not so clear to deter you from actions of corruption that might make this action as you leaving room for corruption to happen and be hid, as Pam O'Connor did? I agree with training city staff, especially department heads which seem to be subject to the Oaks Initiative, due to being involved with the approval process of public benefits. I think you should also include your appointed board members too. Although it could be a problem that financial or other benefits be counted after you declare your intention to run for political office. This leaves another loophole for people who tell people they're running, collect as much benefit as they can, and announce their declaration to run at the last minute. In ending, I think the most stringent campaign contribution guidelines should be put in place due to how many of you have taken campaign contributions from both developers and other special interests with items in front of the council. Thank you.
Good evening, Art Casillas. You Santa Monica City Council members and representatives, why are you building housing we cannot afford? This is not rent control. It's of no value to people of Santa Monica. In Pico neighborhood, especially rent control apartments on Cloverfield of Hispanics next to our property behind my brother's house, you allow and enable drug sales for years. Are you waiting for us to get killed?
I think this is not a 14 item, you know?
This is about complaints that are being addressed by Mr. Houston, isn't it?
Yes.
So the illegalities going on within the city representation?
No,
I'm
no.
addressing them.
No, this is about the Oaks Initiative.
Well, that's what you want it to be.
Well,
but what I am addressing is what... Yeah, that's wishful thinking. You don't want me to talk about it. It's election time. It's coming up. You don't want me to talk about it.
You can talk about that as a 14 item, but not as...
Mayor, may I make
according
a
to you.
suggestion, something that I did last year as mayor. Since Mr. has already begun, let's let him continue his testimony. We'll count it as this 14 item for the night.
Sure.
Rather than argue it.
Go ahead, Art.
Can we start that over again? I was interrupted.
Well, we hope...
I don't know where I ended now. You interrupted me. That's not my fault.
We want you to just pick the middle there because you got a minute and 20 seconds.
Well, tell it to the camera at election time. You're robbing me of my
What's your-
time. Look,
what's your
I
choice,
was
Art?
addressing what you're talking about, the
Art,
illegalities of the
Mr.
things that
Casillas,
are misrepresented here,
Mr.
and you're
Casillas,
proving it.
would you rather come back at the 14 item and start from the beginning and just have a clear clock?
Why should I come back?
Well, we're giving you
The
the option.
illegalities are here, and you're representing them
We're giving
now.
you the option to testify now, not to argue with the mayor.
I'm not arguing with you. You're robbing me of my time. I have to defend myself. I said I allow you to take my time.
But Art, you're actually out of order.
We're not in the alley.
We're
We're in the
actually trying to be a little
city
flexible
council.
with you. We're trying to
Well,
be a little
I got
flexible.
robbed of my time. You tell them at election time.
Thank you. Okay, that closes the public hearing. Oh, on this item?
Move to hear for 1 minute.
Aye.
Ayes. And here he comes. I guess it's Jonathan Foster. I guess it's...
Well, you're very nice. I didn't know it was going to be the Oaks at this. I was going to speak on it on public input.
Go ahead.
But council member was talking about council as a body can direct the staff. So, though, if you're having meetings that are closed meetings, how then do we know if it came from one person or multiple people? As to the source, a person who wants to fire someone, it's almost never about the incompetence. You talked about expressing an opinion versus a pattern of conduct designed to influence. And the cronyism is really what it's speaking about, and intends directly as part of its intent that all people who should prosecute a few members of this council did not prosecute, and in and of itself is a direct violation of the Oaks Initiative. It just goes in a circle on itself. It is beautiful. This is one of the most beautiful things done in America, and all politicians are going to have to follow this. And this is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. See, without the emails, we wouldn't know. If it's done in a closed meeting, no one can know. So I suggest elected official cams. You all need to wear official cams so we know what you're saying all the time.
Councilor McEwen.
And as was about to do, I will move the staff recommendation.
So it's been moved and second. Seeing nobody in the queue, we'll go ahead and take it.
No, I think we should do it.
We should take a roll call vote, I think, real quick.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's 6-0. Or actually 5 now.
Yeah.
No,
You're back to 6.
we're back to 6. Right.
Next, we have 13A, request of Mayor Pro Tem Winter and Councilmember Hemmerich and Councilmember McCune that the council direct staff to explore expanding affordable housing policies to include a local rent subsidy program to assist low-income Santa Monica residents who currently live in rent-controlled apartments and are severely rent burdened. And you have one request to speak.
Who's going to take it?
So this item is really a response to a study that was done by the Housing Commission over the last year, and a report that the results of which are attached, showing that we have 4,375 households in the city who make 30% of area median income. That would be $15,000 to $20,000 a year. Most of them are seniors on fixed incomes, living on Social Security, who are paying more than 50% of that $15,000 to $20,000 towards their rent. They're generally long-term residents of the city. You can imagine that they have nothing left, and one of the best ways to avoid displacing people is to help them stay in place. So I think that's why we brought this forward.
Councilor McEwen? Flip your mic.
One of the council adopted priorities was maintaining the diversity of the people in our city. And I think this is going to help us to do that. Now, we heard tonight from Mr. Kemper that we've had a rent subsidy program to help people who are at risk of being homeless. I think we also had a small program for seniors, at least we did at one time. This would generalize it a bit more. We'd still have to be careful in a pilot program to try and determine who really needs the help and how we can most effectively use the money. But this is kind of a major shift in policy based on a change in what has happened in Santa Monica housing and the economy. We have long depended as our housing policy on the subsidized production of deed-restricted affordable housing. And what has happened is that the cost of doing that has gone up and up. And our feeling had long been that if we did it as rent subsidies, that, well, the money would go to pay the rent this month, but there'd be nothing left afterwards. Now we're at a point in Santa Monica where if we don't take this action, we're going to lose all the people who are in those apartments anyway. We will have to continue to find ways to build deed-restricted affordable housing, but we need to reach our hands out to the people who are currently at risk. Now, all this is, for the moment, is a direction to staff to explore how it might be done. But I think if the council adopts this tonight, it is a shift in our thinking, and we should credit ourselves with taking a rather bold move by doing this. Hope we will.
And we have the city manager in the queue on this issue as well.
Mayor and council members, particularly the council members who've brought this forward, I agree with you, Councilmember McEwen, that this fits squarely with the council's priority around preserving the inclusive and diverse community by emphasizing affordability strategies. What I'm going to strongly resist at 5 minutes to midnight is taking this separate and apart from that strategic priority and launching a specific staff project to work this up separate and apart from bringing forward a range of strategies for promoting affordability. This should be one of them. As you've described it, Councilor McEwen, it is a bold move, but we do, frankly, too many fire drills in this city where we're working on one thing, you're expecting it to show back up to the city council, and I have to issue orders, stop that, work on something else entirely, bring that back, and you say, oh, that's great. Now, what about that project that we wanted, that we asked for 4 months ago? Where's that one? And so let's try to use the strategic goals framework. Let's include this as a very important and valuable potential tool, but let's bring it forward in the context of a range of tools in a schedule that allows us not to have to push things to the back burner. We have a stove. It's got 4 burners. We can't put 12 pots on the 4 burners. So let's put this in the affordability stew, and we'll bring that back to you. But let's not create a whole new pot and expect that this project is going to now move ahead of all the other projects that we're trying to bring, including making a deadline of something you asked for last year, which is a ballot measure to provide important funding. So give us the opportunity to integrate this in. That makes sense. But I would strongly resist, as your city manager, the temptation to have individual projects prioritized separate and apart from the strategic goals that they're part of.
Councilor Davis.
Well, what I'm going to say, anyway, I mean, my question was, and maybe it's a moot question at this point, is why the proposal only focuses on persons who live in rent-controlled housing. Because it's my understanding that some of the severely burdened people we have, for example, are seniors who technically don't live in rent-controlled units. They may live in dedicated senior projects, but they're not necessarily covered by the rent control statute, for example. So I was just wondering if someone could explain to me why we limited it to rent control, but in any event, maybe that's moot now.
Well, I'm next in the stack, so I'll give a quick answer on that, which is that most people who are in the kind of housing you're talking about are indeed restricted units where the rent charged to them is dependent on what their income is. Whereas in a rent control unit, somebody with extremely low income, there may be no relationship at all between that and the rent that they have to pay under the MAR. So that's why we started with this. But what I really wanted to say in response to the city manager is I think when this comes to the point of our making a motion, we can certainly couch the motion in a way that we're simply giving direction from this council that this sort of thing, for the first time, is something that we're interested in looking at, which staff may not have known other than having had this discussion. But before any motion like that take place, I think we have members of the public, or at least one.
We do have one. So let's bring up Sean Landers, and then we'll go ahead and...
Thank you. Since I was here earlier for 1626 for production, I thought I might as well stick around for preservation. At the risk of bringing a covered dish to a prefix restaurant, I want to say that I strongly support this direction, although I do understand it to be something that could happen in the context of the broader strategic directive, which is what prompted me to raise the issue. Speaking as a social services commissioner, but not for the commission, there are the question that arose for me in seeing this item and having heard about it a little bit is what other social service wraparound needs exist for these folks. So if we're going to take the time to learn about them and to learn about their needs, I really want to encourage council and city staff to ask questions not only about their housing burdens, but also about what social services, whether provided by the city or the county or the state or the feds, they need, what needs are unmet. Perhaps explore, I hate to ask people to fill out a survey, but the well-being survey is so good. Perhaps gather some of that data so that we could actually give a complete response that says, here are a variety of ways in which we can address the underlying economic insecurity that drives the housing insecurity. There have been informal conversations between housing commissioners and social services commissioners about getting together for a joint meeting. I know the housing commissioners have also talked about the senior commission potentially being part of that, also for people with disabilities. These kinds of conversations could be illuminated by greater knowledge about the insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sue Hemmerich.
Well, since I'm in the unique position of being married to a housing commissioner, it's my understanding that this is already one of the staff's primary projects in the sense that this is a very dire situation. It's sort of like Nielsen Villa. And I agree with Mr. Landris that we do need to look at it holistically. I mean, just last year we realized that people weren't getting their CalFresh and their Medi-Cal, that we needed to bring it into the city to help them sign up. I think that's similar to this. I think these people are in pretty deep poverty. And I mean, there are people who are even worse, but this is below the poverty line, and I think we need to help them in every way we can. I don't think we're trying to push it ahead of other items as much as we're trying to emphasize that this is a new tool we want to put in the toolkit that wasn't there before. And without us saying it, it won't happen.
I see the city manager back in the queue.
It is very much a part of our discussions. I have been reviewing a draft of an information item that is going out to you and the public this week, sharing the results of the polling of testing some of these ideas that have been developed in our discussions with the Housing Commission, with the public to provide the funding for them, which is why I'm emphasizing the holistic approach. Fine and good to come up with great ideas. We need to figure out how to structure and pay for them. So here's some numbers I can share with you tonight as ahead of the information item that is coming to you. We tested a number of ideas with the public. We asked them, how do you feel about providing affordable housing for nurses, firefighters, and paramedics who provide emergency services in Santa Monica? 75% of the residents, of the likely voters who answered this survey supported that idea.
What was the percent again? I'm sorry.
75%. Providing low-interest financing for middle and working-class Santa Monica residents who want to buy a place in the city. 73%. Helping nonprofits buy existing apartment buildings in Santa Monica to protect current tenants from being pushed out by rising rents. 68%. This idea that's being proposed tonight, rental assistance to help Santa Monica renters afford to stay in their apartments. 67% of the likely voters supported that idea. Providing apartments for the homeless to get them off the street, 66% supported that idea. That's really why I was couching it in the terms we need to figure out a holistic approach that's balanced and that the voters are willing to support a plan that funds them. That way we're not piecemealing it either on the staff work side or in our dialogue with the community. So I think this is a very important. I share the council's sense of urgency. I understand the council's direction. I just want to emphasize, don't expect this to come back all by itself. Expect it to come back as part of the funding package, but also that's not the only direction we're going to do. We're going to do other things besides go to the voters to raise their taxes. We're going to do everything we can to maximize our existing resources, to maximize our leverage with state and federal resources, and to develop public-private partnerships like the one you approved tonight. So all of these things are part of one of your 5 priorities. And I asked you to identify 5 priorities, and I committed that myself and the rest of the staff will work diligently, consistently, and over a long period of time to deliver results on those. And this is one of the tools. I agree, but let's have it be clearly marked as being part of this larger toolbox.
Councilor McEwen.
Okay, so given the 5 priorities, it is a 5-burner stove, and I fully intend to leave the city manager and staff in charge of the stove. I had a lot to do with the wording of this item. I apologize if it appeared to be prioritizing to the exclusion of other things. It was never meant to be a cattle prod. It was meant to be a green light to let staff know that you have the backing of this council. And with that understanding, I will move the item.
Seeing nobody in the queue, we'll go ahead and vote on it, with the understanding that it's going to be part of a total package here, coming back to us.
Actually, you can do a voice.
Yes,
vote.
direction.
Oh, we just do it's direction, so we'll just do a voice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next we have item 13B, request of Mayor Vasquez and Councilmember Himmerich that staff return with proposals for regulation of vacant buildings in Santa Monica, including proposals for registering vacant buildings, regulating the maintenance of vacant buildings, and requiring that the owner of the building with a valid permit for rehabilitation, repair, or construction of a building complete the rehabilitation, repair, or construction within 18 months or a specified time certain from the date the permit was issued. And then,
Go ahead.
So we were, Mayor Vasquez and I were at a neighborhood meeting, annual meeting, at which there was a lot of discussion of the problems they're having with vacant buildings, vagrants in the buildings, other things in the buildings. And it's interesting because just today I had a conversation with a woman who's having this problem. I just sent it to Elaine. So the house next to her has apartments behind it that are vacant, and there are vagrants moving in and out of it all the time, and she has 2 small children, a third on the way, and is worried she was going to complain, so I did it instead. But I think this is, and it's interesting, it's in this neighborhood. It's at Santa Monica and Berkeley, so it's in cities, and that was a meeting we went. It seems to be more common, I guess, in this area than others. But I just did some quick research, and I saw that Oakland and San Francisco and a bunch of other cities had implemented this ordinance that I attached to this, and it just sort of beefed up what we already have, I guess, for the most part. So it's a little bit of a tweak, plus you have to register a vacant building. I don't even know if it would apply to one where the front house is occupied and the back one and the apartments aren't. But in any case, this was, I looked at both of them. They're substantially the same. So I attached this because it's always easier to have a model. And that's why Tony and I put this on, because we thought it was worth doing. And it looked like it was easy to do.
Although in light of the conversation we had earlier, I guess I'm going to turn to the city manager. And is that something, I guess especially since it looks like there's a cookie cutter ordinance of sorts in the state, how do you see us going forward?
Appreciate the sensitivity by the makers of the motion or the proposal. This is not a major problem in Santa Monica, but if you live next door to one, it's a major problem in your neighborhood. So I think if it were a major problem, if we were thinking about figuring out how to fix this problem in San Bernardino, that would be a major undertaking to figure out how to do all this. I think, given the narrow scope, we can either come back with something modeled on San Francisco, or some ideas about how to tackle this more effectively. I think we're struggling with it. I don't think that you're giving us instructions duplicates that work. I think it just reinforces that work. So I'm not resistant to this instruction. We have a handful of these buildings. They are kind of nightmares for the neighborhood that's affected, but figuring out how to abate them is something we're looking at. This will just give us the green light, as Councilmember McEwen said, to bring some things back to you based upon the San Francisco ordinance or other ideas.
In hearing that, I don't know if we actually need a motion, but maybe more a direction.
well, Mayor, we have one.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have one member of the public. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing. And Denise Barton, who's coming up.
Good evening. I fully support any and all attempts to make building owners whose buildings are vacant for whatever reason to have standards and requirements for the upkeep, including permit work in a timely manner, and security of their buildings. I also think special attention should be paid to owners of historical buildings. For building owners to allow historical buildings to deteriorate beyond repair is reprehensible, because these are city resources that are very important. In addition, I agree boarded-up buildings, substandard or unkept properties, and long-term vacancies discourage economic development, lower property value, and constitutes a public nuisance, as well as being visually unappealing. For all these reasons, I support the ordinance included with this item. I think people who own property in this city should have proper upkeep, repair, and private security for the buildings they've chosen to have vacant, so all the buildings within the city positively reflect on the image of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's before us. Councilor Hemmerich. second.
So I'm going to move this item, and I also want to volunteer that I'm willing to look for other models. I'm not trying to do your work. I collected a bunch of them. No,
And I'll second it with her. So then, see nobody else in the queue. I guess we do a voice one on this one, right? All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? So that's unanimous. We'll go ahead and move on to 13C.
Item 13C is request of Mayor Vasquez and Mayor Pro Tem Winter and Councilmember McCune to allocate $10,000 of council discretionary funds to Beautify Earth, a 501c3 nonprofit, to cover 2/3 of the cost of 5 murals on Pico Boulevard, with the remaining funding to be provided by Pico Improvement Organization. And you have 2 requests to speak.
I'm sorry, we have requests?
You have 2 requests to speak.
I don't have them up here, but
So I'll kick off the,
Go ahead.
just a quick summary of this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Beautify Earth is, as most of us know, have been going around town painting murals on vacant or otherwise unattractive walls throughout the city. They started off in Lincoln Boulevard. They moved on to Pico Boulevard. They've also been involved in trying to do some public art on utility boxes. They did do a handful of murals already on Pico Boulevard. I believe it was 8 of them. And in that case, the cost of murals is about $3,000 a piece. The Pico Improvement Organization, the bid on Pico Boulevard, it kicked in $1,000, and Beautify Earth had to come in. They come up with the additional $2,000. They proposed to do 5 more of the murals, but given their nonprofit status and their challenges raising money, they're hoping that we could cover the $10,000 that would provide 2/3 of the cost of those 5 murals, and the PIO provide the remaining funds. I did get an email from Evan Meyer, who runs the organization, a couple of days ago, saying that he had 12 potential sites already identified on Pico Boulevard, so there's certainly no dearth of opportunities.
Councilor McEwen.
And I want to assure the city manager that if we do pass this, the only staff work will be to sign the check, so.
Okay, I misspoke. There was nothing, no speakers on 13C.
Yeah, because I'm looking at 13D. Okay.
Well, I'll move the item then.
So we can go ahead and move it. It's been moved and second.
Who second?
Sue Hemmerich, Councilor Hemmerich. So,
Pardon me, Mayor. Maybe
I'm
you
sorry.
should make it for $9,999 so you don't strip the members of Beautify Earth of their civil rights.
Contribution.
It's not a bad idea. Do we want to do that?
So we can modify it. So it'd be.
You know, as the maker of the motion, I got to say that looks like we're trying to make sure we
Right.
can get campaign donations from somebody. And frankly, I'd rather see the murals than get the donation. So I just feel that looks bad for us to do that.
I agree.
All right.
All right. So
Fair enough.
we'll
Okay.
leave it as it stands.
And it's money, so let me call.
So
the
it's
roll.
money. So let's take the roll.
Okay, Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day. And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes. So that's 6-0.
Okay. So now we have item 13D, request of Councilmember McCune that the council direct staff to prepare a resolution or other policy document clarifying the circumstances under which members of city bodies may participate by teleconference. And you have 2 requests to speak.
And Mayor?
Yes. We'll go ahead with
So
Councilor McEwen.
let me share some good news. I'm going to Ireland for summer vacation. And I realized as I made those reservations that we have, I'll be back for I think it's July 26th, crucial meeting. That is the last meeting where we can put something on the ballot. But there might be other items on the meetings I would be forced to miss, which are the second one in June and the first one in July, coming up on a ballot where I would want to be able to participate as a member of the council. Now, we have had council members on the phone during meetings able to vote. You remember one famous meeting where it was Councilmember Holbrook votes yes.
Yes.
And I think Councilmember Davis has done that. I know Councilmember O'Connor, I think, has done it. I don't know if others of us have done it. But it's always been when the person was somewhere in the continental United States. just as it happens, I'm not going to be. And apparently, while the Brown Act is pretty clear about allowing teleconference participation in public meetings, there are some things in there about the other location being ADA compliant. And since Ireland and other international places don't have ADA, it's raised the question whether or not I'd be able to participate. So all I'm asking here is to get a clarification of policy. If it's necessary for the council to adopt something, then I'd ask staff to prepare that. If we can get a clear answer tonight, then that might not even be necessary, but I would like to have this discussion.
We'll go. Yes. Well, let's hear from the public, and then we'll come back. We have Joe Smith's here, and then Joan Van Tessel, I believe. Okay.
Okay, I think you'll find that the EU does do ADA, but I'd rather you look at the monitor. 3 decades ago, you could get one of those brochures right downstairs, right here at City Council. We had a mandate from this City Council. Ken Phillips, his information systems team, and I envisioned, created, and deployed PEN. We had a comprehensive Brown Act review by then City Attorney Bob Myers, and PEN opened for business in 1989. Santa Monica was featured on national and international television. PEN was the subject of a big new thing in Wired magazine. We hosted delegations from Europe and Japan. We got awards for cutting edge communication technology in the service of city governance. I did a 30-minute Google search of California bodies using teleconferencing. These are some of the state bodies that do so now. We're laggards by more than a decade. They've been doing this for about 20 years. We seem unable and unwilling to use the widely diffused, readily available, reliable technology that's now used at state, regional, and municipal levels. I think we can and we should use existing teleconferencing provisions from the Brown Act and implementing guidance from the League of California Cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan, come on.
Hi, well, I congratulate you on your stamina. I'm Joan Van Tassel. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I hold a PhD in communication with a specialty in communication digital technologies. And I spent 10 years writing about the effects of digital technology on the media and entertainment industry, and then a second decade looking at the effects of digital media in education, which right now I'm writing about digital journalism. So it's been my life's work, really, to look at how entire industry groups are impacted when digital communication technologies begin to have a profound effect on their operations and how it changes those operations. So I just wanted to say that I wrote that Wired article back in 1991 on Santa Monica PEN. I shot some video on it, and so I think of it very fondly as well. I think it's kind of sad that that the city would have fallen into such information technology disrepair, that this wouldn't be taken as a matter of course, as it has by so many other agencies and government groups. And I just want to say that I'm not applying for a job, but that you can expect, I think, really profound changes to affect the city over the next decade. and they're going to change. You're going to have a whole population of voters who expect to be addressed across multiple platforms with multiple modalities, and I hope that you are taking steps to have a point person or perhaps a report to look into the future of how it will affect the city across all its departments. So, thank you.
Thank you. I believe we do it quite a bit. We've done it past. I think the issue is more the international issue, and I guess
if I could, I appreciate the public testimony, but it wasn't really what the item is about. I have a certain amount of familiarity with PEN, the Public Electronic Network. I was the chair of the users group. And we were and are pioneers in telecommunications in this city. I mean, if you know, we have a city net right now of 100 gigabit connectivity. The question has nothing to do with that. I'm not talking about using something fancy. I'm not even talking about using FaceTime. I'm talking about being able to call in and vote yes or no on items, which we've done domestically. The question simply arose around whether it is okay to do that internationally. As Mr. Schmitz demonstrated, he showed other cities that have done it internationally, although I don't think Washington, D.C. is out of the country by most definitions. But we have never made a decision. And when I talked about the fact that I'd be out of the country, the question was raised, well, can you validly participate in a City of Santa Monica meeting? And I was advised that since the council had never taken a position on that, it might be good to get the council on record. We've had the same issue, frankly, with some of our boards and commissions with people who travel and who travel out of the country. So it'd be good for all the bodies in the city to clarify what we want our policy to be. Now, if you want me to go to Ireland and just stay in the pub and have a good time, then we don't need to do anything. But if you want me to be able to participate in case I need to, and frankly, unless I absolutely need to, I intend to stay in the pub and have a good time. But I want to have the door open that if there's a crucial vote while I'm out of the country, that I'm able to call in and participate. So I would be asking tonight that we direct staff to either advise us if there's no question we can go ahead, or if they feel that we need to take a vote on something, to give us a resolution that we can adopt at some point in the future that makes it clear what our policy is, since it's never really been determined.
We have the city attorney who wants to weigh in first, and then we'll go back to the queue.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, as I mentioned in communication to at least some of the council, maybe all the council, this originally arose actually out of the airport commission. And the matter was that an airport commissioner was abroad for several months and requested the ability to phone in from the United Kingdom at about 2 o'clock in the morning to a whole series of city council meetings. Her preference, I believe, was to do it from where she was living, or she would do it from some facility on campus. And it was the city attorney, my opinion, our opinion, that it had to be an accessible location, and we couldn't determine the places that she was suggesting were accessible, and so it probably would not be allowed. And so from that, we did some other research and found out that not actually, despite what some of the speakers spoke, not that many governmental entities in the state of California experience either council members or elected officials or commissioners going outside of the country and wanting to participate in a meeting. So it's more of a theoretical issue for them. But the ones that have, Napa County has banned it outright. You cannot do it. They don't care where you're doing it from. You just cannot do it. Other cities, a handful of other cities says, okay, you want to do it? Call in. And most people say, well, we don't really know, but you're going to, either we don't really, we have never, we either have never experienced it, so we don't, maybe we would allow it, or to the extent the few times it has come up, the burden is on you, public official, to demonstrate that the facility that you're proposing to call in from is fully accessible, which kind of, in most instances, puts a big chill on the official who says, I don't know, and so, okay, I won't do it. But anyway, that's how it came up. And so we suggested that the city council adopt a policy. You could obviously go the way of Napa County and say, no, never, forget about it. Or you could do something that says it can happen, but maybe it should happen from a recognized public facility abroad, be that a hotel facility or pub or whatever it is, a place that's ordinarily open. And accessible. Ordinarily open, people expect it to be open, not a facility that's being opened in the middle of the night on a campus, someplace that people don't really expect it to be open, and not a house. So anyway, so that's how it comes up, and so happy to do whatever you want to do about this.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I just wanted to comment because I think I, as much as anyone, has actually used, although not internationally, but within the continental United States, I've phoned from the lovely Smithfield, Rhode Island, Hampton Inn, and some other places. And I just want to say I actually not only support this in terms of clarification about what it takes, whether or not we want to do this internationally, but even the criteria for doing it within the United States, because I will tell you, I got not terribly conflicting instructions, but at the Hampton Inn, they thought I was pretty weird when I was, taping the agenda on the door and had a little note there with a chit, if you'd like a chit, and then other times people said I didn't need to do that. So I think it is an opportunity for us to perhaps clarify exactly what the requirements are for calling in, because that is in our modern age technically doable, although I have my questions about Granicus, but that's another issue. But in any event, I welcome this as that, and I do think we should clarify the issue of whether or not it's something that can be done internationally and under what conditions.
And of course, it has to be a place open to the public, but then nothing in Ireland is more open than a pub. I would probably do it from a hotel. And I've been in Ireland during council meetings before. I mean, I have an Irish passport, but I've always tried to avoid crucial meetings, and it just happens this year we may have a necessity of the council taking some difficult votes on ballot measures. So I just wanted to open this up. See the other questions and comments from other council members, but I get the sense that probably we'd all welcome having some clarity on this issue because we've never determined it before.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Well, the agenda item is pretty broad in its scope. I mean, it says just to prepare a resolution or policy document regarding members of city bodies participating in teleconference. I don't know whether we've ever had an incident where members of boards and commissions have participated by teleconference, but certainly, I mean, if we're going to look at it all, we might as well wrestle with that issue as well as council meetings and domestic and international situations and get a better clarity for everybody involved.
Councilor Hemmerich?
So I support a policy decision by us that permits us to do remote locations within the confines of the Brown Act. I don't know why we need a separate set of guidelines. I mean, basically, it's clear. It has to be ADA compliant. Right. You have to post the agenda. You have to make it accessible. So you can do it in your room. I mean, the League of Cities example of this is somebody doing it on a cruise ship, which I can't even. I mean, how could a cruise ship? Well, excuse me. How accessible is that? I mean, where do you get on?
Well, you have to hang a rope ladder off the side just in case anybody swims up.
That's right.
So we can do a reso for you if you just tell us what your feeling is about international participation.
I just think we live in a world that's a very international world now, and while I don't travel as much as some of the other people here do, I think that that could be in my future, and I would want the ability to do it. So I would support allowing international remote dial-in from international locations. But one other thing I wanted to. In connection with this, I do think that the technology needs a little boost for the abilities of teleconferencing. Thank you, Denise, for nodding about that. So anyway, I think that we need to think more globally, and the Brown Act still requires that you have a caucus in the room. I mean, you couldn't do it with 3 council people here and 4 of them at remote locations. And the other thing I saw when I was looking at this League of Cities thing is you always have to do a roll call vote, and people need to be able to speak from your conference room, so you can't do it, it needs to be on a speakerphone. But it seems actually not so complicated to me.
It's not.
Good. Okay, so I support doing it internationally and following the Brown Act. I mean, I that's what I support.
And I agree. I think, I'm not sure I would use it myself if I'm out there internationally, but if a council member is willing to do it, I think we should give them that opportunity.
And I'm not guaranteeing I will either if I'm having a good time, but I'll move the direction.
It's been moved in second, and it's just direction, so I guess all those in favor?
Aye.
Ayes.
Thank you.
It's unanimous. Thank you. 14.
Okay, next we have item 14, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And you have 9 requests to speak.
Oh, Christ.
I'm not sure they're all here, but let me run off their names real quick. Denise Barton, I see Denise. Art Casillas, I'm not sure he's still here. Zoe, I'm not sure Zoe's here. But I'll mention him. And then it looks like Edison Reyes. Reyes is the last name. You know what? I think these are the artists. Oh, here's Zoe. Okay, well, let's go with Denise Martin.
And good evening. I'd like to go back to the City Council's action of not wanting to prosecute Pam O'Connor for violating the Charter and the Oaks Initiative. Just to make sure I understand this right, the Oaks Initiative is an anti-corruption action put in place by the voters years ago that you obviously by your actions have chosen to ignore. And now that you've been caught, it has become every city council member is having a hard time following the Oaks Initiative, according to Mr. Houston's report. Now, what does that say about our city council, except for how badly corruption is intertwined with our city council and city government, and that our city council doesn't want to prosecute one of their own for corruption? Might that be because you are afraid of what other doors that would open and things it would show? Also, I'm wondering why the city council is hiding behind the statute of limitations as the excuse for not prosecuting Pam O'Connor for her violations. Because from what I understand, late filings are allowed. The courts do accept some cases filed late, and I'm sure because there was a conspiracy of public officials involved in obstructing justice, including withholding information and evidence, which is a felony, I'm sure we would have a good chance to get this case accepted late. Or what about Robert's Rules of Order? Couldn't she be removed that way, with her seat left open until the next election? So why did the city council not take action at the last city council meeting? I mean, come on, some of you up there sitting up there are lawyers. Why were you only disappointed with her action when she continues on with her arrogant attitude? Which can be seen by her statement that Mr. Houston's report was one person's opinion, and she wasn't going to read it. And why can't you see by that response that she has no intention of changing, basically making you, by your actions, accessories after the fact? Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe, I know you have some guests here from Cuba,
Yes.
so I'm going to let you go ahead and just introduce them.
Yes, yes. Let's finish the meeting with art.
Yes.
You know, what a city would be without arts and culture. Lola Rodriguez de Tio, a famous Puerto Rican poet, wrote Cuba and Puerto Rico, de un pájaro dos alas, Cuba and Puerto Rico, from a bird, the two wings. Last year's widely acclaimed Straight from Cuba exhibition at the Louis Lambert Gallery showcased 3 male Cuban artists beginning May 14 and continuing through July 10. The gallery will present a follow-up exhibition including the works of 5 female Cuban artists titled Straight from Cuba, A Woman's Perspective. This group exhibition features work by Alicia de la Campa Pac, Laura Carralero Morales, Belsi Cobielas Cruz, Lisandra Isabel Garcia, and Adislen Reyes Pino. Northern European countries are in a battle to overshadow one another to become the most popular connoisseur of Cuban art in the market. The private nature of Cuban art due to political trading restrictions have made it even more sought after. These cultural assets are not only seen from an aesthetic point of view, but it also gives insight into the lives and viewpoints of the privatized history of life under Cuban restrictions. Through these exhibitions catch the attention of gallery attenders with their titles that emphasize the demographic nationality of these works, it is hoped that they will leave an appreciation for the art itself and less for where it comes from. Bergamot Station is thriving despite many challenges. The galleries continue to do outstanding work and service the culture of our community and LA County at large. However, this would not be happening if we had a hotel and office building on site. I wholeheartedly align with our city manager, recall words that the future of Santa Monica lies in better, not bigger. That being said, I invite you to join me in welcoming and recognizing.
I know you have. Are they going to come up and speak?
Yes,
they're listening.
yes.
Because your time has run out. They can come up. Why don't you have them come
They
up?
told me that you were going to give me extra time just to finish reading before I introduce them.
Well, no, we can't. I mean, they
Okay.
can donate time to you, but if they're going to come up and speak, have them come up. Actually, on a 14 item, you can't. But they can have them come up. Why don't you have them come up?
Okay, so I have to introduce you our first artist, and her name is Adislén Reyes Pino, is a valedictorian of the University of the Arts of Cuba.
Come on up. We have your card here.
She's going to speak in Spanish. You can introduce to the rest, or
Sure,
I
go
can
ahead.
introduce to
Go
the
ahead.
rest.
Why don't you do it?
Hola, buenas noches y muchas gracias
Zoe.
por recibirnos aquí.
Go ahead.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches y muchas gracias por recibirnos aquí.
Good night, and thank you for receiving us here at City Council.
Mi nombre es Adislén Reyes y soy artista visual.
My name is Adislén Reyes, and I'm a visual artist.
También soy profesora de una academia de artes en San Alejandro, o sea, en La Habana.
I am a professor of art in the Havana, Cuba University of Art.
He visitado el país en 2 ocasiones, pero es mi primera vez en el estado de California y en la ciudad de Santa Mónica.
She has visited the country 2 times, but it's the first time she is in Santa Monica.
Pienso que es una muy buena oportunidad para nosotros mostrar nuestro trabajo aquí en Bergamot Station y sobre todo un poco hablar de lo nuevo que está pasando con el arte cubano realizado por mujeres en la isla.
I think this is a great opportunity to showcase our art at Bergamot Station and to show what is happening in the feminist movement of art in Cuba.
Solo quiero finalizar invitándolos a nuestra exposición que será el próximo sábado a las 6 de la tarde.
I want to extend an invitation for all of you to come to our exhibition on Saturday at 6 p.m. at Bergamot Station.
Y quiero presentar a otra de las artistas que estará exhibiendo en la galería.
And I want to introduce you to the next artist that is going to also exhibit in the gallery.
Is that Laura Morales?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Laura Carralero.
Good evening, my name is Laura Carralero.
Yo también soy pintora de Cuba, artista recién graduada de la universidad.
I'm also a painter, recently graduated from Universidad de las Artes in Cuba.
Esta es mi primera vez en los Estados Unidos,
This is my first time in the United States.
así que estoy muy contenta de poder visitar una ciudad que me han recomendado porque es una ciudad muy bonita.
She's very happy to be in Santa Monica because they have told her that this is a beautiful city and a city that prizes the arts.
Entonces mi trabajo está muy enfocado en la arquitectura, así que yo agradezco la oportunidad de estar en una ciudad y aprovechar este intercambio para poder desarrollar mi trabajo.
Her work focuses on architecture and she's excited to have an exchange of ideas and exchange of culture through this exhibition.
Así que es muy buena idea de Luis Lambert, nuestra galerista, de invitar a mujeres artistas cubanas a mostrar su trabajo, porque en Cuba esto como que está teniendo un desarrollo bastante, con bastante fuerza, ¿no?
She's grateful to Louis Lambert for inviting her and a group of women artists to showcase their work at their gallery here in Santa Monica.
Así que ahora voy a presentar a Luis Lambert para que hable de la exposición.
With this, I invite you to welcome Louis Lambert to speak about the exhibition on Saturday.
Gracias.
Louis Lambert.
So thank you. Thank you all for welcoming these Cuban women who are fantastic. And I spent time in Cuba where I met the three gentlemen I showed a year ago, and then through them I met these women, and they're extraordinary women. They, against all odds, in Cuba, they paint and they live life to the fullest. They come here and they say, you know, in Cuba we go into the grocery store, there's one bar of soap, there's one cereal. They've never seen anything like this. Yet when you visit them in their surroundings, there is such a joy for life. And I think most of it is because of the fact they have such extraordinary art and music. It's in their blood. It's everywhere you walk in Cuba. So I was very excited bringing them to you. I love them like they're my children. I don't speak a word of Spanish, but we communicate all the time. And I can't tell you how much it meant to me for them to come here, and I hope you will come see their show. Thank you.
Thank you. Y bienvenidos aquí a Santa Monica. With that, we'll move with Jonathan Foster. And then the last one would be Ken Ward.
Hi. I think it's a little ironic. Everybody's sick of how late it is, and if you don't like it, then get out of politics. And in public input, we can't donate any time. That's just, I mean, does it get any more deplorable? It's also deplorable to assign what Art can say and what Art thinks or what he can do, and he just laughs about it. On 3rd Street Promenade, if you had a brother and a sister, and this brother was tearing down their equipment at 85% of their equipment on their rack and only 15% down, but their sister was putting her stuff down, their brother and sister, but the community service officer would come over and write them up a ticket that they were done something wrong. But if it's a brother and sister, they didn't do anything wrong. If this one was supposed to be done at 2 and this one was starting at 2, this is what the CSOs do all the time out there. For 15 years I've been out there. They've been writing people up tickets. They have done nothing wrong. And it just keeps on. Then because of Leandro and the problems that have been going on with Leandro, you have made a very mean now ordinance of what's going on there. I'm not here to take the ordinance out. Never have been. Because it is provable that every performer makes more money with the way the ordinance is right now with the distance between people. If we got them all crammed in there, people were having a hard time making money. But right now we got people that it could be, what if they were best friends? They had hung out at the club last night. They were setting up at 2. This one was tearing down. CSO comes, you guys are doing something wrong because you said so. And we're going to write you up a ticket. It was just a brother and a sister. This is how disgusting you guys are. I hate to say this. This is what I don't want to say. I want to say you guys wrote up some great thing out there and it works, but that's not what the lawyers did.
Thank you. Ken Ward.
Ken Ward, we've been having problems with the light rail on one next neighbor, one of the websites. In fact, several of them, we've been talking about it. This was taken Sunday. As you notice, this is 26 and Olympic by Bermont Station. You see one gate down, lights aren't flashing, all the rest are up, traffic is moving. This is, I've seen several times, and they're saying, well, I tried to call Metro. They don't believe me. Well, here's proof, and I have on a 10-second clip of at Stewart Street, the lights for the railroad crossing are flashing. The traffic light is green, and that it was like that for about maybe half an hour because we went walking with my wife, and was like, "What's going on?" You know, and they won't answer. I guess maybe because they don't want any problems. But I see problems, and I see just like when the trains come in to Bermont Station going to LA, they'll stop there. it turns the traffic lights automatically red at Stewart, which then is now backing up the traffic. Yeah. Okay. And so people are getting frustrated. My wife and myself, we're almost going to quit walking around in the neighborhood because in the afternoon they get very violent, the people. Let's see. Well, it's not playing. I apologize. Probably wrong format. I should have had an apple. But I just want to let you know that there are problems, and I've tried to call the city. They leave early.
No.
So it's something that maybe.
We'll share with the staff, and actually along those lines, I've been getting some calls. I don't know if any of the other members have. Not only with that intersection, but 17th Street doesn't even have a gate.
They don't, and I've actually seen it change real fast. So there is a lot of problems, and I've tried calling city yards. They leave early, at 2 o'clock, and this has happened. I've seen in the afternoon, 5 o'clock. This was on Sunday. Thank you.
With that, that closes the public comment for the evening. Do we have any adjournments? I have one, if nobody else has any. And let me start. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of a longtime City of Santa Monica employee, Arnel Alagar, who passed away on May 1st. Mr. Alagar began his 30-year career with the City of Santa Monica in 1986, working at the warehouse where he assisted countless city employees. He later advanced his career to a combination building inspector, where he assisted countless citizens and residents in verifying building construction, compliance, and safety in buildings occupancy. Mr. Alagar will be sorely missed by his wife, 2 adult children, and the many co-workers that he has worked with over the years. Speaking on behalf of the entire community, we convey to his family our deepest condolences. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to May 24th. Thank you.